Control room. Control room, or do that here so I can talk to people here.
This is over here.
Switch. I have to switch it. Says unlisted.
Says unlisted?
Yeah, you gotta make it public. Cool. I do.
I just do it right here.
Make it public.
I'll make it public now.
Yeah. So there's I can talk to people on YouTube. And here I'll get to Facebook.
So let's, we got 15 minutes. Let's do a quick
You guys
run.
live on YouTube though?
Yeah, people are trying to log in already.
Maybe it's delayed.
Yeah, it's live on YouTube. Or it's live on Facebook.
And YouTube.
The live video has ended. Why is that?
Because
It's online.
it looks like I'm seeing it right now.
Okay.
But I don't know why it says that.
Oh yeah, I see it. Live now.
There it is.
Hey, Pat.
So now I need to sign into Zoom.
You were down for 12:30, right? Yeah, no, I'm doing the Ranger Tug. That's a Ranger Tug, and I'm gonna do that one.
How am I gonna talk?
Yeah, no,
Yeah, maybe in the Zoom.
all right. All right, thanks, bud. So we're live. Can we cover that? So I can sit down and we're not.
Maybe your mic's on.
Can we turn that mic down?
You just
Okay, I'm in. Can you hear me? Anybody hear me? The Zoom meeting. Oh, well, I'm in it. I just did the number though.
So we just opened it. Did you close and go back in?
Yeah, I'm in. I can hear myself on Facebook. So I gotta mute this.
It's live, so you can hear everybody.
Hey, my audio's on, babe.
Hello, Lisa.
Hey, Kevin.
Yeah, we can hear her.
Hey, Lisa,
Thought I'd bring you guys on and say hi.
you're a speaker, so you're on early.
I'm a speaker. Not
Can you hear? Yeah, I can't hear.
I'm not a speaker today.
Now, are you able to hear? We got speakers off. Let me log in.
Sorry, a couple more tests here.
I can see Wayne. I can't see Kevin or Bruce.
Yeah, we shouldn't be able to see me. I'm just supposed to listen and talk like with questions and stuff.
Ah, I'm not a speaker today, but I thought I'd just log in and say hi and tell you guys are doing an awesome job. It looks amazing.
Thank you. Yeah, we're excited.
The last 2 days I've been sending it out to everybody, and it's been a great way to say like keep excited. And then also the new shelter in place allows for outside businesses with activities.
Kayla, your mom's in.
So you got a few people in here.
You can hear her too.
What's gonna come through that feed though?
Hey, Kevin, can you hear me?
Yep.
Check. Okay. And I cannot hear anybody.
But maybe you can hear me.
Hello, hello, hello? Anybody there?
I could, maybe unmute myself.
No, Bruce, don't do that.
Okay.
We'll get an echo in.
Okay, so I can't hear anything. I don't think it'll make a difference.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's try it. You have to turn on his headset. Hear anything now?
Nope.
Can you hear me now?
Live in 3 minutes.
On his Zoom session, he's gonna have to turn on his, on that, he's gonna have to turn his head.
Yeah.
You have to turn your headset on with that.
I don't know how to do it.
How do you not hear anybody?
So I'm done.
Now I'm getting it.
Plugged in as
Yeah, I get it.
doing here. I'm supposed to be doing it here. And I can't be in both.
Okay, guys, we're gonna be live in like 3 minutes.
Okay, so I can shut this one down.
Say something.
Well, because after
Let
this,
me hear you.
right now,
Onto the speaker. Talking to that?
Yep, check. Check, check. Hey, Lisa and Eva, can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah, good. You guys are in early because you're speakers.
But I'm not a speaker on this show.
No, but you're signed up as a speaker, so you get special privileges.
I just came to be supportive and say hi.
Hey, thanks.
So am I.
And also check my background and, you know, put some nice clothes on.
It looks good. It looks like you're on a boat.
Yep.
Cool. All right, countdown. What's that?
901.
901. I know what. Wait a few minutes, see if we get some other people on board.
Bruce, are you connecting the audio?
I haven't turned audio on.
Coffee.
Don't, please. We have close to 300 that signed up. We should be getting some people coming on here in a minute.
my glass one, the logo. Doesn't matter, whatever.
Hey, Kevin, can you mute
Let's mute him.
even,
Yeah, I did.
So Rich says meeting should start in a few seconds.
you said what?
Meeting should start in a few seconds. Is what he sees.
Okay. You want me mute? You want me muted?
You're muted. But you can still hear.
It's going to you. I can hear, yeah.
You're not going to hear anybody except for muted. I can hear anybody, everybody's gonna be muted, but you. So you probably don't need headphones.
Okay, still not in though. We should have a bunch of people. And then Tasha said you've been live on YouTube for a while.
What's that?
Tosh said you've been on YouTube for a while. All this setup stuff is showing. And Rich still can't get in.
Bruce keeps on saying you're connecting audio.
I can just log out completely. Join audio there, but
This is speaker, Kevin's speaker.
yeah. Normally I'm online.
So Gailey, Rich hasn't been able to, it says the webinar hasn't started yet. Kevin, is there something you need to do over here?
No, it's just.
I'll leave just
I'm not
so
sure.
I will screw things up.
Let's see him.
Oh, have to hit that. There we go.
Okay.
Okay, now we should be able to have everybody log in. Okay,
Okay, Rich is in.
Rich is in?
Yep, and Mark can hear me now, Mark Weaver.
Oh, good.
Yeah, everybody's coming in.
We're gonna wait here a couple minutes, everybody, until we get some more people signed in. Our first little glitch getting everybody on, but I think we're in line now. Is Rich in?
Rich is in, Michelle's in, Tasha's in.
Can you see them?
No, they're just texting me. I am not zooming right now because I'm gonna be following you outside. So I
Okay.
need to load it on my phone.
Kevin, can you see how many participants we have?
You're
22.
17.
Okay, 22. Let's roll. Hi, everybody. This is Wayne Goldman from Atomic Tuna Yachts and Fairlawn Yachts, and we are going to be starting our first virtual boat show here in Alameda. And we're going to be broadcasting on Zoom, which a lot of you are on, as well as Facebook Live, and YouTube Live. So it's our first shot at this. We should have a lot of fun. We're going to be having a full schedule over the next 4 days. You can come and go as you see fit. We're going to be showing 12 boats that are brokerage boats. And 2 of our new boats, we're going to be showing a True North 34 outboard, which is a great boat. Brand new. Catalina's building them now. It's a beautiful boat. We're also going to show the Catalina 425. And then we're going to have expert speakers from people around the Bay Area, as well as up in Canada. We're going to have Paul Kaplan is going to be on board, Chris Wenther, who's a legal expert, and Mark Weber is going to be showing some boating tips. We're going to have some really interesting panels. We'll have a women's panel about women and how they are involved in boating from people that are living aboard as well. So we're going to have a really full panel for you guys. And it's going to be live. So you guys will be able to chat with us. We will answer your chats live. And we're going to try to make this interactive. So as much as you guys can participate with us, we're going to try to participate with you guys and make this fun for you, just like you're going to a real live boat show. As we all know, this COVID-19 thing is a problem for us, and we have to really be careful about our social distancing. We're really concerned about it here at Atomic Tuna and Farallon Yachts, and we take it seriously. We think that this virtual boat show and virtual boat showings is a way for us to still show boats for people that are interested and sell boats. And we've been really successful with it so far. We'll have a panel talking about our protocol and what we're actually doing, so you can all understand how we're handling it here at Atomic Tuna and how we think the boating industry is going to change and really keep the these virtual showings going. So in the future, you're not going to have to tromp around the Bay Area or fly up to Seattle or over to Florida or San Diego to see a boat that you don't know if you want to buy or not. So far, it's been really successful for us. It's an exciting time, and we look forward to working with you guys on it more and more. Let's talk about some things we're going to go over today. So we're going to do a session on the online boat show and social distancing. So we'll talk in more depth about what we're doing with that. We're going to show the Ranger Tug 31 that we have. Cute little boat, really cool, trailerable, that you may be interested in. We've also got a Hunter 49 that we're going to show and a Juno 43 today. We'll have other boats throughout this boat show that we'll show, but those are the 3 we're going to show today. Then we're going to do a little history on Farallon and Catalina yachts and how that's developed over the years, with Catalina being the largest sailboat producer in the United States, and they have been for many years. And Farallon Yachts, who is owned by Pat Garfield, who did a great job really developing that brand and selling a lot of Catalinas into the Bay Area. You've probably walked down some docks and you've noticed that there's Catalinas on the left and right of you as you walk down the docks. Well, we'll talk about how that happened. We got some quizzes that we're going to give you guys, and you should really put this on your calendar and be there. It's a 15-minute little session that one of our sales guys, Peter Benziger, is going to be showing and or presenting. And there's a lot of really cool things that he's going to be going over. So not only is it a quiz, but it's really educational. So be sure to tune in then, and that's at 3 o'clock every afternoon. We'll be doing that. So in conjunction with that, not only are we going to do quizzes, but we're going to be giving prizes. And we've got, I don't know, 10 to 15 prizes every day. Total valuation on the prizes over the weekend is over $12,000. So there's some good prizes that are available for you guys. And you just need to be attending. We'll be picking out prize winners from the attendees. And they'll range from a free haul out to a bottle of red and white wine to binoculars, free legal counsel from Chris Wenther. KKMI is giving a free haul out. Svensson's Bay Marine is giving a free haul out. So there's a lot of free prizes for you guys. We're giving away atomic tuna hats, t-shirts from Emery Cove Marina, free marina stays. So there's going to be a whole slew of prizes that we'll be giving out. So stay tuned for those. After the quizzes and some of the prizes are giving out, we have Joan Burley joining us today. Joan works for Triton Title, and she's going to talk about the finance world today and how to finance a boat and what's different since COVID-19 has started in the last few days or last few months. So tune in for that, especially if you're looking to buy a boat in the near future. She will have some interesting tips for you on financing a boat. And then we're going to have a liveaboard panel, and we've got 4 or 5 liveaboards from around the Bay Area. And they'll just talk about liveaboards, how it is with living on a boat, especially during these times of COVID-19 and the social distancing, and being able to go out and enjoy the boat during these times. And the last thing that we're going to do is to have a little half hour on how to tie up a boat and how to dock a boat. So that should be a lot of fun for you guys. It's a full day. We're going to be here all day for you. We have a team of about 8 here working the show. I'll be your main moderator and talker. If you get tired of me, then tune out for a little while, come back in. Gailey Bergen, who's one of our salespeople, will be doing a talk on the Juneau 43. So you'll have a lot of exciting things going on this afternoon. So prizes, quizzes, expert speakers, panel discussions, new boat and used boat walkthroughs. It's all going to be here today for you guys. And we really look forward to having you guys on board and participating with us. And please comment. We want to make this as good as we can, and your feedback would be helpful. But we look forward to it today. So next up, I think, is, it's about 1:15. So we're going to start on the Ranger 31 tug, and we're going to run you a quick little clip here. And Gailey and I are going to go down there and do the walkthrough, the live walkthrough for you guys. So thanks for being here, and looking forward to having you guys with us for the rest of the weekend. Thanks. Kevin, take her away. A little clip here, and Gailey and I are going to go down there and do the walkthrough, the live walkthrough for you guys. So thanks for being here, and looking forward to having you guys with us for the rest of the weekend. Thanks. Kevin, take her away. A little clip here, and Gailey and I are going to go down there and do the walkthrough, the live walkthrough for you guys. So thanks for being here, and looking forward to having you guys with us for the rest of the weekend. Thanks. Kevin, take her away. A little clip here, and Gailey and I are going to go down there and do the walkthrough, the live walkthrough for you guys. So thanks for being here, and looking forward to having you guys with us for the rest of the weekend. Thanks. Kevin, take her away. A little clip here, and Gailey and I are going to go down there and do the walkthrough, the live walkthrough for you guys. So thanks for being here, and looking forward to having you guys with us for the rest of the weekend. Thanks. Kevin, take her away. little clip here, and Gailey and I are going to go down there and do the walkthrough, the live walkthrough for you guys. So thanks for being here, and looking forward to having you guys with us for the rest of the weekend. Thanks. Kevin, take her away. Little clip here, and Gailey and I are going to go down there and do the walkthrough, the live walkthrough for you guys. So thanks for being here, and looking forward to having you guys with us for the rest of the weekend. Thanks. Kevin, take her away. Little clip here, and Gailey and I are going to go down there and do the walkthrough, the live walkthrough for you guys. So thanks for being here, and looking forward to having you guys with us for the rest of the weekend. Thanks. Kevin, take her away. Little clip here, and Gailey and I are going to go down there and do the walkthrough, the live walkthrough for you guys. So thanks for being here, and looking forward to having you guys with us for the rest of the weekend. Thanks. Kevin, take her away. Little clip here, and Gailey and I are going to go down there and do the walkthrough, the live walkthrough for you guys. So thanks for being here, and looking forward to having you guys with us for the rest of the weekend. Thanks. Kevin, take her away. Little clip here, and Gailey and I are going to go down there and do the walkthrough, the live walkthrough for you guys. So thanks for being here, and looking forward to having you guys with us for the rest of the weekend. Thanks. Kevin, take her away. Little clip here, and Gailey and I are going to go down there and do the walkthrough, the live walkthrough for you guys. So thanks for being here, and looking forward to having you guys with us for the rest of the weekend. Thanks. It gives you good security. There's one just easy step onto the swim platform. There's nice railings all the way around the back of the swim platform, so you can even come back here when you're underway, but it gives you good security. There's davits here to put a dinghy, these little clip-on davits, and little fenders here to protect the back of the boat. In this compartment here, swings out, and you have fuel storage, so it keeps it out of the cockpit, keeps it out of the bilge, or propane storage as well. So nice little feature. Moving into the cockpit on the 31, you'll notice that there's really good space. You got a hard bimini over the top of you for protection, and you have this nice seat back here. All of the upholstery on this boat is really nice. It's leather. It's got this nice brown and cream colored contrast. Got this nice table here for your food or drinks. And then one of the cool features of this boat is the outboard seating. So really simple. You pull this up, push it out, put this little cushion up, seating for two on either side. It makes this cockpit really big, so you could have seating easily for 7 people here. There's a couple little steps here you can also put people, so conceivably you could have 9 or 10 people back in this cockpit on this 31-footer, just hanging out and enjoying it and having a drink and hanging out with your friends. Fly bridge is pretty easy. There's a set of steps, really nice handholds. Easy access. You can go up forward and down facing aft as well. And then you get up here to this really nice little fly bridge. It's got seating for 2, 4, 6 people easily, maybe even 8 or 9. Back here you've got a settee with a table, nice teak table. There's also a aft facing. Across here is a set bridge sink here, and then if you want to cook something, you have there's all nice hand side and hanging out with your friends. Fly bridge is pretty easy. There's a set of steps, really nice handholds. Easy access. You can go up forward and down facing aft as well. And then you get up here to this really nice little fly bridge. It's got seating for 2, 4, 6 people easily, maybe even 8 or 9. Back here you've got a settee with a table, nice teak table. There's also a aft facing settee that faces this table. The upholstery again is the nice leather brown with a cream color, in perfect condition on this boat. A612 with AIS that's integrated to the Garmin down below. You have your Garmin VHF handheld right here, handheld remote. Engine panel, and this is a Volvo D4, 300 horsepower with your engine controls, and again controls for your bow and your stern thrusters. So really nice having bow and stern thrusters, and then your spotlight control here, trim tab control here, and Fusion speakers up here in the cockpit as well. So the cool thing about this boat is it is trailerable. And if you look around carefully, you'll see that all of the area that's up high can be lowered. So this whole helm area can be lowered down, the seats can be lowered, the mast can be lowered, and you get a boat that is trailerable and it's not over height. So Ranger's known for their ingenuity on doing things like that, but this boat is a trailerable boat, and you can take it anywhere. You can take it up to the Pacific Northwest or take it up to Lake Tahoe, wherever you please, and have a really cool boat to hang out on and spend weekends or even weeks and months on. Up on the bow of the boat, we have the anchoring system. You got a stainless steel Delta, looks like about a 30-pounder with a Lumar horizontal Lumar windlass. Access to the chain locker is right here. Plenty of depth in that chain locker. This is mostly a rope rode on this anchor. and your foot controls are over here on the side. Moving back here, seat, there are cushions for this that are in the back, and this is the table, and there's a leg for the table, and the table goes right here. So you have a nice little seat up front. You can hang out here when you're underway or just at anchor having your cocktails. And then you just have some regular seating area if you want to just hang out. You got a bunch of people, you want to hang out up here. Great little spot. You get your stainless steel railing all the way around, which is nice. And this is a great little boat. Joining us on this 2016 Ranger Tug 31. She's a great little boat. She's meant for, you know, going on nice outings. She'll run 20 knots easy. Single engine, bow and stern thrusters, really nice electronics, and she is a super clean boat. So if you're looking for something like this, give us a call. Atomic Tuna Yachts or Farallon Yachts, 888-833-8862. Ask for one of the salespeople and we'll give you a tour of this boat, either virtually or
What's show special on this boat? 249.
Trying to get the video.
I think he may have to.
Right here.
Jesus.
Can you leave this one in?
keep those, you gotta get those things.
Turn sideways.
It's
Turn sideways.
We live?
Yep.
Hey, everybody, here we are down on the docks, and sorry for the little glitches. We're just starting to learn how to get this all going for you guys, and I think we should have it ironed out pretty well by the time the end of the show comes around. But yeah, here we are down on the docks at Alameda at Marina Village, at the Farallon docks, and here's the Ranger 31 tug. So I know you guys just went through a little video on that. That may have been a little interrupted here and there, but we're down here live now, and I'm going to give you a little walkthrough on the boat, and then we can field questions. And if you want me to show you different areas that I have missed, you want to revisit how things work, or engine room, or things like that, just text us on the chats, and we'll respond to that and start showing you guys around. But come on board with me, and we'll show you this 2016 Ranger tug that has a boat show special price at $249. So it's regular $269, $20,000 off. So get it at the show, and you'll have really good deals. So let's go aboard. So one of the things I like about these Ranger tugs is that they're kind of like transformers. You can ask your kids if you don't know what those are, because I didn't really know what they were either. But this boat is a lot packed into it, and they've done a lot of really cool things. One of the cool things is these outboard seats. You just open them up and it transforms the cockpit from seating 2 or 3 to seating an additional 4. So he's kind of hanging out here. It's a great little seat. I can see down the side of the boat. Probably not the best place to sit if you're underway. You may get a little wet here. However, if you're up in Lake Tahoe or down in San Diego in the warmer areas, it's probably a pretty cool place to sit and get splashed and enjoy the ride and see where you're going. So this cockpit also, as you saw in the little video, it's got the nice table, it's got seats there. You can sit over here, you can sit up here, lots of places to sit in the cockpit. And it's got a really nice hard top up above with opening hatches, so you can keep good ventilation back here. It's really a good sized cockpit on a 31-foot boat. It's just amazing. So yeah, this is cool. We got another opening seat over here that opens up as well. The upholstery on this boat is a leather, the cream colored leather, and the brown cloth is really nice, comfortable. And this boat, being a 2016, is only a few years old, but it looks like it's almost just come out of the factory. So great condition. Yeah, I could hang out here all day. This is kind of fun. So let's take you up on the fly bridge because sunny out, nice. Fly bridge would be a good place to go hang out. So follow me up. All right, here we are up on the fly bridge. What a great spot. I think I need a Bloody Mary or something. It's maybe even 2. Have my breakfast up here with my coffee and Bloody Mary. Jeez, couldn't get much better than that. Up here, you got these 2 seats facing each other with a table in the middle. You can sit 4 here comfortably, kind of hang out. Ranger Tugs makes this 31 in 2 different models. One is this model with the fly bridge, which really gives you a lot of advantages, or without the fly bridge. I kind of like the fly bridge. Most of the time when you're cruising around, you're going to be up here, unless you're up in the Pacific Northwest and it's raining and cold and miserable out. Then you can be inside, hanging out, driving from down below and having your coffee in there. But yeah, this is really nice up here. It's sweet. Again, you have the same really nice upholstery and it's great condition. There's covers for everything. We've taken them off so you guys can see it. But yeah, there's covers for everything, and all the cushions, everything's in really good condition. Moving forward. At the helm, yeah, good visibility. I can see the bow really easy. I can see the stern corners. So it's really a nice layout. It's got a really nice Garmin GPS touch screen. You guys have all seen that. Just move it around. It's got an autopilot, Garmin autopilot. And this boat has a Volvo Penta diesel engine, single engine.
and it's got bow and stern thrusters. So both ways, you can move the boat sideways, you can spin the boat around. Yeah, it's kind of fun. Even though we're tied up, we're getting good movement. Here's your throttle, electronic throttle controls, and your trim tabs as well. So you can trim this out. One of the amazing things about these boats is that there are no slouches. They'll run 20 knots, easy. 24, I think, is high end on these boats. So you can really get around. And we were out on this boat a couple weeks ago, running it around at 20 plus knots and making some really hard turns. And the design of the boat, of the hull, is really, really interesting. You go into a turn really hard, and you'll start to lean, and then you'll just flatten out and go around the turn. So really nice handling boat. Can't say enough about it. Also up here, you've got your VHF, your remote VHF. So you can talk to those other boaters when you're underway. I mentioned in the video about the about trailering this boat, and this whole helm area pivots down to reduce the height, and so you don't need to get a over height permit to move the boat. This mast here with your radar and your horn and satellite dish, this all folds down out of the way. All of these seats fold down, so you can really reduce the height of this fairly easily. All of the handrails easily come off. So it'll probably take you half an hour to prep the boat to get it up on a trailer and ready to trailer it and not worry about the over height. We got any questions as we're going along here? Anybody got any questions? Want to see anything we haven't shown you yet in the cockpit, in the helm area, flybridge? Okay. Yeah, you know, we're open to questions. You can start sending them to us, or you know, now, or we're going to have a Q&A, little Q&A at the end, last 10 minutes or so. We'll try to answer all the questions, but yeah, go ahead and ask us questions. So let's go ahead and go down below.
Here's one question. How does the Ranger Tuck 31 handle in the Pacific Northwest?
Yeah, this boat is built for the Pacific Northwest. It's, you know, you have the inside helm, you have this upper deck up here. You know, mostly up in the Pacific Northwest, you're on the inside passage, and it's pretty protected in there. It can get a little rough in places, but it's usually fairly protected. This boat would do great. And if you're just kicking around the San Juan Islands or the Gulf Islands, you know, getting between islands is quick and easy with this boat. But yeah, I wouldn't hesitate to take this boat up there. In fact, it'd be a blast. Trailer it up. You could actually trailer it all the way up to Lund. That's north of Vancouver. That is the last town on Highway 1, or they like to refer to it as the first town on Highway 1. But trailer it up there, put it in the water, and within an hour, you're up in Desolation Sound, and that's God's country. That's probably one of the most beautiful places I've ever been. Doesn't get much better than that, and this would be a great platform for it. So yeah, I would take it up there. In rough water, this boat really handles pretty well. It is 31 feet, so you know it's not a 50-foot boat, but I wouldn't hesitate for a second to take it all the way up to Alaska. It would be a really fun boat to do that with. All right, thanks for the question. Let's move down and head on down to the interior. Okay, let's enter, and you should note that this is a clear glass door, so you get good visibility even when you're at the helm from the inside with the door closed. And when you open it, you maintain visibility through the window as well, so you keep good visibility. But yeah, come on inside. All right, when you come in here, on the starboard side is your galley. You have double sinks. You have a 2-burner electric stove with oven. And then one of the really cool things, again, this transformer thing that they do. If you are cooking at the galley and you need more counter space, then you just fold the seat down and fold it forward, and now you have all this extra counter space. So pretty cool. Refrigerators right here. Let's see. Fridge with a little freezer right there, easy to get to. Lots of storage all around. These have drawers in them, the silverware, things like that. Underneath the settee here is a microwave. So you got your microwave. And wine cooler. Yeah, sorry. And a wine cooler. The all important wine cooler. So 6 bottles of white wine in there, nice and cold for your evening dinners while you're eating that fish and crab with a nice bottle of white wine to go with that. In fact, we've got some wine to give away. So Mount Beautiful Winery from down in New Zealand has donated wine. We got a red and white bottle of Mount Beautiful to give you guys. So we'll pick somebody off of the list and award a red and white set of Mount Beautiful wine for you guys. Cool. So that's first prize. And I can't tell you who it is right now because I'm down here on the boat, but we'll notify the winner and let everybody know who that is. All right, on this side of the boat, we've got this dinette that seats 4, 2 forward, 2 back. You may be able to get 3 in the other seat, but it'll be a little tight. And you have this table with some drink holders and handholds, and the table folds out for full dining, or if you're just doing cocktails, or you only have a couple people on board, swings in. A nice little light up here. No, light switch isn't on, sorry. And then again, the transformer idea. When we're done eating and we're underway, this folds back and this seat back folds up. And now we have a nice seat for your passengers to look forward and hang out while you're underway. They got a nice little table here. So if they want to have their coffee or the beer, sit down here. That can be done real easily. The door for the forward stateroom, it slides across. And all this teak is in a satin finish. So you're not banging it up with a high gloss finish. Yeah, one of the other nice things about this boat is the visibility. You've got these vertical windows, 4 vertical windows across the front that gives you really good visibility forward. Right now we have a seat opened up front, so you can't see forward too well, but that seat does fold down and gives you great visibility. You got opening hatches. somewhere here. So they open, there's a nice breeze coming through, and the all-important drink holder for your beer or wine or what have you. So pretty cool. And then back to the helm. I'm going to fold this seat back and open up the helm seat. And I'm going to sit in. So at the helm, you got a nice footrest and your instruments and your nice Garmin chart plotter, VHF, autopilot, windlass control switches, engine gauges, everything you need. Plus, you've got a little remote for your bow and stern thruster. So you can walk to the back of the boat to get off and have this in your hand and run your bow and stern thrusters. So pretty nice.
We have a Zoom question about how the electric range does when you're at anchor. Do you have to run the engine?
Yeah, good question. So the electric range needs either to be plugged in at shore or the generator running. And there is a generator on this boat. So fire up the generator and then get the electric range going. Same thing with the microwave, although the microwave can be used off of an inverter. But yeah, this boat has a generator. It's got air conditioning. So if you're up in the Delta and it's really hot out, you're out at anchor, just fire up that genset. You can hardly hear that generator running. It's nice and quiet. So yeah, that's what you would need to do. So thanks for that question. All right, let's go forward into the owner's stateroom. So up here, you got a nice double-sized bed. It's really wide up at the top end, a little narrower down here, but it is a walk around. So I can get around on either side, so you don't have to climb over somebody to get into bed, which is really nice. Got a little TV. It's got the Fusion stereo system, air conditioning controls, lights. Over here, you've got a little shelf you can put down, kind of a nightstand, or have it up to make it go easier to get in and out of the bed. And then we're gonna do a little dance here. No, maybe not. I'm gonna open up the head and we can show you the head. That's a towel rack on the door. And then we've got an electric head, nice electric head, and vessel sink, and marble countertops or granite countertops. So nice full stand-up head. This boat actually has a second head in the second stateroom. So let's go back to that second stateroom and we'll show you that. And we'll show you the head in the second stateroom. What the hell are they on? Okay, second stateroom is a double bed over forward, and it's got this little seat. And guess what? Under the seat is a head. So you can come down here and use this head. This is an electric head as well, without having to go forward into the other stateroom. So really, really nice little feature. And then there's cushions there where you can make the the settee table, you can drop that and make that into a big bed as well.
Can you do the head one more time, please?
Yeah, so here's the head right here. Okay. Let's get into the engine room. So to get into the engine room, it's just hold a switch. Okay, my little finger is getting a little tired, but that wasn't too difficult. So this is a Volvo Penta D4, 300 horsepower, fuel injected common rail engine. And if you haven't had a common rail engine, you should. They're really nice. They're quiet. The exhaust hardly even smells like diesel. It's just nice, smooth running, really efficient. And Volvo makes a great engine. And this engine, if I recall correctly, is about 200 hours. Don't hold me to that, but I'm pretty sure it's right around 200 hours. The owners were really good about servicing it, so it's got all its current services. And it's a great engine. You can also see inside, down at the shaft, it's a dripless shaft with a vent on it. Actually, I'm sorry, it's not a dripless shaft. It's a conventional shaft. And then behind that is the Onan generator. So there's your generator. You can see the generator is in a encapsulated, so it's really quiet. And then you put this down, the cover down, and you can hardly hear that generator. All right, so we're gonna put this down. We got about 5 more minutes to answer any questions. If anybody's got any questions, we can answer them on this boat. Keep in mind, this boat is a 2016 Ranger 31, boat show special price of $249. Give us a call, send us an email, just tell us that you saw us on the virtual boat show, and we've got some extra prizes to give away for you as well if you're buying any one of these boats during the show. And we'll talk about that later today. We have any questions? Any questions, Bruce? Cool. All right, I'll show you just a couple other things, just some other storage back in the cockpit, since we got a few more minutes here. So this is easy storage. The inverter is over here, and then these are the covers and life jackets. So nice, easy storage. On the other side, some additional storage. Just wide open storage, so lots of storage room on this boat. You have Fusion speakers back here, and nice little sink here, so you don't have to go in to the galley. You can use the sink back here. And yeah, and we have the all important ice maker here as well. So it's a good way to finish up this boat is with an ice maker. Give us a call. We'll get you on this boat. We can give you a more detailed walkthrough, virtual walkthrough as well, if you would like. And take a look at the boat. It's great, great boat. So I think we're wrapped. And
Cue another video.
what's that?
Cue another video.
Want to cue another video? Okay, so we're gonna queue up another video for you guys. and we're gonna go up to the office and get that rolling and do a little live as well. Okay. Okay.
So dropped your dock line. We were heading for our first anchorage of a new. Excited? You bet. The same feeling that I felt the first time I set sail over 30 years ago was inside me. Pulling out past the breakwater, I couldn't help but wonder, what would I be feeling if and when I sailed back in? Would it be a few months? Would it be years? Would I ever sail back in? Those were real questions passing through my alleged mind. No matter what happens, I know I can sail her in. If the motor stops, who cares? I have sails. If the DVD doesn't work, so what? I can fix it when I get into port, or do without. But cruising as a lifestyle is more than that. You want everything to work, and if it doesn't, you have to fix it. When I last left to go cruising, I was in fairly good shape. Round is a shape, and I had no trouble getting around. But now I'm sneaking up on 70, and I don't feel a lot different. But after a couple of days out there, I realized there were quite a few things I used to do I could no longer do. No, I don't mean things like set sail or drop anchor or steer a boat. Those are no problem. But I find myself asking for help when something goes awry in the battery room. Oh, I can still get in there, but it's a lot harder getting down on the old knees, or more importantly, getting back up. But I realized something else a lot more important. When the wind is starting to howl at our first night's anchorage and we were hoisting the hook and setting the reef sail in the middle of the night, I felt alive. No, I don't mean I felt just alive. I mean I felt alive. There was a spark inside me as the sail set with 25 knots of wind blowing us south, and I found myself smiling. Not a big deal, you say? I can't remember the last time I had a big old grin on my face like that. The bounce was back, the feeling was back, and we were alive and well. Sitting there with my life partner, both of us just taking in the night, was like old times. As the wind slackened, without word I would start easing the reef, Jody would ease the sheet lines. When the sails were right for the winds again, we sat in silence, both of us lost in our dreams and our reverie. No words were needed or wanted. We were where we belong, cruising. If something breaks, we can do our best to fix it. If we can't fix it, we can do without. If I can't get in the battery room, Jody can.
For over 50 years now. So Jerry's going to walk us through a little bit of the history and how they made it through the recession and what they're doing now.
Sure. Catalina was founded in 1969 by Frank Butler, who is the founder and designed some of the early boats. Frank designed the Catalina 22, of which
live walkthrough on that Ranger 31 tug. When we're doing this for you, if you're looking at boats, what we do is give you either a Zoom meeting like this or a FaceTime, and we're much more interactive with you going through the boat and opening every door and cubby and looking under every hatchboard. So you get a really good understanding of what that boat is without being on the boat. So I know it's going to be different. It's going to be a little bit of a challenge for everybody to get used to it. But it's something that really keeps the COVID spread down. We don't have a lot of people going on boats and spreading the disease. And, you know, we know that there's asymptomatic people that could have the problems and not even know it. So we definitely keep the number of people on the boats down. We also wipe the boats down both before and after we show the boat. So we're really taking care of cleanliness. We do wear masks when we're on the boat, as well as gloves. Today, you'll see me on the boat without them because I'm talking to you guys, but our normal course of business is masks and gloves, so that we really keep that spread down. So once we give you a live walkthrough on our website, on every boat on our website, we have a 3D virtual tour, and you can actually go through that boat on our website and tour yourself through that boat. And these 3D virtual tours are really good. The photography is great. They really show well. And a lot of times we'll also have a Zoom meeting where we're using the virtual 3D model to show you guys through the boat, especially if you have any questions. Gailey, you on now or no? Okay, sorry. So really focused on getting you guys to see this boat the way it really is. We also do professional photography on the boat, and you've probably seen on our site how good the photography is. That is the actual representation of the boat. We spend a lot of time and effort getting these boats ready for you so they're nice and clean, and we take the professional photography so you get a real clear view of what these boats are. And then we do videos. We do walkthrough videos. So every one of our boats will have a walkthrough video, and you can just go through that walkthrough video and go through it over and over again and listen to me or listen to one of my sales guys talk about what the boat is. So between all those things, we're hoping and thinking that you guys will get a real clear view of the boat. And that way, rather than having to go see 10 boats, you sit at home, especially now with the shelter in place. You sit at home and you go through these boats, and you'll find one or two of these boats that you really like. And then once you really narrow it down, we want you to make offers so we know that you can get in contract on the boat. If somebody's asking $250 and you're only willing to pay $150, there's no sense for you to go down to the boat and worry about the spread of this coronavirus. So we want you to focus, get in on a boat, make an offer, get it negotiated, and then we'll take you on the boat. If you don't like the boat at that point, something's wrong that you didn't expect, that you didn't see through the walkthrough, you can reject the boat for any reason. So it makes sure that you get to know the boat through the virtual tours and virtual showings, and that we know that you can actually buy the boat. And we've seen that a number of times, that people, the buyer and the seller, just can't come to an agreement on the price. And then it doesn't do anybody any good to be doing the walking through these boats. It just doesn't help. So that's our protocol on selling these boats and getting you guys to see these boats. Do we have any questions from the audience? Yeah, I'm gonna put Gailey in this seat. She's gonna talk a little bit more about boat showing and social distancing. So yeah, say hi to Gailey.
Good morning, everyone. Morning, everyone. Really excited to be hosting the first annual virtual boat show with Atomic Tuna Yachts and Farallon Yachts. Since COVID-19, we've been working very hard to ensure that all parties, sellers, listers are safe. So we put a protocol in place so that we could continue on with the business, but by doing Zoom showings, which you heard Wayne talk about. So it's very simple. We just send you a Zoom meeting through your phone or computer. You can join us and we have a detailed discussion about the particulars of the boat, like you just saw on the Ranger 31 that Wayne walked through. But then you have an opportunity to ask questions for electrical, engine, horsepower, type of leather seats, rigging, etc. Get to look at the chain plates. So you get a very detailed overview. The other thing that we require right now with the COVID-19 is that everyone wear gloves and face masks. We wipe down the boats after every showing. If after the first virtual showing or live showing, you are still interested in seeing the boat, then you can come down and see that boat in person. The good thing is the boat yards are still open. We're still able to do haul outs and surveys. So it takes a little bit of coordination because the yards are backed up, the captains are backed up, surveyors are backed up. But the good news is that we're able to move forward. So for those of you that are sellers, don't worry, we're still moving the boats. It's actually very, very busy right now. Any questions? In the past, I guess it's been about a month and a half, we've had probably about 15 showings, wouldn't you say, Wayne?
Oh yeah, at least 15 showings, virtual showings. And we have 5 boats in contract right now from these virtual showings. So it's really been working well. People are really liking it, and you know, it's keeping that social distance. So yeah, it's a good thing. And we're seeing this throughout not only the boating industry, but real estate as well. We work with somebody from Lodi that does our photography, and he's into the real estate, and his real estate virtual showings has jumped 4 times. So I think it's a trend we're seeing for everybody with coping with social distancing. And I'm not a doctor, but I kind of have a good idea of what's going on. And, you know, I look at this COVID-19 problem, and I think it's going to be with us for a while until we get a vaccine. So we have to find out and do things different than we have been for a lot of different reasons, in a lot of different ways, not only just for the social distancing for COVID, but we're going to see this continue after the COVID is taken care of, and we have a vaccine. So it's something of concern for all of us. We here at Atomic Tuna feel that we've been prepping for this for the last 2 years. We've always been doing these 3D models. We've always been doing professional photography, and we've always done videos. And now we're doing more and more of those. So I think you're going to find that not just with us, but with other yacht brokers, that you'll get more and more of this virtual showings and not getting you on boats as much. And then why are we doing this? We're doing it so we can go out and enjoy the boat. And what better place to social distance than on a boat with your family? You gotta be a little careful. You don't want to have big crowds on your boat, but certainly with your family, get out on that boat and go enjoy it. San Francisco Bay has not closed down. We're still open. You can still get out there and you know, go out on your boat. Coast Guard is not enforcing any stay at home on your own boat. Of course, you go out on a big party boat and there's, 50 people, that's a different story. But charter companies with a big passenger count, they're not going out anyways, but you can on your own boat. And we're going to talk, I think tomorrow, on different ways for you to get out on the water. So not just with buying a boat, but other ways as well. So that'll be an interesting talk that we're going to have tomorrow.
So maybe one of the things we should talk about, Wayne, is the number of people when you're going through the purchasing process today in comparison to 3 months ago. For when you're doing surveys, we're limiting the number of people on the boat for the survey, and same with the haul outs as well. It's just because it's a small boat and it's hard to keep the 6 feet social distancing in place. So we're asking everyone to allow the surveyors to be on the boat themselves to do the survey. Minimize the number of people that are coming out for the sea trials itself. So you plus another person, so 2 people total plus a captain. For the most part, everybody's been very understanding and wants to ensure their safety as well as the safeties as others. So it's been a relatively smooth process, and we'll be sure to communicate to you the protocols of the surveyors, captains, and boat yards as well. So you're well prepared before you show up for your haul out and sea trial.
Yeah, that's really important. And also on these sea trials, that's probably our number one concern on keeping people safe on the sea trials. Of course, masks and gloves. And then it's going to be a captain, the buyer, and the salesperson. So if we can limit it to 3 people and keep our distance, then we'll be able to get these sea trials in. Of course, on a power boat, it's usually a little bit easier to do that. Sailboats, we have to be a little cautious on it, but we're getting through it, and it seems to be working really well. Gaila, you've got a few surveys and sea trials set up for next week?
Yeah, I have 2 surveys and sea trials set up for May 5th and 7th on a Tiana 48 deck salon and a Nordic 42, and then the following week on a Catalina 36 Mark II.
Yeah, nice. And the yards are open?
Yards are open. Typically, the yards are open Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays for the brokerages. So we call well in advance to make sure that we can get on their schedule. But they're letting us know on a case-by-case basis, since this is a fluid situation, what their protocols are, and we're communicate that to the surveyors and buyers as well.
Yeah, so then you have one person bring the boat down to the yard,
Yes.
and then they do the haul out, and buyers allowed to be there at the haul out?
Buyers are allowed to be there at the haul out. The yard personnel will come out and speak with you, so you don't have to go into the office, because they do have people working in the office, so they want to minimize the interaction. So they'll come out and meet with the buyers and the surveyors. So you're more than welcome to be at the yard. And then once the haul out and haul and hang is completed, then we'll go on our way on the survey or the sea trial.
So since you're outside and it's easy to keep that 6 foot social distance, are we requiring masks?
We are.
Gloves? Yeah.
Masks and gloves all the
Masks
time.
and gloves all the time, even on the surveys when you're outside.
Because you imagine it's very easy when you're talking, you cross paths, you're in close proximity at times. We want to make sure that people are protected at all times.
Yeah, no, that's great. And what yards are open?
KKMI in Richmond, Grand Marina here in Alameda.
Swenson's Bay Marine?
Swenson's Bay Marine is open.
Is KKMI over?
I believe KKMI in Sausalito is open now
Sausalito is
too.
open. Yeah, they're all on a reduced workforce, but they are open. And if you do buy a boat after the survey, you can still get work done at the yards. They're actually encouraging work, so they want to try to keep their employees employed and making some money. It's a really difficult time for them. I know one of the yards was shut down right at the very beginning for a few days, but they came back on. They were deemed essential businesses, specifically for the Coast Guard. They opened back up. So yeah, they have their protocols also. Everybody, of course, is wearing face masks and gloves. They don't want you in the office unless you need to go in there to either pay or get set up. So they minimize that. But yeah, they're all really being professional about it and abiding by the social distancing. So,
And I'd say the majority of surveyors are out working as well. So we haven't had any challenges securing surveyors.
yeah, and the surveyors, they are requesting, and not just requesting, but it's pretty much a demand that they are the only ones on the boat doing the survey. Now, you can still call them up and talk to them. They'll go through the survey with you. They're trying to stay healthy and really do a thorough investigation of the boat. In fact, some of the surveyors have told me that they feel they do a better survey when they're doing it without a buyer there, because they can focus more on the boat. So, we have the surveyors on board and they can go do their things. Same thing with the mechanical surveys, the engine surveys. They are still doing surveys. They are also requesting that they're the only ones on the boat. Rig surveyors, they're up in the air anyways. And you know how riggers are, they're a little bit hard to nail down, but the riggers, they'll just go up the mast and they're social distancing 100 or 60 feet up the mast. So good place for them. But yeah, we're still plowing ahead with doing surveys and getting these boats sold and closed, and it's all good. The finance people are working; they're busy. Interest rates are good. The title companies are doing really well, and they're still in business. So I think this industry is still cruising along, and we've actually been busier in the last 2 or 3 weeks than we have in 2 or 3 months, right?
Mm-hmm. Actually, there's one interesting story, Wayne. I think you were a part of it. We did back to the Zoom meetings. It's new for everybody. It's new for us. But we had the listing agent for a co-brokerage. The listing agent was in Maryland, Chris White Designs. The buyer is in San Jose. We are here in Alameda, and the boat was physically in Seattle. So through the 4 different locations, we were able to coordinate a Zoom showing of Atlantic 48. Very detailed. There was an hour Zoom showing, much easier than flying up there, especially with the COVID-19 and looking at the boat. As a buyer, you may not be happy with the boat. So, you're flying in a questionable time frame. You don't know a lot about the boat. So this is a great way to be able to learn more about the boat with the listing agent. Sometimes the owners are involved. And then the selling agent as well.
Yeah, that's great. So that is a good example of the virtual showings, and that ended up, well, tell us what happened with that.
So we did, an offer was submitted on that boat, and we went through the negotiations with the buyer and seller. Unfortunately now, because of circumstances, we did not go through with the purchase of the boat just because some of the economical concerns in the environment today. But in the future, I know there will be a boat for that particular buyer, probably in that same location, because he's really set on those Atlantic 48s. And so I'm looking forward to the next steps once we get past this a little bit further with this COVID-19.
So the buyer ended up and the seller not agreeing on a price.
Correct.
So that was an unfortunate outcome. They couldn't agree on a price, but you didn't have the buyer and the salesperson from here flying up to Seattle, and the broker from Maryland flying all the way out here for something where they couldn't even agree on a
Right.
price.
And the seller lives in New Zealand.
And the seller lives in New Zealand. So, you know, it's really advantageous to be able to do these virtual showings. So rather than having everybody go up there and then decide that, oh yeah, I want the boat, but we can't agree on a price, just don't go, and you negotiate prior. So, so really good outcome on that, even though that boat didn't get into contract. It really was, you know, an eye opener on how this whole process works. So we're happy to you know, do a virtual showing on any boat. I had a co-op on a boat over at one of the local brokers that I went through, and that went really well. That'll probably result in an offer on that boat. The buyer on that boat is in Denver. So he's never been on the boat, but, you know, I spent a lot of time with him. In fact, I think I spent 2 hours with him on that boat. That was a 41-foot sailboat. And we just went through every nook and cranny on that boat. So, yeah, it's definitely a good way to go. Let's talk a little about what we're seeing with the market right now. So if you're a seller, should you be putting your boat up for sale? And if you're a buyer, you know, what's the current market? And it's kind of interesting. We thought that going into this COVID-19 shutdown, that it would basically shut down the people buying and selling boats. But I think it's done exactly the opposite. I think people are sitting at home, surfing on the internet. They get to atomic-tuna.com website. They look at the virtual tours on there, and they're thinking, you know, I've been working hard my whole life, and here I am sitting at home, cooped up in my house with this stay-at-home order, and I should really be out boating. So we're seeing a big uptick on interest, especially mid-price and up cruising boats, sailing cruising boats. We're getting a huge amount of interest in these boats. And I think it's because people are sitting around saying, I need a boat. I should be out boating. I don't know if you guys have read the book Blue Mind, but you should. And it's about why when you are around water or in water or enjoying water, you feel better emotionally, physically, mentally, and everything's better when you're on, in, or near water. And that's us, right? I couldn't survive if I couldn't look out my window and see the water.
Well, it's like the same thing when we're going home. Wayne and I both are liveaboards and happen to be in the same harbor. And you can have a crazy, stressful day, and you go home down Powell Street. Our backdrop is a Golden Gate Bridge, San Francisco city skyline. And it's just gorgeous, and automatically that blood pressure decreases. You go into your little humble abode and have a cocktail that Wayne was talking about and relax.
Yeah, so Blue Mind, my wife was not a boater, and I dragged her onto a boat, convinced her to live on a boat. You don't want to know what I had to do to convince her to do that. That's a story for another time. But I asked her, you know, after we were there for a while. In fact, she gave me 6 months to see how it went. So 6 years later, we're still living aboard. And I asked her, you know, how she felt, and she said, you know, when I turn that turn onto Powell Street and I see the water and I see the beautiful San Francisco sunset and Golden Gate Bridge, she goes, everything slows down, everything's better. So that's why we're here. And with the COVID issue, you know, let's get out on these boats. And So if you're a buyer, no question, you know, it's time to buy a boat. If you're a seller, the market's strong. If your boat's been sitting there and you're done with the boat for whatever reason, you know, your dog's too old to climb on the boat, your kids have left, you are no longer living in the area. There's 100 different reasons why you're not using that boat. Put it on the market. We'll help you. We'll get it ready. We'll market that boat. We'll get it sold for you. It's a great time to sell a boat, right?
Right,
Gailey?
it's perfect. I was listening to you talk, and it reminded me of one of my current boats that I have in contract. The buyer is planning on going cruising. So he contacted us right at the beginning of the COVID-19 stay at home. So he was the very first person that I actually did the Zoom showing with. So there's a lot of interaction. He actually helped me learn how to do it better because I can't see what he's seeing on his end. So we did that for like an hour. Then he came in person. We spent about another hour and a half on the boat before he made his offer. And now he is actually the person that we're doing the haul out and survey for. So hopefully Scott will see his dreams come true in the near future, and he can set sail and go on his cruising excursion.
I just got a text from Mike Kazak, and Mike is a past customer of mine. I sold him a, let's see, Sabre, I believe. He says, Wayne and company, thank you so much for hosting the virtual boat show and for providing us great information. Do you know if one of the water services have reduced in numbers? Towing, life-saving, just curious. So my understanding that Vessel Assist is still doing their job. Coast Guard is still doing their job. No, I don't think they've reduced. I mean, of course, the ferries have reduced. I know SF, what's
Prop.
SF Prop, they're not running. You know, the fishing boats are not going out. The charter boats are not going out. So any of the boating activities that involve a lot of people, that's not happening. But as far as Vessel Assist and Coast Guard and all that, yeah, they're still around. They're still doing their job. You know, they're still, you know, saving us. Down in San Diego, however, and hopefully we have some people from other places other than just the Bay Area on this virtual boat show. San Diego, they've closed the harbor down. So my understanding down there is everything's closed. I think the yards, some of the yards may be open, and if somebody knows better, if they could let me know, you know, that'd be nice. But yeah, San Diego's closed down. LA, I don't think is closed down. Seattle, I think they had stopped fishing there for a while, up in Puget Sound, but I think that's opened back up again. Not sure about Portland, although I guess we're just getting into spring, or actually getting into summer. So it's about boating season up there. But yeah, Mike, thanks for that that comment and question, and hope you're doing well. Mike's a professor up at Cal Maritime with another friend of mine, Keir Moorhead. Big shout out to those guys. They're training the new mariners, and Mike's an avid sailor. He is trying to wear that boat out and using it all the time. But yeah, thanks for that question, Mike. Any other questions? Anybody? Let's see. Yeah, we've got a few here. Let's see what we got. Okay. Jeff wants to move on to more boats. Okay. Hey, Jeff, at 11 o'clock, we're going to be doing, let's see, what's our schedule?
The Hunter 49.
Hunter 49 at 11 and
Juneau 43.
Juneau 43 at 11:45. Yeah, that was answered. Let's see, Doug Vaughn, nice story. Let's see. Any yachts coming up? Jeff asked. Um, Hey, Jeff, we and the rest of the audience, we are expecting that we're going to start seeing a lot more boats on the market. We're going to start a listing campaign starting after the end of the boat show. And keep your eye out. If you signed up for the boat show, you're on our mailing list. We hope we don't overload you with emails, but we're trying to get you guys all good information. So as the boats come up, the new listings, we'll be announcing it to you. We'll send it out by email. We'll also be posting on Facebook. I'm not sure how we're doing out on Facebook Live, if we've got anybody out there or not, but certainly, you know, we're broadcasting out there and we're posting on there. YouTube Live will be adding videos to YouTube. So if you follow us on YouTube, you'll get notified anytime we put new videos up. And we should be doing lots of new videos. If you go to our YouTube channel, you'll see, I don't know, we probably have 30 walkthroughs up there now. So just kind of go through there and go through those walkthroughs. But yeah, we expect to be getting a lot more boats. So keep your eye out for new listings. Actually, I know, Jeff, you probably wouldn't be interested, but we've got a Oyster 53, a 2002 Oyster 53 that we listed, and that's over in Sausalito. That'll be coming up for sale probably next week. So keep an eye out for that boat. We also just listed a little North Sea 27, again, a sailboat, cool little pocket sailor that will be on our site. But yeah, we'll be bringing in more boats, definitely. Let's see.
We just got a message from Kurt, who just arrived from San Diego. And to answer the question about the port, he said very few boats were traveling around. Last week after customs check-in, he had to go into Anchorage and then to a public dock. He was at the 10 minutes out of customs both days and got questioned. Then he was left alone, monitored, and he was able to make his way back up here to the Bay Area.
All right, and that's Kurt Christopherson, and I sold him a boat 3 or 4 years ago, a nice Deerfoot 60 or 62. Helped him find that boat, bought it down in Oxnard. He brought it up here for a year, I think, and then he took off to Mexico. And he's been back and forth to Mexico a few times on that boat. He was ready to head off to the Marquesas. And with this COVID issue, French Polynesia has been shut down. They're not allowing anybody in. So he changed his plans. Instead of sailing off to French Polynesia and sitting out waiting for COVID orders to be lifted, he sailed back up this way, and he's hanging out here. Now, one of the things that he saw trying to find a slip was very difficult. A lot of the marinas are closed down to any new boaters. So you got to be a little careful if you're coming in from out of town or out of state. Finding a slip can be difficult. So make sure that you call around or give us a call. We can help out. We know a few of the marinas. I think Kurt ended up at Oakland Marina, Jack London Square. He ended up finding a slip there, but a lot of the other marinas are not allowing new people in. So, you know, you really got to be aware of what's going on with this COVID shutdown and how it's affecting different places. So, yeah, thanks for the heads up, Kurt. Let's see. Do we have a video from Brant we can roll?
Yep.
Okay, we're gonna roll a video for you guys from Brant Pemberton. He's our photographer and videographer and 3D guru. And he is going to talk about.
Good morning. My name is Brant Pemberton, and I own 39 Pixels. We are a photography and 3D tour video company based out of Lodi, California, serving the entire Central Valley and the Bay Area, providing primarily real estate clients with photography. Good morning. My name is Brant Pemberton and I own 39 Pixels. We are a photography and 3D tour video company based out of Lodi, California, serving the entire Central Valley and Good morning. My name is Brant Pemberton and I own 39 Pixels. We are a photography and 3D tour video company based out of Lodi, California, serving
with the stay-at-home order. What's everybody doing? Anybody want to? I just lost you. There we go. Oh, hey, there we go.
Good morning. My name is Brant
Brant
Pemberton and I own 39 Pixels. We are a photography and 3D tour video company based out of Lodi, California, serving the entire Central Valley and the Bay Area, providing primarily real estate clients with photography and other media such as virtual tours and videography, drone, all that stuff for their listings. You can probably assume that I'm pretty busy, and that assumption would be correct. So I had to do this screen recording as I'm pretty booked up today with appointments and couldn't join in live. So I hope you guys are enjoying the virtual boat show. I'm sure it's going well. I know Wayne and his team have been working really hard on it, so hope you guys are all enjoying that. Wayne actually and I have been working together for I think a little over 3 years now, and the interesting thing is before the whole virus situation had even become a thing, Wayne's been using virtual tours on his boats, which I thought was really cool because he's going definitely against the grain as far as what other brokers have been providing for their listings. I mean, you can barely see professional photos, let alone 3D media, videos, all that stuff for listings. So it's been really fun working with Wayne. It's been a learning experience all the way through. I mean, obviously boats are quite a bit different than a standalone house. So my original product when we first started to where it's at now has been transformed greatly just with the amount of work that I've been able to the amount of projects I've been able to do with Wayne. So it's been fun getting to learn a new talent, new technique, and to also help an industry that I think has been so underdeveloped as far as the media that's been used to sell these products or these items, the boats. So I love being on this side of the curve as far as being the front runners, and I definitely think. Well, without a doubt, Atomic Tuna is the front runner in the area, and has been for a while as far as the amount of time and effort they spend on capturing every single piece of the boat, which fast forward to today has now become essential, and in an environment where the proximity of people is, people don't want to get close to each other, and you might not even be able to go out and look at a boat in person with some of the shelter-in-place situation that's going on or laws that are happening right now. So having virtual media has become not just an add-on piece or an accessory, but it's become a necessity. And the cool thing is that it's not anything different than what we've been doing all along. So the change or transition has been minimal, or if nothing at all. Actually, we're not doing anything different for the listings now because we've been doing this all along. So it's pretty cool to see something that a lot of people that have been able to sell boats or sell listings, or they think they've been doing a good enough job shooting it with their iPhone, have now are looking at I believe they're looking at Atomic Tuna and some of the listings that Wayne has and going, man, I wish I would have been doing this all along. So it's been kind of cool to see that that transition. So you know, in combination, obviously you guys have seen some 3D tours, and if not, basically it's a, you know, 3D walkthrough, a 360 walkthrough of a boat, allowing you to go at your own pace and view every part of the boat that's important that for you to make a decision, at least, you know, make a very, you know, a majority of the decision on if it's something you want to purchase or not. Obviously, nothing beats being there in person, but the virtual technology, I think, has bridged that gap and at least gives you that initial meeting to know with the boat, a meeting with the boat to know that that's something that you actually want to pursue and go see in person. So you're not out just walking the docks and you know, walking away with nothing that you like. At least you know when you walk down there that you're going to see something that has already won you over and it's already got your attention. So I think with the social distancing laws and that sort of thing, you know, there's not going to be a lot of people just out wasting their time walking around. I think everyone's going to have an intention for why they are on the docks, and it's just a really cool, efficient way of being able to view a boat, whether you're in the area or out of the area. And so, you know, if you're in New York City and you want to view a boat in Alameda, you can do that, and in combination with good quality photos and some other media such as videos and that sort of thing. The combination of all the media that we're generating is definitely something that you know, before you go see that boat in person, you've pretty much seen every piece of it. So it's really, really cool. Technology's getting better. I think that going forward, this is going to become normal, and so it's been a lot of fun, again, working with Wayne and his team and kind of being on the forefront of this and doing this when people think that it wasn't necessary, and now, you know, now seeing that it absolutely is necessary. So that's kind of my piece about virtual technology. It's not going away. It's becoming easier and easier to use. The quality's getting much, much better, and I'm sure Wayne's going to take you guys through a couple boats that we've done, and it's been my pleasure working with Atomic Tuna and Wayne and the whole team all along this journey. It's been fun. I've got to see some beautiful sights of the city, and it's just strange to know that when you're out there, people pay to go see that, and I'm working and I still get to see it. So it's been a lot of fun, and I really enjoy it, and that's my message. I wanted to keep it short. I know you guys got a lot going on, and I hope that this helps explain a little bit about what we're doing and the technology and how it helps. And yeah, thanks guys. Hope you have a great rest of the virtual boat show, and take care.
Wrap up some of what branches said.
Are you back on, Wayne?
All right, welcome back, you guys. Hope you enjoyed Brant. He's really a great guy, and really at the forefront of this virtual tours, and he's got a lot of insight into what's going on the real estate side, and really helping us out also on the boating side. Does anybody have any questions? You want to shoot us any questions on what Brant just talked about, or what we've been talking about with this COVID, or tell us how you're coping? Has anybody been out on their boats during this time? And what's that been like? Where's my...
Actually, we know there's quite a few people that have been out on the boats from our local marinas. A few of them have been taking advantage and going to Clipper Cove on the weekends, or up to Paradise, Richardson Bay, for extended weekends. There's a lady Linda, who you're going to hear from, her and her husband. They have been taking advantage of this time and taking their 425 out sailing. I think they've been out like 3 times in the last 3 weeks, I guess,
Yeah.
averaging once a week.
Yeah.
So they sail right by our office here, so it's always fun to see them go up and down the estuary. I know they're having a great time up there.
Yeah, that's great. Have you been out, Kaylee?
I haven't.
Why not?
Because I've been busy with this virtual boat show. So as soon as we finish up the show and have a nice wrap up, a couple of virtual parties of latitude and attitudes and latitude 38. Then we have the haul out and surveys. And so I'm hoping like the following week, I'll have some time to take out my Grand Banks 42 out for a spin and have a delayed Mother's Day with my mom. She's an avid sailor as well. She lives on a Passport 40. So it's always fun to go out with her and my stepdad and just enjoy our passion of the water together. So looking forward to some downtime.
Yeah, happy Mother's Day to everybody. That's coming up when? Next Sunday?
Next
or-
Sunday.
Next Sunday, yeah. And not a bad thing to do. Take your mom out for a little boat ride. Take me with you. I'll be happy to go with you.
Okay. I think you're gonna learn some too about docking and tying up a cleat. So I could definitely use you as crew and some
Yeah,
help.
well, I am trainable, but I don't listen very well. So what have other people been doing? Let's see. We just got
Wayne, what's been going on with your boat?
with my boat.
You've been taking it out. I know you have the rib. You also have a Grand Banks 49.
Yeah, I'm kind of like the shoemaker's son with no shoes. I do have a boat. I do live on a boat, but we haven't had it out. We've just been so immersed in this virtual boat show and trying to get this thing up and running for you guys that I come home at night and I crash on it. I do have it, I do wash it down once in a while, but yeah, I haven't been out. And I do also have a 40-foot rib I run around in, and that also I haven't been out on. But yeah, I should heed my own advice, and maybe on Monday that's what I should do. Is go head out on the water. I know some of our salespeople have been out, right? Michelle and John.
Michelle was out a couple of weekends ago. I think John was out a few weeks ago, and he has a Nordic he was talking about bringing down this past week. So he looks for every opportunity to be out in the water as well.
Yeah. When I go home at night or, in the afternoon, if I'm around, I don't see too many boats out there, a lot less than there was, but I think it's time for all of us to, shake off that little spider webs and get out there and get that boat out there and go use the boat.
Well, one thing I know we'll hear from the liveaboards later on this afternoon, but they have been busy with their kayaking and paddle boarding. So you see quite a few liveaboards enjoying their water sports. They're still getting out there doing yoga, safe social distancing. There's a shoal just outside our channel there that one lady likes to go out to on a frequent basis in the morning. So it's a good time to get out, get some exercise. So if you don't have the time to take your boat out now, you definitely take advantage of those water toys that you have.
Yeah, it's certainly a good time for exercise. We've noticed that the air is cleaner, everything's fresher. There's places in around the world that there's no smog. LA's cleaned up. Mumbai is cleaned up. People haven't seen things in a long time because of all the pollution and that's all been cleared up. So good time to go out and exercise. Good time to go out on your paddle boards or kite surfing or things like that. But yeah, we should definitely get out there, especially if you're not working. Get outside and go use your boat. So. See, this afternoon, we're going to have a couple of, actually a number of talks. We're going to do the history of Farallon and Catalina. Pat Garfield's going to be here talking about that. That's going to start at 12:30. We're going to do a session on listing your boat or buying a boat. And that's going to be really interesting. It's going to give you some insights into what we do and what we see on listing and buying boats. So that'll be a really fun session. That'll be from 2 to 3. We're going to have some of the Farallon and Atomic Tuna sales people here. And then I mentioned earlier, Joan Burley's going to be here to talk about financing boats in today's environment. And then the liveaboards that Gailey had talked about, and then tying up and docking your boat. So we got a full afternoon for you guys. We got any questions? Anybody got any questions? Okay.
Want to queue up and get ready to head down to the 149?
Yeah, we could go down there a little early. Actually, let's go down and just kind of walk the dock so people can see some of the boats that we've got on the dock. And then we'll queue up at 11 o'clock. We'll have a little a walkthrough video for you on the Hunter 49. And then we'll go down and do another live showing on that Hunter 49, and then over to the Juneau 43. And we're going to do that Juneau 43, the whole thing live. You guys give us feedback on what you're seeing and what you like and what you don't like. All right, let's go for a little walk down the docks. Yeah, give me sound. Yeah, so sorry about that little bit of silence there. We were going to walk down the dock and show you guys, and we just had to get some things sorted out. But I'll tell you a little story about the Pacific Northwest. I was up there, let me take my sunglasses off. I was up there probably 4 or 5 years ago. And I don't know if you guys have been up there or not, but as you go north out of Seattle, you go through the Gulf Islands, first the San Juan Islands, and there's lots of cool little places there. And then the Gulf Islands, and you're going north, and things start getting more and more beautiful until you get to Desolation, and then you think it's the most beautiful place you've ever seen in your whole life. And then you keep moving along, and it keeps getting more and more and more beautiful till you end up in Glacier Bay with the glaciers. And by that time, you've had fish or crab every day, and you're just having a great time. So you guys should be thinking about getting up to the Pacific Northwest. There's charters you can do, or you can get a trailerable boat, or even sell your boat up that way. So yeah, that's one of my favorite spots in the world. It's just absolutely beautiful. So let's walk you down the docks. We're going to just give you a quick walk through of our docks. And are we ready for that, guys? And then we're going to go to the Hunter 49. We'll queue up at 11 o'clock. We'll start the video walkthrough, Kev, and then we will give you a live walkthrough. Okay, cool.
Okay, we're heading down the docks now. Here in gorgeous Alameda, sun's out, so bright and shiny. Actually, it's a nice day to be out in the water.
This is a nice day to be out on the water. Yes, indeed.
So these are the docks at Marina Village. There's 6 yacht brokers here. Richard Bowen Yachts, Cruising Yachts, South California,
Seattle.
Yachts, who took over the JK3 office. Denison Yachts. And is that it? I think that's it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6. And we share all these docks space. So Seattle Yachts is over here, Cruising Yachts is over there. We have this whole inner basin here, and also, so we have the whole inner basin over here, and also the slips on the left side of these docks. And then Bolin, Richard Bolin has all the slips at the end, mostly powerboats. We'll just give you a quick walk down the dock. We have a Sea Ray Sundancer 260. It's a 2004, 2006. I'm sorry, a little Sea Ray 260. And all of these boats have special boat show prices. So we'll be posting those prices and talk to you about them. They're a little Shock 25, great little boat. Asking 42.5. Boat show special is 39. Cool.
And I
boat.
hear this is a very fast boat, right?
Yeah, they're really good selling boats and really clean. Really a fun little day boat, easily trailerable.
And didn't Pat Garfield used to race a lot in hers?
She did. She had a little 20.
Right.
Little Harbor 20, yeah. And then the Ranger Tug 31 that you have already seen today. And then the baby sister or baby brother, it's a Ranger 27. That is for sale. Tiger Lily, what year is this boat? 98?
96, 98, yes.
98, Catalina 350.
Tiger Lily actually just went into contract.
Deborah Lee, it's a Catalina 315, 2014. That is also in contract. Sinaloa 2 is a Catalina 350. And that is, what year is that boat? 2000.
This is 2004.
2004. And then we've got a Catalina 380. It's actually getting a new engine put in right now. And our Deller 39 will be showcasing this boat in a couple days, as well as our Sydney 38. So great little racing boat. Won all sorts of awards.
Used to be down in Monterey.
Yeah, it's spent a lot of its life in Monterey.
And actually, if you are a fan of the US Open, you probably saw Bustin' Loose down at Pebble Beach with the sales race.
And then behind us over here is the True North 34 outboard model with twin 350 Suzukis. A great boat. So we'll be queuing up here in a minute, and further down here, we have a 2018 Catalina 425. It's like new. We're going to be going through this boat, really giving you an in-depth look at it. And then 2 more boats down here. We have a Beneteau 2015 Oceanus 35. And the last boat down here is the 2002 Juneau 43 that we're going to be back on in about an hour.
Okay, do you want to walk down to the Hunter 49?
Yeah, let's walk down to the Hunter.
This is hull number 1 of the 34 True North. The Charmed Life, it's a Catalina 470. This is actually Pat Garfield's boat. She sailed in the Transpac. Wayne, why don't you tell me about this boat that we're coming up on?
So this is another Catalina 425. Interesting story on this boat. The owners of this boat were not sailors, didn't know anything about sailing, and their friends who we're going to be interviewing on Saturday, Linda and Mike, they bought a 425. These guys went out for a sail with them, and then they bought another 425. So this is a 2019. This is a pretty new boat. 425, great boats, absolutely great boats.
Okay, ready, Wayne?
We're walking up to this 2007 Hunter 49. Asking price is $199 on this boat, and boat show special is $194. So a decent discount on this boat, and she's a nice boat. She's lived in the Bay Area her whole life, so hasn't had a lot of usage. She was in the Club Nautique program for a while, and the owner has done some skipper charters on the boat, but basically the boat's been here in the Bay Area for the entire time. So we're going to get you on this boat. I think they're teeing up a video on this boat for you first. Let me see if we get that up. Yeah, we're going to be teeing up that video. So when Kevin's ready, he'll turn that video on, and we'll show the video, and then we'll come back and we'll do a live chat.
It's a Catalina.
Hey everybody, we're here in Alameda, California today, and we're going to show you this beauty of a sailing boat, the 2007 Hunter 49, all decked out, ready to go sailing in great condition. So follow me and we'll take you aboard. You'll notice the first thing, you got a nice little swim step back here. There's a couple of hatches for access to storage in the back, and then center access, doors swing open, so nice and easy to get in and out of this boat, on and off. There's a swim ladder here, easy to deploy, easy to get out of the water, telescopic, really nice stainless steel swim ladder. Folds right down, stores right there. And then we enter into the cockpit area with twin aft wheels. So follow me into the cockpit. Okay, this Hunter 49 has twin wheels, and they're really nice position. You got nice seating here. You can seat a couple over here and actually one over here. When you're sailing, a lot of times you're sitting outboard, or even better, You're out on the pulpit seats back here. These are always kind of the favorite seats.
Yeah,
People
I
hang
know.
out whether you're driving on your autopilot or just a place to hang out and have a drink. Easy access to the jib sheets on either side, so you're not having to get in the way of your guests. And nice grab rail, compass on either helm, and you got a lock for the steering wheel. So it's rudder lock. Bring it down, locks it up. You get some access. There's some access back here. This is just storage. There's
I think it wouldn't hurt to use some of those videos as fillers.
back here.
We're just not like,
Odds and ends.
at times I felt like we were.
I know, but all we got is Catalina. I don't
Here's your
really
Oh,
do
the
Catalina.
all
lock
this
here
from
inside.
Catalina?
We have the autopilot control, another Raymarine Tri-Data, speed, depth, and temperature, timer, compass. You have your engine controls right here, single lever engine controls. And then you have your engine panel here, your start, your engine key and your engine panel, and your engine gauges on this gauge right here. There's also a hookup for a remote VHF mic that's down below. And then you have access here for storage. Plenty of room for winch handles or gauge covers. And then outboard is storage. So it's pretty deep, line storage, easy to get to, and out of the way of the cockpit, so you don't have to move your guests to get into this storage back here. And again, you have your Genoa or jib winch back here. Year 2019, the owner put close to $15,000 of new electronics on the boat, including this 12-inch Raymarine Axiom touchscreen multi-function display with AIS and radar, Doppler radar, I believe. So this is a nice place for this, so you can see it from either helm, or even if you're sitting down in the cockpit, you can swing it all the way around. Leaves on either side, easily sit 4 around this for dinner. Cockpit seating for 6 to 8. Plenty of room to walk around. Even if you get somebody sitting here, you can get by them. There's enough room to walk by. And you got cockpit storage under the seats. Big storage here. You can throw whatever you want in there. You can get a sail bag in there if you want. The other side is the same thing. Nice big storage. This has fenders and an extra power cord, some dock lines. Above our head is the traveler system on the arch. So that arch functions as both a place for your traveler, gets it up out of the cockpit, out of your way. And you can also put an insert for your Bimini that goes from your Dodger up to your arch. And then there's speakers up here, and there's a light right here. Make sure I turn that off. And your traveler controls are right here. So easy access to your traveler controls. Moving forward, we have 2 winches. You got an electric winch on the starboard side, and that controls your main halyard, your outhaul, and your main sheet and your vang. So easily raising the main. Actually, we don't raise these main. This is an in-mast furling. We pull them out, but you easily pull the main out. and sheet as well. On this side, we have the furling lines, in and out furling lines, the boom vang, and the jib halyard. So moving forward on the boat, you got nice side decks. The shrouds are, this is a B&G rig with the shroud swept way back, so you don't need a backstay, which is really nice. And the shrouds are set all the way outboard as well as inboard, so you're traversing through the shrouds is really easy. They actually give you a nice handhold as you move forward. You'll notice at the base of the mast, everything's led back, so you don't need to do any work up here unless you're going to fly a spinnaker. But pulling the main out, pulling the jib out, everything's done from the cockpit. So really nice short-handed boat. This boat has a nice vang on it. The sail was replaced in 2014, I believe, so it's fairly fresh mainsail. And this boat hasn't had a lot of use. It's been up here in the bay for most of its life. In fact, I think all of its life it's been on the bay. You'll notice there's no wood on the boat, so on the exterior of the boat, so you have no varnishing. Cleaning this boat's a dream. Just hose it off and use a soft brush and you got her cleaned up. Forward, you've got the Furlex furler, which are great furlers. You got a Delta anchor, about 35 pound or 45 pound Delta anchor. And back here is your windlass with a split chain locker and probably a couple 100 feet of chain on that. There's also a cleat here, so you can cleat off the chain with a chain snubber. And the bitter end of the chain is attached, so you don't have to worry about losing your anchor and rode overboard. The windlass is a Maxwell vertical, the windlass is a Lumar vertical windlass. So nice vertical windlass. A locker, it's really deep. There is a sail in there, and it feels like a heavy jib. In fact, it is. It's a storm jib. I'm sure it's never been used, but there it is. You get a storm jib with the boat. See that there's plenty of deck hatches for ventilation down below. You got 2 up here, you got another 2. So you got 2, 4, 6, 8 hatches. Bathroom hatch or head hatch, salon hatch, and forward stateroom hatches. So nice ventilation, nice stainless steel handrails. And a nice Dodger here. It's in really good condition. The polycarbonate windows are in good shape. They're a little bit discolored, but they're not scratched up at all, and they're all looking really good. You got handholds on the side of the Dodger, which make it nice for walking forward, as well as going across the back, so it makes it easy to get in and out of the way down. So it makes for a really easy entry into the below deck. Over on the starboard side is the galley with a Corian countertop, cutting board on the back side of the sink covers, so you can just flip them over and use your cutting board and put your waste in the sink. Double stainless steel sink, nice and deep. Microwave oven, easy to get to, and it's got the all-important coffee pot. So makes it great. You don't have to clutter up your counter with coffee maker. It's kind of a unique little setup for a sailboat. You've got a little exhaust hood here and lights, so you can actually see what you're cooking on your 3-burner stove with oven. Nice and clean. Doesn't look like it's been used, and it is gimbal. There's outboard storage. easy to get to here and up here, and then under the counter storage as well. You have drawers for your silverware, and then just additional storage for your utensils, more storage, one more drawer down there, and then you've got a closet for all your pots and pans. And then there's another cabinet for pots and pans, cleaning utensils, whatever, cleaning items. On this side, the inboard side, which makes it really nice if you're cooking down here, you can cook on either tack and be safe. And here we have a freezer on one side and another freezer on the other side. So plenty of space for freezing. And then another little fridge here. So good fridge space and good freezer space as well.
You show these again?
Yep. So here we've got freezer space on both sides. You lift it up, you got a nice freezer here. You got a little basket. You can pull out, load things up. You can get to the bottom of the freezer. Same thing on this side. And these open all the way flat, so you can just open them up and access your freezers. Put your fish in there that you've been catching and enjoying. Salon, we have a great C-shaped settee on the starboard side with this really nice big table with a leaf in it. So you can make it a smaller table, get around easier, kind of use it as a coffee table or expand it out, and you could fit probably 4 to 6 people here. The upholstery is in really nice shape all the way around. It's this light blue upholstery. We have a TV here, flat screen TV. There's room to put a bigger TV if you wanted to. This is probably a 34-inch or so. Outboard, there's some storage. The wood on this boat's all really nice. Some storage up on the other end of the settee as well. On the port side, we have another settee here, and this will seat 3 or 4 people easily and comfortably, or you can take the armrests out and you can sleep somebody in here, not a real big person, but somebody my size. And then you have storage outboard again. And this is a Bose system. So you'll see throughout the boat there's Bose speakers. It's 4 sets of speakers and a center speaker. So you get great sound here. Nice lighting throughout the boat. You get some port lights above the head here, brings in some light. And then you have a couple hatches here that open like wing hatches, opposite direction. So if you get any winds from different directions, you can get it into the boat, get good ventilation. And then we've got a nice handhold here, so walking around this boat when it's underway is pretty easy. Good handhold here and here. And then on the port side, as you get down the bottom of the steps, is your nav station. It's a great nav station. It's got a really comfortable seat. In fact, I'm going to sit in that really comfortable seat. And you got an armrest, so if you're on port tack, you got something to lean against, you stay in the seat. We've got a Raymarine 9-inch display, Axiom 9-inch display. That's also new in last year. And you got your nav table with place for your you have your nav table with place for manuals or just odds and ends, easy to get to. You Get some storage outboard. More storage outboard. You keep your binoculars in there. This is a panel with the voltage for your house bank and your start bank. And then some switches for lights and bilge pumps, things like that. And then this is your 110 side with the voltage, with your line voltage. There's Xantrax inverter here, macerator pump. And this is Hunter's tank gauge. So you just select which tank you're looking at, and it'll tell you here 1 is waste, 2 is water, 4 is water, 5 is fuel, 6 is waste. So 5, we got about 1/8 of a tank of fuel. And as we go back, we get to the day head and the guest head. And this is a nice head. It's electric, freshwater electric. You got a medicine cabinet, plenty of room. You got 2 hatches here, so you get good ventilation, or 2 port lights, good ventilation. Okay, this is the guest head. This is the guest stateroom on the port side. It's a nice size double. You sleep athwartship here. You could sleep along the center line, but it is set up as a thwartship. There's storage back there. There's storage here. A little bit of storage there. You have access to the bathroom, private access to the head. And you have a hanging locker here in its cedar line, which is nice. This is a double stateroom as well. We're kind of filled up right now with life jackets and cushions for the cockpit. But this boat has the office option. This boat has the office option with this nice desk right here and a little seat that swings out. So if you need to do some work, get away from the crowds, you got a nice little office down here to do that. If you're living aboard, it gives you a place to get away to do office work. You got a hatch here, you got a hatch forward, and you have one here as well. You got an opening port here, you got an opening port forward, and you have an opening port here. So we have 3 opening ports and an opening hatch over the overhead as well. Storage in this back area is ample. And when you look in here, it's not storage, but it's a washer dryer that's never been used, brand new. So nice place for a washer dryer. Everybody needs one on a boat. It's actually really nice. Forward under the desk is a set of cabinets with a drawer and opening cabinet, and then forward on the inboard side is a chest of drawers with 4 drawers and a little cabinet. All right, we're in the master stateroom now, and it is a real master. This is huge bed up here, lots of room. It's actually bigger than a queen. There's a little settee on the port side. You can sit down, take your clothes off, or put your clothes on, your shoes. Lots of room to stand up. There's 2 hatches up here. They open athwartship, so this opens that to the port side. This opens to the starboard side. So you get really good ventilation up here. Bed is additional storage. Couple drawers used for storage. A separate shower and head. Your head's over here. So we have an electric head with a sink and mirrors for the medicine cabinet. Lighting. We have a little hatch above our heads. And under the sink, there's some storage as well. Bilge and see what she looks like down there. So these soles on this boat are synthetic. They're a gloss type synthetic, and they're in really good condition. You can drop winch handles on it, you're not going to hurt it. So floorboard lifts up, and we have good storage here. There's a couple deep cabinets or
Unmute. Okay, Wayne, we're ready.
okay. Hey everybody, welcome back after that little walkthrough video on Belle Coulee. We're down here on the docks. We're going to give you a little live showing on it as well and answer any questions you have. So this is the 2007 Hunter 49, asking price $199. Special shows $194. You look at the top sides on this boat; they're all nice and shiny. Doesn't really look like there's any dings or anything on the boat. Just really shiny wax top sides. They were recently done, and boat looks in great condition. So come aboard. We'll start at the bow and work our way back. They mentioned in the video about the decks, these side decks. So they're really nice to walk along. You can just walk straight up. You don't have to do any dances around the shrouds, which is really nice. Going forward. Got the Delta anchor and the double chain locker. It's a combination chain and rope rode on this right now with that Lumar windlass and nice cleat and the tied off bitter end. Furlex furler, sail locker, Bomar hatches, and the storm jib is in there. This boat is all non-skid, no teak on the deck. So the maintenance on the boat's really easy. Just hose it down and maybe a soft brush it off, and away you go. The running rigging on this boat is all in good condition. Probably get 3 to 5 more years out of the running rigging, I would guess, maybe more. In mast furling on this boat with a B&G rig that's Hunter specialty, so no backstay. It's really nice. You get these deeply spreaders that are swept way back, which is really nice. Moving back into the cockpit, there is a offshore life raft. I believe it's out of date, but there's a life raft here. Nice Dodger, polycarbonate windows, pretty good shape. The canvas is in good shape. Doesn't look like there's any wear on it. Moving back, you've got handrails to hold on to go in and out of the cockpit. And you got a great cockpit here. Nice space for
6 people to hang out, 6 guests, and they're out of the way. You drive from back here. You control your jib sheets from behind the wheel. It's the best place. You can go side to side, or you can do it from in front of the wheel as well. And forward on the cabin top, the electric winch. That's used to pull the main out and furl it back up. So pretty effortless. And on the other side, you've got furling lines and jib sheets and boom banks. Let's peek inside one of these lockers here. View inside. And everything's labeled on this boat: bucket, 2 dock lines, deck brush. So nice big storage space in there. Got an extra 50 amp cable in there, and extra fenders, dock lines, anchor lines. On this side, we've got another storage locker filled with lines and life ring and cleaning supplies. The boat's Coast Guard documentation number is right there. Then you've got the center table with a little cooler. You can fill that with ice and put your drinks in there. Get some drink holders. You've got these leaves of the table swing up on either side. Make a good sized table. Sit around and have your drinks or dinner. Let's see. That's how that goes. And he put new electronics on the boat. We have a new Raymarine chart plotter right here. Twin helms. With tri-data, depth, speed, and temperature, as well as an autopilot, Raymarine autopilot. Both of them right here at the helm. And then engine gauges over on the side here. There's your engine gauges. The other helm, you have a tri-data as well. And then storage under the seats. Just nice, easy storage to access on both sides. And then there's a little swim platform right down here. Easy access, 2 steps down and you're on the swim platform with a swim ladder. Easy to deploy. Okay. Let's go down below. Let's check out the below deck. Hunter's made it easy so you can actually walk down these steps facing forward. This is a 3-cabin version with the galley on the starboard side. It's a really nice galley. You can be in here on port or starboard tack, and you're safe. You're secure on either tack, so easy to cook here. You have a 3-burner propane stove with a hood, with an exhaust hood and a light, which is nice. You have a combination microwave oven with the all-important coffee pot. So it's not sitting on the countertop taking up space and flying around. You got some storage here. Garbage can right there. So you can be working at the sink and throwing your garbage out. And then you got a couple big double sinks. Faucet pulls out. And these cornering cupboards over the sinks. So you get a nice big flat surface. Over on this side, you got freezer. You got a freezer here, as well as a freezer on this side. So huge freezer space. And then below the counter forward, you have a fridge and a second fridge. So really good fridge space as well. Okay, moving forward, we have the salon. Nice big C-shaped salon or U-shaped salon with a nice salon table with a leaf. The table's really pretty. It's kind of a burled wood. Really nice, pretty wood.
Wayne, does this table collapse?
This table, I don't know. Yes, this table does go down to make into a big berth. And it also, you can take the leaf out, make it a smaller table. If you're just kind of hanging out, you don't need the space for dinner or dining. On the port side, you have a nice settee here. You can see three here easily, or just hanging out. You know, one of the important things on a boat is if you're spending time on it, you want a place where you can like just kick back and relax. And we're always looking for corners. Because if you're sitting in a corner, it's just easier. So you can kind of relax and kick back. And this boat has 4 corners. So you get 4 people sitting back and relaxing on this boat. The upholstery is a blue kind of velour marine upholstery in really nice shape. Storage outboard. And that has the Bose system. So you notice there's some Bose speakers here. It's actually a 5-channel Bose system. You get speakers in each corner, and you have a center Bose speaker, so you get great audio on this boat. Got about a 32 or 34-inch flat screen TV. It's tied into the speakers. And then you've got really good light above head. These are just port lights. They're fixed. And then moving back, you've got some opening hatches that open outward, or actually they're wing hatches. So they open and allows you to get ventilation in. And a nice chart table over here. Good seating, kind of safe if you're underway, either tack, you're safe in that seat. All the typical hunter instruments and tank gauges and things like that. There's a pretty new E-perv up there. So forward is the master stateroom. Yeah, this huge bed. It's like bigger than a queen, maybe even the size of a king. Access on either side, so you don't have to climb over somebody. All the woodwork in here is really pretty teak, varnished teak. And the head system arrangement is set up so you have a separate head on one side with a sink in the head. And on the other side is your separate shower. Okay, so to finish up on this boat, I'll show you the two other staterooms back here. A little dark right back here now. This is a queen size bed. And then you have your second bathroom here, second head. Really convenient for guests as a day head. And then on the other side is the third stateroom. And this is about the size of a queen as well. And over here is your desk. So this is the office option with a seat that comes out. All right. Engine compartment is underneath the stairs. Engine access is right here. The Yanmar 4-cylinder. I think it's a 75 horse. Pretty low hours, like 1,500 hours. So really clean. So yeah, this is Hunter 49, 2007, asking 199. Special, boat show specials 194. Give us a call, shoot us an email, text us, let us know if you're interested. We'll give you a more in-depth showing on the boat, virtual showing, and then see if we can get in contract with you. So thanks for joining on the Hunter 49. And it'll be the Juno 43.
So here we have a beautiful 2002 43-foot Juno Sun Odyssey deck salon. With solar panels, this has both the rigid solar panels and flexible solar panels up on the top. So we'll start from the bow of the boat and then work our ways back. So this boat was raced in the Pac Cup last year, so it has a lot of upgrades. We have a Rockna anchor, windlass, nice deep anchor locker, some light chain, and then a remote here. There's safety lines. And here we have 3 hatches on the forward deck, and then 3 more on the top side for plenty of ventilation. Look at the 4-spar in mast furling with quantum sails. The sails are, I think, about 2 years old or 3 years old. With the boom bang, all the lines, as you can see, run aft for easy handling. The life raft was placed on board and certified last year before the Pac Cup. So if we work our way back, we have our Traveler. Nice isinglass windows that were installed about 3 years ago. Fairly new canvas, it's in excellent shape. Here we have the 2 flexible solar panels. And we move into the cockpit. I have upgraded Harkin winches with the lead furl, and they're electric. You have that on either side, slow and fast. When you're steering the boat, nice comfortable seat, loose helm for easy steerage. Your hybrid touch screen, so you have easy visibility, so you could do your chart plotting here. And this swivels, so anywhere that you sit in the cockpit, you have access. A lot of times when you're underway, you're sitting right here. For the Pac Cup, you need to have an emergency rudder, so that was custom designed and that's on board as well. I also have a list of all the upgrades and additional parts that had to be manufactured and put in place for this boat to be certified for the Pack Cup. Here you have two propane tanks side by side, so easy to swap out when you're underway. And then you have additional storage right here, so easy open, access to the genset controls. Additional storage in here, plenty of lines. Fit table on both sides, as well as storage right here. And additional cockpit storage here, so plenty of storage in the cockpit. So you see the teak floors are in excellent condition with the caulking. Easy access entrance. Below you walk into the galley. This is a very well thought out galley for additional counter space, for cooking, prepping, easy handholds when you're underway, so it's definitely designed for blue water cruising. A double stainless sink, refrigeration cabinet, so you can reach down below. Here we have freezer and then additional compartments, so access storage in your way. You don't have things flying around. And another wonderful asset, so you don't always have to reach in. You can get in from the side as well. So these easily collapse, so you have plenty of storage space. Plenty of place to work on the counter. Plenty of storage behind, nice and deep for your plates, cups, outlets. There's a 4-burner stove. Force 10. Additional storage underneath, as well as back here. So you can tell this boat is designed to go to Hawaii. You have plenty of lights around, so it's nice and light. A lot of people feel or don't care for the dark sailboats that sit down below the water. This is nice. And come to the master stateroom. You have a queen walk around. Or sorry, scratch that. You have a queen size mattress. Again, there's plenty of storage here on both sides. Storage under the cushions here, as well as in the hanging lockers. So full-size hanging lockers on the port and starboard side. Here you have easy access to the back of the engine, Yanmar engine. Well thought out. And then a cabinet for the controls for your solar panels, as well as your windlass and winches. So everything is easy access right here. Don't have to get into the nooks and crannies when you're underway. So for the guests, you can also access the head shower from the main salon as well. Great feature about the salon area. Again, this was in the Pack Cup, so they have everything that's housed right here, so you can sit on either side of the navigation table. Nice large storage area with your control panel here. You have your auto helm. It's equipped with AIS, the radio, stereo, speakers, surround sound speakers. Weekend cruising, you can fit about 8 people comfortably here, and just relax and have a good time. Below the decks, beautiful teak and holly decks, you have the water tanks as well as a Spectra water maker. Another great feature here, again, talking about the plenty of storage that's equipped on this boat. You have storage here, underneath the settee on both sides, as well as behind the settee. A lot of times when you're racing, you have a lot of crew. There's quarters here, a double bunk for your crew. This is also a manual Jasco head with a large sink, 3 storage cabinets, ocean air screens throughout the boat, including the restrooms. And the forward V-berth. Underneath this V-berth is a additional diesel tank, 40-gallon diesel tank. So you can do long range if you needed to and needed additional fuel versus having those jerry jugs on board. You have storage in both on the side here, as well as a full-length vanity mirror. So thank you for joining me on the virtual tour of this gorgeous 2002 Jeanneau 43 Sun Odyssey Deck Salon. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me, 505-554-6221. My name is Gailey Bergen.
No, but I'm live. So, hey, everybody, thanks for joining us on the Jeanneau 43 video walkthrough and the Hunter 49. Gailey's going to give a little bit of talk about the Jeanneau 43 next. So,
Yeah,
take it away.
thanks for coming along on the walkthrough of the 2002 Jeanneau 43 Sun Odyssey Deck Salon. Again, this boat was outfitted, certified, and raced in the Pack Cup in 2016. It has a lot of upgrades: AIS, single side band, emergency rudder, the life raft, which you saw. Your sails are the Quantum Dacron full mainsail, 135% on the Genoa #2, and 102% on jib 3, and then an asymmetrical spinnaker as well. Great boat you want to come down and see. It's perfect for cruising up and down the coast, the Baja weekend sails, as well as racing. So if you have any questions, please give us a call at 505-554-6221.
You want to give us that phone number again, a little slower?
505-554-6221.
How about an email address?
And you can email Gailey, that's G-E-L-I, at atomictunayachts.com.
All right. So, Gailey, I understand that Jeanneau 43 was set up for the Transpac.
It was.
No, not Pack Cup, right?
Pack Cup in 2016.
2016. So they raced to Hawaii on it. The owner raced to Hawaii with a crew, and
Yeah, the owner, Gene Scott, with a couple of his friends, they went out and then had a great race out to Hawaii. The boat performed perfectly, and in their downtime, he and his wife, they did the coastal cruising up and down the coast.
in Hawaii.
No,
Here. Yeah, and then they sailed the boat back from Hawaii.
right.
Yeah, which is a challenging trip. I've done it a few times. It's always a challenge. So on that 43 for the Pack Cup, what are some of the things that they do for the Cup?
Well, you have to have an emergency rudder.
So that's a separate emergency rudder.
Separate emergency rudder. They had to upgrade their system, so they have the single sideband, they have the AIS. All that was upgraded in the last, 2016. They had to have the keel inspected. They updated the keel bolts. They updated the rigging and the step on this boat. So tons of additional safety equipment that they had to acquire for the Jeanneau as well.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. So I've been on a couple of Pack Cups, and those Pack Cups are fun races. It's really serious. You're out there and you're surfing down 15 to 20 foot seas and doing, 10, 12 knots, surfing down those waves, and you're in your shorts and t-shirt and loving life. And it's a great race, great way to get to Hawaii. and lots of fun. And you get to really get your boat ready for cruising. So this boat's all set for cruising. It's got a water maker on it.
It has a water maker, has a Spectra water maker. Actually an additional fuel tank as well. The owners had plans to do the Baja this year, but they changed plans. They're going to be enjoying life in the Pacific Northwest in the near future. So the boat is ready to go on its next adventure.
So do we have Gene Scott online? Is Gene there?
I'm here, Wayne.
Hey, Gene, how you doing?
Good. I can't show you, I have to be incognito. The backlight here in my office just makes me a black blob on videos. So I'm voice only, I'm afraid.
Okay, that's cool. So everybody, we got a little treat right now. We got Gene Scott. He is the owner of the Juneau 43. He's joining us. And Gene, what do you like most about that boat?
Oh, wow, Wayne, that's a great question. And how long do we have?
We
Actually,
have till, we got 20 minutes.
Yeah, I could fill up 20 minutes, I think, just answering that question alone. But several things. First of all, as Gailey said, it really is a great performing boat. So even though it's set up as a very comfortable cruising boat, the hull used on the 43 it's a fast, slippery hull. So you get great performance from the boat. Down below, boat is extraordinarily comfortable. And in Gailey's walkthrough, she referenced the berth cabin, the bunk cabin. And that's actually my favorite cabin on the boat when we're offshore, set up for with lee claws and so forth. And so that was my favorite berth, going and coming from Hawaii.
Yeah, it's a nice cozy cabin for you to hang out and sleep and be comfortable.
So the boat took good care of us. As folks who followed the Pac Cup in 2016 probably remember, it was actually the most challenging Pac Cup in terms of weather in the history of the Pac Cup. And Agasea and her crew were given the Pac Cup Seamanship Award at the end of the race.
Tell us
and
about
this
that.
ties into another feature on the boat that Gailey mentioned, but I want to highlight for you. And that is the additional diesel storage that the boat has. And briefly, what happened, a J boat that was one of the serious racers, we were in the cruising racing division, had serious structural issues with their boat and had to motor into Hawaii. And so we were the only boat around, number one, and the only boat, number two, that had sufficient diesel that we could meet up with them and transferred about 40 gallons of diesel to them. So they had the ability to motor into Hawaii.
Yeah, so even though you were a sailboat and not allowed to use your engine, you had that extra diesel aboard and you helped these guys out and you made the transfer out at sea, which is quite amazing.
Yeah, it was really, it was an amazing thing because the weather was still pretty challenging. But for in less dramatic situations, Gailey mentioned we were set up to go to the Baja Haha. And so with plenty of fuel, number one, plenty of electricity because it has new batteries, new gel cell or AGM batteries, and the solar panels, about 580 watts of solar panel power, and then the Spectra water maker. You can stay in Mexico or anywhere you want to cruise for as long as you want and be very self-sufficient. So I guess those are a few more items that I would add back to the question that you posed at the outset. What do I really like about the boat?
Yeah, so on the battery storage and the solar, can you stay on the hook and just run off solar?
Well, yeah, the boat, I won't say it's a power hungry boat, but anybody who's cruised significantly knows that refrigeration is, your big energy draw. The reefers actually in the freezer on Augustea are pretty well insulated, but we would on the pack cup, for example, we would be able to go for about 3 days with before we'd have to use the engine for recharging, the battery. And that was refrigeration and autopilot, because autopilot drove the boat virtually the whole way there and back. So out on the hook, without pulling, autopilot power and so forth, yeah, you could easily pull down, you could go for a long time. And as long as you had sunshine, stay ahead of the refrigeration.
Yeah, solar panels are getting so inexpensive these days, and they're so efficient. And the AGM batteries, you don't even have to maintain. It's just great combination, rather than having a generator and all the noise and oil and stuff. Running off solar panels is definitely a huge benefit. So, Gene, tell us about sailing the boat. What kind of speeds do you see, and what's the boat like?
Well, as I mentioned a few moments ago, the boat is actually a good performer. She's a fast boat. For the bay, for example, in the summertime, we switched down to the number 3 jib to the 100%, 102%, as Gailey said, and that that works well in the bay. It's easy to overpower the boat, and Gailey also mentioned the main. Main's a full vertical batten quantum main. So it carries about 15% more roach than just a standard battenless main that came stock with the boat. So as a consequence, we do pay attention to the old sailor line of when you think you should have reefed, you're probably a few minutes too late. So. Right. So she performs very well, and but we don't need to canvas her heavily to make her go. Sailing in the coming back to the pack cup, and my reference to the challenging conditions that we had there. One of the things that people often talk about is how squirrely boats can get, especially when you start reaching, if you're doing, off the wind reaching, in terms of the autopilot driving the boat. And as I said a few moments ago, the autopilot drove the boat, I don't know, probably 95% of the time, all the way to Hawaii. And we didn't have any drama as far as how the boat tracks and so forth. It was very well behaved. So kind of gave us a real test that the boat's a stable boat, good tracking boat, well-mannered boat when you're out in big ocean, big water. And we had, believe me, big water.
What were you seeing for wave heights out there?
Oh, well, we had the first 3 or 4 days out of San Francisco, which are always in the Pac Cup, typically the more challenging time. We had 20-foot waves consistently.
Wow.
When we were coming to the aid of the J, I think it was J1. I think it was J120. And we were still about 500 miles out of Oahu, and when the J would go down in trough of a swell, what we would see would be the top half of the J's mast. So that was, and those were the benign conditions. One of the really great things, coming back again to the question you posed about how the boat performs and what she liked to sail, is my crew for the Pac Cup was my wife and a good friend of mine who sailed with me a lot, and his wife, and then a relative of theirs. So we had 5. It was, a good sized crew, and no one ever felt that the boat was not going to take care of us. We had the kinds of challenges and things that happen on any kind of major offshore trip occur, but the boat, no one ever felt any sense of dis-ease, if you will, about how the boat was taking care of us. Did a great job.
Yeah, so that boat has twin wheels.
Single wheel.
Single wheel, I'm
Single
sorry, and not really nice sized cockpit. So what's your typical day hanging out, while you're out cruising in that cockpit?
Oh, well, the cockpit is a benefit of the boat because it is spacious. So sitting out at anchor, for example, like going over to Clipper Cove, which is one of our favorite things to do in the bay, and hanging out there, and so the cockpit seats are fairly long. So just my wife and myself, you can stretch out in both sides, grab a book, nice adult beverage. So for I think of Mexico, for example, because both we were set up to go to Nahaha twice, and unfortunately life got in the way of both of those.
Yeah,
but I've been on the Nahaha 3 times, and so I fantasize about how great that boat would be as a ha-ha boat, because great cockpit to hang out when you want to be on the hook at some of those great anchorages on the Baja side, and then of course we're very comfortable down below, kind of as Gailey showed. They're nice down below spaces as well.
So how was it, Gene? How was it cooking down below?
How's it cooking?
How was the cooking, and when you're doing the Transpac? Because there's a lot of space down there. Did you feel safe? Was it easy?
Yeah, well, in the Pac Cup, to be quite candid, we didn't cook a whole lot for the trip out, because it was just simply a challenge. It was just too much of a challenge. Now the galley is I would say, frankly, I don't want to sound like I'm now being a critic of my boat, but for a serious for serious conditions offshore, my former boat was a Cal 39, so it had a much smaller galley, and we sailed that boat to Mexico several times, and being able to wedge yourself between the companionway and the galley with a galley butt cloth,
strap
was very secure. For this boat, and again we have the what's it called, Wayne? Put around your butt and attached to the
a galley strap or
galley strap. Yeah. Obviously we had that, and so of course the stove gimbals, and often it was at a really dramatic angle, but given the conditions that we were in, we did all the things that we were comfortable doing, and the galley served us pretty well. The refrigeration really worked well for us, and we had, like many cruisers do, we'd made a number of frozen entrees beforehand, and so then it was a matter of popping those in the oven. It's got a nice, it's a great oven that you showed on the walkthrough in the Force 10, and so that worked out well. So it's a great galley for cooking, but I don't think nobody was doing a whole lot of cooking, I think, on that particular pack cut.
Yeah, it's a little different when you're racing and you're just focusing on racing. Although one pack up I did, I was a chef on the boat, and we had a full-on turkey dinner for the halfway party. That was a big one.
We had plans, like not quite a full-on turkey dinner, but our halfway point, we were still rocking and rolling.
Yeah. So Gailey had mentioned some of the things that you did to the boat for the pack up. You got anything else you want to fill in on that?
Well, it didn't mention the Iridium Go satellite setup, and I won't belabor it. People who are not aware of the Iridium Go, they can easily Google it and get information on it. It's absolutely a fantastic piece of gear that links up with your cell phone. It's got a dedicated Iridium antenna, external antenna, which is really critical if you want all-around, all-time access to the Iridium satellite. So that was one of the things that I would want to emphasize. We've already talked about the electrical power and the charging capability, but for offshore work, if you have those times when the sun isn't cooperating with you, it also has a 160 amp, obviously very high output alternator for those times you have to use your engine, and then you can throw a lot of power into the battery. And the thing about the emergency rudder that Gailey mentioned, and I just want to expand on that a little bit, because that's a really big deal.
It is a big deal
for a boat like Agasea, for a boat like the Jeanneau 43. You really have to have a very robust and custom emergency rudder mechanism. So ScanMar, which makes the emergency rudders, the MRUDs, ScanMar came and it's fully custom, very beefy emergency rudder setup. Disassembles and is carried in the V berth under the V berth's cushion, and that's for anybody who is going offshore and so forth. That's something that can provide great peace of mind. Off chance something bad happens to your rudder.
Yeah, and hopefully
So,
nothing does, but if it does, it's nice to have that for sure.
And then the other things that that Gailey's mentioned, the for the pack cup, having the ability to take showers and not have to worry too much about our water usage, because the Spectra Catalina Mark III water maker was churning out water and doing it very energy efficiently as it's rated to do. That's absolutely one of the most wonderful things I've ever experienced on a boat. And then the other safety gear, so the single side band, I've already mentioned the Iridium, the AIS with it's a Vesper AIS system with a display at the nav station, and then of course you got a display on your nav plotter as well. So to do serious offshore work, really what a person would need to do is a few kind of minor safety additions. You'd have to have your own emergency wire for your VHF and so forth.
Yeah.
You know, a few little things like that. Make sure the flares are updated, and boy, away you can go.
So if somebody's out there looking to go cruising to escape this COVID issue that's going on, they can just buy this boat, put their clothes and food on board, and basically take off. Not much to do, right?
That's the way I'd characterize it. She is about as ready to go as any any vessel that you probably find, and would take excellent care of whoever's aboard.
Yeah, you know, we're getting a lot of calls from people that are looking to go cruising, and this is just a really sweetheart boat. What's the asking price on it, Gailey?
The asking price is $149,000. Our boat show special for the weekend is $145,000.
Yeah, so give us a call on this boat.
Did you have a chance to talk about the convertible forward berth?
Oh, Gailey, thanks for mentioning that, because that is a feature that I have to confess I've not ever tried, but one of the unique things about this model, and I should say maybe as a parenthesis that the SO43 the deck saloon was done in two versions: a charter version, which had laminate and so forth, and then the owner version, which is what this is, which has the upgraded, it has teak and it's gorgeous finishes throughout. And one of the unique elements about this particular model, and there were three of the saloon model, is that by removing a couple of bulkheads there at that berth cabin, and moving the bulkhead that opens into the V berth, move that forward to connection points that are right behind the compression post. The V-berth and berth cabin transform into a huge stateroom forward, which then would also have an ensuite head because of the forward head is now part of that cabin. So the berths, the bunk berths, fold down to become a 6-foot plus settee, and then the V berth, of course. So it becomes if there were like two couples, for example, who wanted to go do some extended cruising, I don't know, they might end up having to fight about who gets that forward cabin.
Yeah,
because
it turns
would
into a nice
be,
guest salon.
Yeah, it would be really something. I've not done it. The instructions in the owner's manual are very explicit. It says in the owner's manual, you can knock it down and reconfigure in about 30 minutes, maybe after the second time you did it.
So Julie,
But
talk to
thanks
us
for
about
mentioning
the
that.
aft stateroom.
I'm sorry, Wayne?
Talk to us about the aft stateroom.
Well, absent the use of the forward area as this massive cabin, as I just described, the owner's stateroom is typically the aft stateroom. As Gailey showed in her walkthrough, it has a huge berth. It's certainly queen size, and I don't know, might even be a tad larger. There's capacious storage on either side of the berth, and then there are two hanging lockers on each side, and then access to the main head from the aft cabin. Also in the main head, I don't know that we saw that on the walkthrough, but there is a separate stall shower, very large shower, separate shower. So the aft cabin is well, it's just very, very spacious. And for those who might be thinking about long-term cruising, there's an immense amount of storage in the boat, probably too much because, you can get carried away and drop it
You
on the
fill it
water
up, huh?
line another inch or two. But for example, under the aft cabin berth, the forward part of that is about a third is where all the battery banks are. And then the latter 2/3 has storage underneath where you can put those things that you don't want to access very frequently, but you want to certainly have on board, your spares and so on and so forth. So the aft cabin is a great place to rest and reflect on your great cruising at the end of a cruising day, or when you're enjoying yourself at anchor on the hook.
So you mentioned spares. There are any spares on the boat?
Well, yeah, they are probably the most significant spare is there's a complete Type 2 autopilot drive, Raymarine autopilot drive. There wasn't anything wrong with the one that's original to the boat. It came with the boat when I bought it. However, I'd heard so many horror stories about autopilots crapping out during offshore cruising or offshore racing that I decided, well, I'm going to have a spare. So for the Pack Cup, we put a brand new drive unit on, then sent the original one to Raymarine. They went through, refurbished it. Everything was great. Actually, they upgraded some of the gearing inside from what had been plastic parts to metal parts. And so now there's a complete backup Type 2 drive unit. There's the boat's loaded with flares and there's a backup alternator. If anything ever happened to the big 160, there's a 70 amp backup that's available. And for the water maker, there are enough spare filters and pickling solution and so forth to keep folks underway for quite a while.
That's great, Gene. We really appreciate you being with us for the boat show and going through Augustea with us. We're excited to have that boat as a listing. And like Wayne said, we have a lot of interested buyers and looking forward to the outcome of the boat show and continue to show that boat and get in a contract for you.
Hope that's the case. Thanks, Wayne. Thanks, Billy.
Thank you too, Gene. And if you're a buyer on this boat and you want to ask Gene questions, contact us and we'll get you in touch with Gene, and Gene will fill you in. He knows this boat inside and out, and it would make a great cruising boat. Time to escape this stay-at-home orders and get out there and go cruising. So, Gail, you want to wrap up on this boat?
So again, it's the 2002 Jeanneau 43 Sun Odyssey Deck Salon. We have a boat show special pricing of $145,000. So if you're interested, please give me a call. It's 505-554-6221. Thank you.
All right. And next we're going to go to the history of Catalina. So Farallon Yachts has been around San Francisco for 40 some odd years, 43 years. Pat Garfield's owned it for 23, 22 years. They've done a great job as a Catalina dealers up here. And we're going to run a little video for you on the history, and then we're going to interview Pat. So she's here in the studio today. So let's go with let's start off with a video.
Well, Wayne, thank you very much for the opportunity to talk about Catalina, and welcome aboard. We're delighted to have you as our new rep in the San Francisco Bay Area. Farallon has a long history in the Bay Area. Dealership's been there about 40 years, and your takeover of the outfit means new enthusiasm, and you have great product knowledge and great sailing experience. So should add up to success in the Bay Area again.
Great, Jerry. Thanks a lot. And as you can see here, Catalina has been in business for over 50 years now. So Jerry's going to walk us through a little bit of the history and how they made it through the recession and what they're doing now.
Sure. Catalina was founded in 1969 by Frank Butler, who is the founder and designed some of the early boats. Frank designed the Catalina 22, of which about 16,000 have been built. It's been continuously in production since 1969.
Wow.
And we have a few on the line right now. So among one design boats of that size, it has to be a record. We're very proud of the 22, and it still has a strong following and great class association.
16,000, that's incredible.
That's quite a number.
It is.
The boat's evolved a little bit over the years. The one we're building now is called the Catalina 22 Sports. So the boat is about the same weight as the very early boats, which had dominated one design racing in the 22 class. And it's very competitive with those boats. So it's really reinvigorated the Catalina 22 Class Association. Shortly after that, the Catalina 30 was introduced. That was also designed by Frank Butler. Then the Catalina 27, it was designed by Bob Finch. I've been with the company since 1976, and the first boat I was involved in and designed was the Catalina 36, and that was 1981.
That was a very popular boat.
Extremely popular. We built 2,305 36s over a period of about 25 years. The boat evolved a little bit over that time, but still kept the same underbody and same rig so that the boats could race equitably and have one PHRF rating.
Wow.
So it's one of those boats I think does everything pretty well. You know, a lot of people cruise the boat successfully and many people race the boat successfully.
Yeah, and now we're building totally different boats, and Jerry's going to talk a little about what happened through the recession and with the new 5 Series.
Well, to back up a little bit, we had manufacturing plants in California, where the original plant was, in Woodland Hills, and we acquired the Morgan plant in 1985, and the Morgan brand name. And of course, great facility here with lots of good employees. We had always been building boats on the East Coast, both in a couple other plants here in Florida, because of course, East Coast is a big market. Even when we're building solely on the West Coast, about 70% of everything we built went to the other side of the Mississippi. So to be competitive, because freight's expensive, we had to have plants on both coasts. Frank founded the plant in Fort Walton Beach, Florida first, and then there was a smaller plant in the Carolinas.
Is that a problem?
When we purchased the Morgan plant, which is now our primary manufacturer, in 1985, doing all of our new here at this plant, so that when we made the transition.
So when it's time for me to go on, what do I do?
Very little tooling from the West Coast plant here. So when we did that Catalina 310, a number of other new models, they were all tooled here, so the molds would already be here. One of the great advantages of very talented employees who really know how to build boats and can do some of the more complex mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems that are required in modern boats. The boats we built in California, in many ways, were much simpler boats. We didn't do things like air conditioning installation, and generators in those boats. But it's a part of modern boating life. People require all those modern conveniences on even smaller boats. So
yeah, that's for sure. They want luxury on their boats now.
True. But you mentioned the recession. That really hastened the move of the entire manufacturing base from California to Florida. Like all boat builders, we no longer had the volume to support 2 plants. And since we were pretty well set up here to take things over, all the manufacturing moved to this Largo, Florida plant in 2008. The California plant is still there. We have offices there. Our sales department is there, run by Sharon Day. And we have accounting department there as well. So there's a staff of 6 to 8 people there running just the administrative offices, but all the manufacturing happens here at this plant.
And that's in Woodland Hills, right outside LA.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
Right.
Very much in the area where the plant's always been. It's in the same building that the plant's been in since the early 80s. Here, where our plant here in Florida, now we have 27 acres. We have 8 distinct manufacturing buildings. It's really kind of a manufacturing campus. And we have several production lines, including a couple of new buildings that we built here in 2005, just before the recession.
So you've got 8 buildings. What are those 8 buildings?
Well, unlike the Woodland Hills plant, where we basically did all operations and manufacturing in one large building. We did have an off-site machine shop, but basically everything happened in one large building. Here, it's more of a campus arrangement where we have a building for lamination, a building for tooling, a separate building for woodworking, a separate building for wood finishing, our varnish shop, and a separate warehouse area, and another building with employee cafeteria. Again, it's more of a campus. Things are a bit spread out, but there's some advantages to that as well. I mean, in case of a catastrophe like a fire or a hurricane, it might destroy one building, but it doesn't destroy everything.
And you do get hurricanes through here.
We do, yes. Yeah. We still have a few doors we need to fix from the last one, but we're getting there.
Oh, that's great. So you were talking about the recession. Tell us what happened during the recession and how you guys made a decision and what that decision was.
During the recession, which the depths of which was early or mid 2000s, 2006, 7, 8, it really hit the entire marine industry very, very hard.
Yeah.
Fortunately, we were the only sailboat manufacturer in the U.S. to stay continuously in production throughout that time. Every company shut down for some period of time, either to retool or because they couldn't, they didn't have the market to support the boats they were building. We worked hard to stay in production so we could hold on to the very best people we had, because the heart of any company is talented individuals that actually build the boats. And you've got to provide those folks a living and keep the company going no matter what. So it was pretty grim for a while during the depths of the recession. We significantly had to cut staff and production just because the volume wasn't there. But we kept going, and our goal was to develop some new models so we could come out of the recession running, because we knew it would end someday, with some fresh new models that would address what we saw as kind of an evolving market. We knew that it was not going to be like it was pre-recession anymore, that there were going to be perhaps fewer buyers in the market as people became a little cautious with their money. And they were probably going to be more experienced, and many of them were not going to be buying their first boat. So we transitioned the brand during that period of time from one that was very price focused, we try to be still very competitive, to more features focused, and present to the customer what I think of as kind of a value proposition. When you're dealing with a more mature and more sophisticated market, again, most of them are not buying their first boat. They know the difference in the ways boats should be built and a boat that's built to a price. And so we decided to take the high road there and stay with the things we think and know make a quality boat. All of our 5 Series boats have lead keels, not cast iron keels. Cast iron's a lot cheaper, but it's way less efficient and has some real distinct disadvantages. We decided to stay with real wood interiors. Our interiors are all teak and maple. We like maple because it's a North American hardwood and so a bit lighter, but it's a great wood for boat building. Teak, of course, is traditional, has wonderful coloration in the wood, and is very durable. So we decided we'd stay with teak and maple and stay with lead keels. We also put proper size rigs on the boat, stayed with larger engines as opposed to offering a small engine as the base engine and having an option for a larger engine. We put the engine in the boat we feel is correct for the boat and recommended by the manufacturer. We stayed with proper hardware. You know, typically, we follow the manufacturer's recommendation for things like winches and bump up a size because bigger winches make it easier to sail your boat, and a more sophisticated customer knows that. So we looked at systems, tankage, engines, sail plans, materials we use, lead, teak, and decided that's what was going to make us successful. And curiously, it added some cost to the boat, but not a tremendous amount because labor's a big factor. And so it might have cost us an additional 15 to 20% to build a boat using the materials we believe in and think are correct. And I think it's given us some advantage in the marketplace over most of our competition now, which is European.
Yeah, most certainly. When you look at some of the competition, the quality just isn't there compared to Catalina's. Catalina quality is just really top notch. And if you haven't been on one of these boats recently, or one of these new 5 Series, you really should get a look at it. They are really well made. And you need somebody really to point out all the different quality items on the boat and how they're doing things different. And Jerry's going to talk about some of those as well.
Thanks, Wayne. Well, big difference, I mentioned lead keels. We like lead keels over cast iron, and all of our European competition has gone to cast iron keels because they're a lot cheaper. Cast iron is pennies on the dollar versus a lead keel, which is about $2 a pound by the time it's on the boat. And all of our lead keels are coated with epoxy and faired with epoxy as well. Lead is much more efficient because, of course, it takes a smaller envelope to contain the same ballast weight, so you have less wetted surface. A big advantage of lead keels Aside from the fact that lead doesn't corrode underwater the way cast iron does. If you look at some boats with cast iron keels, after a few years in the water, they look like, some giant insect's been chewing on them because they inevitably rust and develop big corrosion blooms and rust areas on them. So aside from the reduced maintenance, we think safety is a good reason to have a lead keel. You want a material that will absorb some impact and energy if that boat hits a reef, a rock, some hard object underwater. We've seen typically a Catalina 470 hit a reef going 7 knots.
Wow.
And it put a heck of a dent in the keel, but it didn't do anything to affect the structure inside the boat. I personally inspected the structural system of that boat because we have a molded one-piece grid in that boat, and there were no cracks at all. Typically, when a keel hits a fixed object and there's a lot of inertia and energy, it will deflect the bottom of the boat. And when it deflects the bottom of the boat, things inside that are not flexible, like the grid, separate from the hull structure. The ability to absorb that energy in the keel really protected the structure in that boat. It had about a 10-inch dent in the forward end of the keel, but that was basically bodywork. They were able to pound the lead back into shape and refair it without any loss of ballast. And the boat was back in the water in a couple of days. Had that been an iron keel, it would have flexed the bottom of the boat, separated the grid, and it would have been a massive repair job, if not a complete total of the boat.
Just like cracking an egg.
Just like cracking an egg.
Yeah, I've actually had a little experience with that on a boat that that I owned. We ran aground, and it really cracked the hull, and it was a major, major repair. And Jerry's going to talk a little more about the 5-piece construction of these boats and how that structural grid really strengthens the boat.
Thanks, Wayne. One of the things that we looked hard at when we developed the 5 series of boats, and I sort of been integrating this technology into the design of boats like the Catalina 470, which were a fairly advanced boat for us to build at the time. Typically, before that, if a manufacturer had a interior glass part, meaning a hull liner, the approach was to make that hull liner work as both structure and bases for furniture, if not full pieces of furniture. By furniture, I mean galley units and settees and things of that sort. We had done that as well on a lot of the smaller boats. The Catalina 36 was built that way and a number of other models, which is fine. But what you find yourself doing is either to make this one large molded piece serve both functions, you're either compromising the structure or you're overbuilding the furniture. So you're building unnecessary weight in the boat. And so I took a fresh approach and said, let's look at this again. And it's going to be a little more expensive to have a separate molded part. So we do one large molded grid inside the hull. And then a secondary part, which is the support for furniture and the cabin soles and maybe some galley counters, that sort of thing. But we can make that appropriate weight for furniture and keep the structure where the structure needs to be. So we're supporting all the tanks properly. We have a series transverse mast support system with a stainless steel truss inside, anchors for chain plates, mounts for the engines, which we fill with foam. And we can really build the grid as a single purpose structural element, and then build all the furniture bases and furniture parts much lighter and make them work exactly as they need to support, to function as furniture inside the boat, but yet be relatively light. So we've lowered the CG, we've created a superior structural system, and we've made the furniture much lighter.
And that makes it a stronger and stiffer boat.
It does, it does. When we bond the grids to the hull, we cut out all the centers of the areas that would contact the hull, leaving a flange around the perimeter of the grid structure. And we set that in methyl methacrylate adhesive and then glass over the edges. It's fairly common with other manufacturers to have a similar system to leave those center panels solid and put a bonding adhesive under the center of that panel and press that into the hull, just attaching the grid with adhesive. Often a brittle adhesive, meaning a mixture of resin of some type. We don't do that. We use methyl methacrylate because it's very, very strong. It's actually stronger than the parent material. Wow. The downside of having that contact area that is filled with that brittle adhesive is if you ground that boat, and as we mentioned, we were talking about keels, the hull flexes independent of the grid. You've now started to crumble that material between the large flat surfaces of the grid structure and the hull, and it's very difficult, if not impossible, to fix. So I really believe in the way we're doing it. It's worked very well. We've never seen a serious failure there from grounding. It's repairable. Whereas boats built a different way, it might actually be, might total the boat because repairs become so expensive. But all of our boats now are what we call 5-piece boats, which you mentioned. So we have a hull, we have an interior structural grid, we have another liner that goes on top of that, which forms some furniture pieces. Then we have a deck and a full deck liner that runs the length of the boat. It's not a modular piece, it's one piece from one to the other. And we join all these pieces together while the parent part is still in the mold. So we take the deck liner and the deck, when they're still in the mold, invert one and put on top of the other and join them together. We do all the assembly of the interior structural grid and the hull liner while the hull is still in the mold. So we get perfect alignment of all those parts because the tolerances are very, very tight between those. It's way less than 1/4 of an inch longitudinal tolerance to set these parts together.
So what are the advantages of the deck liner and the deck?
Well,
why do you do it that way?
We've always done full deck liners, but it's now evolved into a much more sophisticated process. We're coring all our decks with a material called carbon core, which is a honeycomb plastic reinforced material. It's very light and it doesn't absorb any water, and it's great in compression, which is what is important in decks. On top of that goes the deck liner rather, which is again one large monocoque structure that goes from basically one end of the accommodations of the boat to the other. And we can make that fairly light, minimizing weight, but also we don't have a lot of fasteners in the overhead. It's very easy to clean. Maintenance is nil. It's a nice, we finished them in a matte finish, so it's a nice low glare overhead texture. We put certain cavities in that where you might have to get it hardware or for wire runs, but it's a very clean look.
Nice.
In the deck itself, we, before the liner goes in, on the deck lamination, we put large pieces of aluminum. And the purpose of the aluminum is to allow us to tap most of the hardware into the deck. So things like sheet stoppers, fair leads are all tapped into aluminum plates and set with an anti-seize compound. Critical hardware like winches and mooring cleats, of course, go through the aluminum plate and have nuts and washers as well. So it's kind of a pants and suspenders for the, belt and suspenders for the critical hardware.
So this is really important. You've probably been on boats where you've got leaks from cleats or some of the hardware on the deck, the stoppers or whatever. And the way Catalina does it, there are no leaks there. The aluminum plate, the backing plate, is bonded into the hull, and then it's tapped and threaded, and the bolts go through, but they don't penetrate. So if there is any water that ever gets in there, it can't get to the inside. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. So it's just a super great system.
It also means another benefit is if you're maintaining your own boat or you need to replace a stanchion or a railing, you can do it all on deck with hand tools. It doesn't require any disassembly of cabinetry inside the boat to say replace a stanchion if a stanchion is bent, and that happens.
You don't have to pull down the headliner
correct
to get to it, so it just makes it really easy, and it's just a much better system. You know, Jerry, you were talking about the lead keel, but we didn't talk about the rudder. Maybe we should talk a little about the rudder and how you guys build these rudders and why they're better.
Well, a few years ago, I'm going back now 10 years, I really looked hard at how some rudders fail and why they fail. And it really caused us to rethink and redesign our whole rudder assembly system. We have adopted asymmetrical molds for all of our rudders. And by asymmetrical, I mean that one side is the major side, one side's the minor side. The major side of the rudder incorporates the leading edge and actually wraps around the leading edge of the rudder blade. It had been traditional, and we did it for many years also, to have symmetrical rudder molds, which each half would be mirror image from the other half. The downside of that, we learned, was that it gives you a joint at the most vulnerable part of the rudder, the leading edge. Most rudder failures are caused either by impact to the leading edge of the rudder or compression when the rudder comes down on a hard surface, like even a sandbar. And we have symmetrical halves with a joint in the center, they want to split. By wrapping the fiberglass around the leading edge of the rudder, we've created a semicircular column in the front of the rudder, which takes that compressive load very well. It also allows us to build up inside the rudder enough glass so it's less subject to damage from impact. It works very well, but the other issue with rudders is how they're assembled. We looked hard at the way we have been doing it for many years. The way many people still do it is to weld a plate to the aft edge of the rudder post, assuming it's a stainless steel rudder post. And that plate works pretty well. We did it with plate with big holes in it, like a lot of folks do. So when you close the both halves and inject foam in there, that plate would stop the post from rotating inside the rudder. The downside of that is you have an edge attachment of that plate to the post, and it doesn't take much movement for that to break that weld. Our rudders are now, if you look at them in plan view, are triangular sections. So we built a truss. So we have a weldment on both sides of the post that joins at the aft end of the rudder, making a triangular shape, which is very, very strong and much more resistant to bending as if you had an edge attachment to the rudder post. The other thing we do is after we've got both halves of the rudder laminated, we take this truss system that's welded to the aft end of the post and set it inside the mold after it's been laminated and heavily glass that truss system to the major mold of the rudder. What that did is it took the foam out of the structural equation. In our rudders, all the foam does basically is exclude water. It's not a critical part of the structure of the rudder. Wow. If you think of a rudder made with a structural foam core, it's kind of like a stick in a popsicle. The only thing holding that stick in the popsicle is its attachment to the frozen mass inside. Well, I want to get away from that. Our rudders would be perfectly functional with no foam in them at all. Of course, you don't want to carry that water around, so we put the foam in to exclude water. The other real benefit of that is the post can never move independent of the skins of the rudder. A lot of rudders fail when the rudder taps the bottom and breaks the bond around the post at the top where it exits the rudder blade skins. And now you have even a tiny crack. And of course the rudder's, a couple feet underwater, and by hydraulic pressure forces water into that tiny crack. If you're in a cold climate, when you haul the boat, that water can expand. And after a couple of seasons or cycles of freeze thaw, the rudder splits. That's why if you walk around boat yards in northern climates, you often see rudders with the little cracks and weeps of rust coming out of the bottom. That means that water has attacked that weldment inside, which is bad news.
Yeah, that's not a good thing. So if I recall correctly, the rudder posts are a little bit different also.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, talk to us about the construction of the rudder posts and why the Catalina rudder posts are better than our competitors.
All of our rudder posts are 316 stainless steel, but they're double wall stainless steel, and we have an insert that goes into the bottom of the post so that the area that traverses the hull, that goes from inside the boat to outside the boat, is solid stainless steel.
Wow.
And that solid piece of stainless steel rod sticks out of the bottom of the post because, of course, the post has the taper as it goes deeper in the rudder. And the weldment is that truss-style weldment I just described is welded to both those. So you have tremendous resistance to bending when it's solid stainless steel where it goes through the hull.
Wow. So now you have a much stronger rudder. And let's say somebody does ground the boat and they knock off the bottom of the rudder. What happens?
Well, the bottom approximately 30% of all of our rudders are designed so they can be breakaway parts. You could break away the bottom third of the rudder and you're still going to have 2/3 of the rudder to steer the boat with. Second level of safety built into that is, say the very worst happens and something hits the rudder and does manage to shear away part of the skins. You're still going to have that major skin of the rudder attached to that weldment inside the rudder. So you might have a pretty jaggedy piece of fiberglass there, but you're still going to have enough surface area to be able to steer that boat.
That's really incredible. So if you end up in the South Pacific and you bump a reef out there with your rudder or with your keel, you can still keep going. You're not stuck there and have to get a tugboat come in from Papeete or somewhere else to haul your boat away. So, you know, all reasons why Catalinas are better boats and better cruising boats.
We really focused on safety. That's an example of that is our lifelines. All of our lifelines are stanchions are 28.5 inches tall.
What's the normal height?
24.
24.
That's the minimum required by most racing rules.
Yeah, so 28 inches gives you a little bit taller lifelines, easier to grab a hold of.
Well, it means a person of average height walking forward can hold on to the lifeline and not have to crouch over, where you're inherently a little bit off balance when you're crouched over.
And then you guys have done something pretty unique on the lifelines around the cockpit. Tell us about that.
All the lifelines around the cockpit are solid rail lifelines, either 1 inch or 1.25 inch stainless steel, and that goes all the way up to the gates just after midship. So when you step out of the cockpit, you're grabbing a solid stainless steel rail, not a wiggly piece of wire.
Yeah, and as I understand, you guys have also really considered the ergonomics of the boat.
Yes, I put a lot of emphasis and attention into getting the ergonomics right. Little things like I think one of the places where people feel a bit off balance is traversing from the cockpit to the weather deck. So we always try to keep the height of the weather deck and the cockpit seats pretty close. And the example, the 545, they're exactly the same. And we have an indentation in the coaming, so it's a very gentle step over the coaming from the cockpit to the weather deck. And again, you've got a solid stainless steel rail to hang on to. Things like seat backs. Our coamings, seat backs in the cockpit tend to be fairly tall, depending on the model, anywhere from 14 to 16 inches, which does a couple of things. One, it makes you feel much more secure in the cockpit if you're laying down on one of the cockpit seats. But also, it's much more comfortable because it's hitting you, mid-back, not lower back. So when you lean outboard, you've got good support in the cockpit. All of our cockpit seats are always long enough to sleep on. I'm a big fan of sleeping in the cockpit once in a while, and it's nice to be able to know you can do that on any Catalina model.
So on the 54, the 545, and I think on the 425, you have a feature on the starboard seat. Is that right?
That's something we start on the 425, and it's been very popular in that it lets us open up that berth. There's a large hinged panel that rests on the cockpit table leaf when it's down, and it makes a nice big double bunk in the cockpit. And of course, it disappears when you don't need it. But on every model, which we do that, we provide cushions so you can make the cockpit into a nice big sun lounge or even a nice place to sleep in good weather.
I was on a 545 for a little sail yesterday. Actually, it was a motor. We didn't sail, but it was really stunning how you would be in the cockpit, and the Dodger was high enough that you never had to duck. And the polycarbonate windows are so clear, it looked like there was no windows there at all. So the cockpit's really nice, really functional. It's got great sight lines. Anything else about the cockpit you can tell us?
Well, we always make the coamings wide enough so you can sit comfortably on top, because a lot of folks do that. Our cockpits, typically in our newer boats, we make the aft seats where the helmsman is going to be primarily. It wraps forward so you can sit just aside of the wheel and have a clear sight line forward, or you can sit after the wheel if you're motoring and have a clear sight line forward, even if you're just keeping watch without a pilot on. But that's 7.5 inches typical difference between the aft seats where the helmsman is and the cockpit seats lets you see over passenger's head.
Nice.
It also gives you a clear view of the stem fitting. On all of our boats, you can sit at the helm and see the bow fitting, which I think is, great when you're docking the boat, especially to be able to have clear view of the stem fitting. The house isn't so high or the cockpit was not so low. So we pay a lot of attention to sight lines, ergonomics.
Yeah, that's great. Hey, everybody, we're back live, and that was just an interview I had done with Jerry Douglas from Catalina Yachts. He's been with them for 40 some odd years. Main guy down there, runs the factory, also does the designs. But I want to bring us back home a little bit to introduce Pat Garfield. Pat's been the owner of Fairlawn Yachts for 23 years now, and one of the top Catalina dealers in the nation. And she has lots of stories to tell. So Pat, how'd you end up at Fairlawn Yachts?
Well, thank you for inviting me to come here today, Wayne. It's a pleasure working with you, and I really appreciate what you're doing here today. I think it's really excellent. My beginnings with Fairlawn are sort of amusing, at least to me. Years ago, at this time, they had a boat show every year at the Jack London Square. And I went to the boat show. I had sold one of my companies, and I went to the boat show to buy a cruising boat. And I had sailed on Catalinas as a kid back down in Newport Beach. And that back then they were the little 22s, and wasn't really thinking of Catalina as a cruising boat. So I was writing a check for I hate to say, a competitor's boat. And my friend came and said, you have to look at this Catalina. I said, no, I want a cruising boat. No, you have to look at the Catalina 470. It's really well built. It's this, it's that. I said, no, I'm writing a check. No, you gotta go. So I got pulled over to the Catalina, and it was almost, love at first sight. there was, so much detail, attention to detail. The fit and finish was so nice. The salesman had just basically took the whole boat apart and showed me how the stringers were put together and how the whole built construction of the boat. And I immediately fell in love with this boat, ripped up my check, which just horrified the salesman that had paid for me to get into the show. I want to thank him for that. And so I bought right on the spot the Catalina 470. In fact, it was hole number 1, and someone else had actually purchased the boat. And I was a little on the cocky side and said I would pay him more than he paid for it so I could have hole number 1. And I can't really say what he said, but he loved his boat as well. It's actually the Frizzels. And so I got the very next hole that was available, which turned out to be hole number 7. And I first got the boat. I was just so thrilled to stay on it. And I didn't have a slip here at the marina, so they let me stay at Fairlawn. So I would come down a couple of times a week, and I'd stay on the boat, and I'd get up real early in the morning, and I'd put my little suit on, my nylons and high heels, and I'd get off the boat and I'd look around, and everybody was bright-eyed and smiling and tan. And I thought, I could do this. This could be something that I could do. So as I walked by the office, I stuck my head in. Tom Johnstone was the owner at the time. And I said, Tom, have you ever thought about selling? And he said, you caught me on a good day. Little did I know that any day would probably have been a good day. Long story short, I ended up buying Fairlawn. I loved the Catalina so much that I felt so passionate about being able to actually sell the boat that I bought the company, and sort of the rest is history. It's been a wonderful run. It's a fabulous company. They make, I think, the best production boat on the planet. And we've been very successful for years. We were the #1 Catalina dealer in the world. I'm 20 years into my 5-year plan of retirement. And I met Wayne at Sail GP, actually. And we got into a dialogue, and the next thing I knew, or he knew, I should say, he had purchased Fairlawn, and it's been a wonderful transition. They're a great group of people. He's got a very good team of people that he's working with, salespeople and technical people, as you can imagine. And it's been really a great run for me, and it's a great company to work with. And and I'm just so pleased to have this transition into as nice a group as it's turned out to be. Atomic Tuna. They're good people to work with. Come down and see them. 1070 Marina Village Parkway, Alameda, 7 days a week. Come by a boat.
We're really honored to be able to take over this really esteemed brokerage here in Catalina Dealer. When I took over, I knew about Catalinas. I had sold Catalinas. I liked Catalinas, but I didn't really know about them. And I went down to the factory and met up with Jerry Douglas, who you just saw the interview with. And he took me through the factory and explained all the reasons why Catalinas are better. And I walked away from that with a different understanding of Catalinas. And they're just fabulous, fabulous boats. We'll go through, have another session where we'll talk about why they are better. And you can compare them to the other boats out there. But I'm sold on them. They're just great boats. But getting back to Pat, so she bought this 470, and I think she got a little tired of people saying, you know, Catalinas aren't really offshore boats. So what'd you do?
Well, that's exactly right. People would come in and say, well, you know, just my wife and I, my husband and I, and, you know, we want to cruise, but, you know, it's too big a boat and it's not blue water, and it you know, it can't be handled with just two people. So the captain that worked for me, Diane Murray, and I decided we would do the Transpac. So in 2005, we're the only two women that have ever double-handed in the Transpac race. And we took the 470. We raced against Cabo Rico 56, Jeanneau 54, all in our division, and beat all of them. We did come in the middle of the pack, but we did have some things on board that a lot of the other cruiser or racers didn't have, like a washer and dryer and 3 cases of wine.
At the beginning.
At the beginning. So we were long suffering, but we had a wonderful time, and the boat just it was spectacular. It was, if you ever have an opportunity to do the race to Hawaii, it's well worth it. And Catalina can handle it beautifully. And she was just a wonderful downwind boat and very competitive as well. So at the end of that, then we turned around and sailed it back from Hawaii.
Just the two of you?
Also just the two of us.
2 over and back. That's a lot.
And to this date, no 2 women have ever done the Transpac. Again, just
Wow.
double-handed. So that's kind of our feather.
Wow.
However, on the way back, we got caught in a gale. So that was a different level of excitement. But again, the boat did way better than I did.
Yeah, that's just amazing. Yeah, and Pat's going to be participating in the women's panel. Is that tomorrow, I think?
Yep, tomorrow at 10.
Tomorrow at 10 o'clock. So you'll get some more stories about Pat and her sailing tomorrow with the other women that are on the panel. But you said you were the #1 Catalina dealer. How many boats did you sell?
I think our best year we did about 50 new boats.
50 new boats. Wow, that's real. That's 1 a week.
We had a great run, and it's a fabulous boat. People, it's not uncommon to buy their 4th, 5th, 6th Catalina from us. It's you know, if you have a good experience, you buy again, and that's kind of what we've seen over the years. So it's been really fun.
So how many repeat customers do you get?
I'd say 60-70% of our customers are repeat.
Yeah, and then the other ones, they're just finding out how good Catalinas are.
Exactly.
Yeah, interesting. That's pretty cool. So what made you one of the most successful brokers? I mean, you're selling Catalinas, of course, but what else did you do that made you one of the most successful brokers in the country, or the most successful for years?
Well, you know, I went into selling Catalinas because of the passion I had for Catalina, for the line. I had kind of retired, and so I wasn't motivated necessarily by making a lot of money, although it didn't hurt. But our motivation was to provide a great product with great customer service, and to back up that purchase with, lessons for the customers when they purchased, continual warranty and hand holding. And we were really focused on making people's dreams come true, making them happy and, not motivated in just trying to sell a boat. And I think in the long run, that has really paid off. People appreciate that you care about what their dreams are and you care about what their true needs are, and that we work very hard to build a boat that fit exactly how they want to use it, whether it's just bay sailing or whether it was cruising around the world. We had a number of boats that went world cruising. So I think our success was based around just being so customer focused. And I hope that's what you hear and what you felt, since you've been on board.
Yeah, for sure. We get people calling and, coming back, bringing their boats back because of Pat, and also, wanting to buy new boats because of Pat. So yeah, it's a big deal. That customer-centric focus is really, really something that stands out and people remember, and you get a customer for life, and they're Fairlawn customers. And, Pat is still helping out with me. I mean, I've got a lot to learn from her. And the customers, when they come in, they're always asking about Pat, and they don't know me yet, but they're learning. But yeah, it's really, really important that we do that. Yeah, Pat. So what's next? You gonna go sail again, or you gonna go sail to Hawaii?
No, I wish. I wouldn't mind sailing to Hawaii, but I do want to do some boating. That's really why I got into this business. And I have my Catalina 470 still, my original boat, and
Yeah, you got a fleet, right?
I do have a little bit of a fleet. Thank you.
What else do you have?
Well, I see I have a Stevens, a 78-foot Stevens.
Beautiful boat. Absolutely beautiful boat.
He's a wonderful boat. I have my 470. I have a little Go Fast Protector, my little Porsche on the water, and a couple other little boats.
Yeah, I'll tell you a funny story about Pat and her 470. You want me to tell this story?
I don't know what it is. I'm a little nervous now.
So Pat decided, just a couple months ago, that maybe she would sell the 470. And she actually got the boat in contract.
I'm so embarrassed by this. I never did anything like this before.
And as it became reality that she was selling her 470, that she sailed double-handed to Hawaii and back on, she got a little nostalgic and decided that she really didn't want to sell the boat. So she ended up talking to the customer and helping him find another boat so she wouldn't have to sell her 470. And she still owns the Charmed Life.
It is. It is a charmed life.
Yeah, it is definitely a charmed life. All right, well, that about wraps up our interview with Pat. Thanks for joining us. Pat Garfield, if you've got any questions for her, you can still get her at Pat at FairlawnYachts.com, right?
Correct. Pat G at FairlawnYachts.
Pat G at FairlawnYachts.com. She's got the same phone number, or contact us. We can put you in touch if you got anything you want to talk to her about, or any questions you want to ask, or just to meet her. She's great. She's a stalwart here on the waterfront. Everybody knows her, and you should too. All right. Thanks, Pat. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
And next, we're going to go and show you the new True North 34. It's an outboard model. Catalina bought the molds from True North, and Catalina is building them. This is the first one on the West Coast. It's hull number 1. It's a great boat, beautiful. It's got a nice dark blue, flag blue hull, and it's fast. So you've got a choice on these boats. You can do a single inboard, or you can do these twin 300 Suzuki outboards. And with the outboards, you're getting 45 knots out of this boat. But she's just a great boat. She's a great looking boat. It's kind of a down east lobster style look, really classy. So we're gonna queue up and get you going on a little walkthrough, and then I'm gonna go down to the boat and I can answer questions for you guys. All right, Kevin? Hi everybody, we're here today in Alameda at the Fairlawn office, and we're going to show you this spectacular new True North 34. First boat built by Catalina, and it's an outboard model. So it's got twin 300 Suzukis. The top speed went from 28 knots with a single inboard to now we're up to about 45 knots. And these Suzukis are really nice, quiet, and smooth, and you get a great speed out of them. But take a look at this beauty. She's got a nice dark flag blue hull, and then white top sides with gray non-skid. And she's just a fun boat to run around in, spend the weekend on. Just hop in and take off. So let's go aboard and I'll show you around. They're fast, they're fuel efficient. You get about 1.5 miles a gallon once you get up on plane. 2.5 if you're running them at slow speeds, but you get good range on these, and you'll just love having them. They have a porta-plate system on them which raises and lowers the engines, as well as a tilt system on it, so you can trim the boat with the engines and the porta-plate and really trim her out so she runs nice and smooth, and you get the most speed out of these engines for the RPMs you're running them at. You got a back wall here that does fold down if you want easier access to the engine. But if you're underway, it's nice to have this back wall up so it contains you in the cockpit. Got a nice little cockpit back here. It's got a couple seats right there, a couple small seats that are steps as well outboard. And then you can put a couple folding chairs in here. So you can seat 4 back here. Actually, probably 6 would be really nice. And just hang out. You have nothing above you. There's no bimini above you here. Just out in the open. Underneath the floor here, there's a big storage area. And you also have access to your batteries, your fuel filters, and your steering hydraulics. Underneath this little settee, there's additional storage. Right now there's a fender in there, but nice big storage. So there's access to the top of the fuel tank and the fuel cutoff valves. As you enter the salon, you'll see on the starboard side you have this nice settee with that'll seat about 6 or 7 people, and you have this beautiful teak table with this inlaid compass rose. That's just beautiful. The work that the Catalina factory does is just really nice. They have really high-end furniture manufacturers down there with them for 30+ years, and they just turn out beautiful product. The fit and finish on this boat is really nice. The teak is really beautiful. The Catalina factory cuts all their own teak and starts from raw teak, so everything is done at the factory. Leather, it's kind of a off-white leather, really comfortable. The backrest is really nice. There's a seat here, and this goes back and forward to make this into either an armrest or a seat facing forward while you're underway. On the starboard side is our galley. So this is a galley up boat. You raise this cover. You have a cutting board and a sink and a faucet. So you have your nice little sink here. And then if you want to cook something, you have to take the cover off. And you have a single burner Kenyan flat surface stove that's electric stove that's really nice. Below the stove, you have your refrigerator that pulls out. You get a lower drawer as well as an upper drawer. So nice stowage for your beer and wine. Underneath the sink, you have a couple shelves with a garbage can, for your garbage. And then moving aft, you have some storage, little storage area here. And you should notice that all the teak is solid teak. Piano hinges. And the drawers are self-closing, soft close. Same thing with this drawer. And then hiding under here is your microwave. So hides out of the way, easy access, and you have a microwave. You'll notice you have a Stid chair, Stid helm chair. Top quality. The leather, white leather, matches the white leather of the settee, and nice place for driving the boat. I'll hop up there and give you a little rundown on the helm. In the middle is a 12-inch Garmin multifunction display with AIS and radar. Latest, of course, touchscreen, easy to use. You have your 2 Suzuki displays that'll give you your RPMs, your miles per gallon, the fuel level. Over here is your Suzuki controls to start and stop, as well as sync the engines. So there is a sync on this. And you can trim each engine separately, up or down. Across here is your switches for your lights and accessories, cabin lights, searchlight, anchor windlass here, wipers, and there are 3 Roca wiper systems on the boat. Really nice wiper systems. The steering wheel is a custom teak steering wheel, and the steering system is a Ultraflex. And you have these controls that you can select the type of steering that you're going to do, whether slow speed, high speed, or fishing. We have a set of engine controls, throttle controls, with an up and down to move the engines up and down together. And then this is the controls for the porta-plate, for up and down on the porta-plate. Our Lumar bow thruster is conveniently located, so when you're docking, it's easy to use the thruster. And the thruster that they put on this boat is oversized, so it really moves the boat side to side. So you have 360-degree view. You got these big, wide side windows. They are opening, so you can get some good flow in here. There's some overhead hatches. You got small opening hatches here that face forward, so when you're underway, you can get really good breeze blowing through here. Another hatch here. And then you've got this really big hatch right here, this opening hatch to get some air in. We have a Fusion stereo system on the boat, and we got the speakers, overhead speakers here. There's also speakers down below. And each one of these lights has a switch on it that you can either turn them all off and on or individually. They're all LED lights throughout the boat. The door on this boat is rather unique. It's actually 2 parts. Bottom part slides over, and then top part slides over separately. So this allows you to have either one opened or closed. So it gives you a little flexibility if you want to keep the sun out from down below, or you want to close it off to everybody. And this is all teak, solid teak. If you look at all the curved surfaces, the fit and finish, it's just really pretty. And you got a nice big area down there. Lifeline house bank, AGMs are accessed here. There is a teak platform down there, so you can put things down there, keep it out of the bilge. Access to the through hulls and the bilge pump, and there's a little fan down there for the bilge fan, just to keep air circulating, keep it fresh down there. So be a little careful with it open when you're underway, because you can get a little splashing coming in. But if you need some airflow, you get this opened up, and the upper hatch and the two little hatches, and get the side windows, and just almost like having an open boat, get really good flow. The air conditioning system does blow up here. The vent is, one of the vents is right there. This boat is air conditioned. So if you're up in the Delta, or you got the boat down in the tropics, or maybe down in San Diego, it's getting a little hot out, just flip the air conditioner on. All right, let's go down below. V-berth here, it's bigger than a king. It's got an insert. This insert fits in here like that. So you have this huge bed, or you can take the insert out, get a little bit more access here. Got some storage underneath on either side. You got 4 drawers. 4 nice sized drawers, so they're all soft close. And you have access forward to your chain locker in your bottom of your windlass. Overhead, you have a hatch, nice size hatch, and on the starboard side you have 2 opening ports. Port side you have 1 opening port. Second opening port is on the port side, is in the head. And then we've got this fully enclosed head with an electric toilet, nice size electric Jabsco toilet with a sink and pull out on the faucet if you need that, and an opening hatch. This is the 110 panel with the air conditioning switch on it. This is the battery monitor, the Blue Seas battery monitor. This is the inverter controller right here. And down here is a tank monitor. Moving forward is the Fusion stereo. And this is the thermostat for the air conditioning. And this is really cool. These are remotes for the battery switches. So you can just turn your battery switches off and on. You turn the house bank off with that switch. So moving forward on the side decks is pretty simple, pretty safe. You got a handrail on the top of the cabin top, stainless steel that runs the full length of the cabin top. The side decks are a decent size, so you don't have to do a dance to get up there, and you just walk forward. Got really good grip. Up here we've got a Delta stainless steel 35-pound Delta anchor on chain and rope rode with a vertical Lumar windlass. You got your foot switches here. So you can come up here and drop the anchor or pull it up, or you can do it at the helm, either way. And this is a little washdown, saltwater washdown. You just plug in your hose in here. So if you need to wash it down, keep the dirt off, you can do that. And then looking back on the boat, you see the 3 nice big windows. You got a nice air horn, nice loud air horn, nice spotlight, and these are your hatches, the 2 little hatches on either side, and the big hatch, and the Garmin radar dome. Thanks for joining us today on this True North 34. It's a brand new boat, first one built by Catalina, of many more to come like this. It's an outboard boat with twin 300 horse Suzuki's that'll push this boat about 45 knots. The fit and finish on this boat is just spectacular. It's a great boat. If you want to just run around with it, come down here, hop on the boat, take off, run over to San Francisco or Jack London Square, or run it up to the Delta. Be a great boat for doing any of that. You know, give us a call, the Farallon Yachts and Atomic Tuna Yachts, 888-833-8862. And we'll give you a virtual tour of the boat, get you down here and see the boat if you're interested in buying one. Everybody, we're back here at Largo, Florida at the Catalina factory, and I have Jamie Osteen with me today. Say hi, Jamie.
Hi, everyone.
Yeah, Jamie works in the factory. He's a production engineer. Jamie's got a long and storied history in the boating industry. Started with Hunter back in 84?
Yeah, exactly, 1984, April.
Back in 84, and worked his way up. And why don't you give us a little history of your experience over at Hunter and what you did?
I actually started as a boat cleaner in 1984. Came straight off the farm. Worked my way through the production lines, became a supervisor on the production lines, and then worked my way into product development and became someone that managed the product development team, the guys that actually built the new product at the Hunter facility from the Hunter design team. And then from there, I became a representative of the company in England, and when we set a factory up there. So I was associated with that project for about 7 years.
Yeah. So what'd you do with that project?
There was actually two of us that went over. We had a guy that did a lot of the mechanical, plumbing, and electrical, an expert in that area. I did a lot of the glass setup and production facility through the wood mills, varnish shops, and assembly lines. He was there with me for the first year, and then for the subsequent 6 years, I was there off and on supporting that facility. Several times a month, I would be supporting those guys. I would actually be in England for a week or so every month for the first 3 to 4 years.
Well, you must have liked fish and chips then, huh?
No, I learned to like it.
So after your time with Hunter, and I guess Marlowe bought them.
Yes, Mr. Marlowe bought the Hunter facility. Actually bought the Mainship brand as well, and he started manufacturing. And we never really stopped manufacturing in Alachua through the bankruptcy. But he took the facility over, and I worked for him in engineering for for the majority of the time that I was there at Hunter under Mr. Marlowe's tenureship. And I was also, I ran the R&D department.
So here's a guy that started out cleaning boats and worked his way up and learned the ropes by actually working on these boats and set up a factory over in England, worked with lures and mainship and Hunter. He's got tons of experience. And then what happened? He came to work over here in Largo, right?
Yeah, we, Hunter at the time was building a product as an OEM, Gemini catamarans. And Gemini catamarans moved their build facility from Alachua to Largo for Catalina. I saw an opportunity with that company, and I moved with them to Largo. And for about 4.5 years, I was a contractor for Gemini catamarans as a project manager of their product at the Catalina factory, with them being the OEM for Gemini catamarans.
All right. So you were actually here working, building Geminis, but working with the Catalina crew.
Correct. Yeah. So I built the relationship with Catalina while I was here. Fell in love with the quality, the workmanship, and just the general can get it done attitude of the employees here.
Yeah. So then you worked for Catalina or for Gemini for 4 or 5 years, and then in November you came over to Catalina full time now.
Actually, in October I came.
October.
At the toward the end of the 545 project, I came on board with Catalina, and have been with them since.
So Jamie's one of those guys that if you tell him that you need something done, it'll get done.
That's my goal.
That's his goal. That's why he's on board here. So what's project you're working on right now?
We're building the True North 34. We started that back in, I think November we started that project, and we're taking it to Miami.
And that's going out in a couple days.
A couple of days. We're shipping that boat on Friday.
Yeah, so these guys, they're swarming all over that boat now and getting things done from, what are they doing? Windows, what else?
Well, we're wrapping up the mechanical electrical plumbing, which is almost completely done today. All the electronics are complete. We're putting windows in, and we're putting the final touches on it. Basically, we're putting the tie on the dress shirt.
All right. And that is a sweet boat too. It's nice down east style 34-foot powerboat. This particular one has twin 300 horse Suzuki's on it with a top speed of mid 40s. It's fast boat. You can also get it with a single diesel. And then probably the next project is going to be the 38 True North.
That's what I'm understanding. The really cool thing about this particular down east style boat is that we preserve the ability to use the transom as a boarding boarding area, with the outboards still be part of that build. So it's a little bit unique as far as outboards are concerned. So you get the ease and usability of the transom of an inboard boat, but with the convenience of an outboard.
And it is a sweet boat. It's got a dark blue hull and just really nice down east style boat. If you're in Miami, go take a look. If not, hopefully we're going to have one out in San Francisco. We were just talking about new boat owners, or actually not even new boat owners, and how they learn about what to do on their boats, how to take care of the boats. And you've got a little experience on that. Tell us a little about your history on, fixing boats and traveling around the world, and where you went and what you did and what you saw.
As a product development manager with Hunter Marine, I had an insight into how the boats were put together and what made them function and not work. And I, as a result of that, I was asked on multiple occasions to go on customer service support trips and warranties with Hunter Marine. And I've traveled pretty much all over the world, as far away as New Zealand, fulfilling warranty and customer service fulfillment with Hunter. And in that time, I find that as I approach boat owners, I find that, there's a lot of things about their boat that they don't really know things about. So it's kind of what I was just mentioning. It's a really cool thing that you guys are doing here, because I think this allows another forum for a customer to get some information about how their boats are built. So this is a very, very positive thing I see coming.
Yeah, and that's what we're trying to do is get you guys out there information. So, you can just go on the web and, come to our website or Google and, say, hey, how do I change a bilge pump? And we're gonna have some blogs out there and some videos and podcasts for you, and you can listen to us or watch it and get you guys information. So we're excited about it, and we're glad to have people like Jamie here with us, and he's excited about it too. And you'll be seeing more from us as well as from Jamie and other workers here at Catalina, trying to help you guys out and give you information, because that's what it's all about. So if you need any information, you got any questions, shoot us an email or shoot us a text, or go on our website and respond on our website, and we'll be here to help you guys out.
Then people tend to listen better.
Exactly.
And as a distributor of the information, if I feel like you're being receptive to me, then I become more open, and I actually will volunteer more information than I would have if it was a scripted conversation.
Right.
And then people get to trust you.
Exactly. So,
and that's what it's all about.
And it's not to say that, you're not going to make mistakes, when you're because you make mistakes in conversation every time you have dinner with someone.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's okay. You just correct them.
Hey, everybody, here we are down on the 2020 True North 34 outboard model, brand new boat, hull number 1 from Catalina. Quality is really high, and this is, as I mentioned, an outboard boat, and we've got twin 300 horse Suzukis. These engines are the engine that everybody's buying now. If you go to Florida, you see them on most boats down there now. They're just really quiet. They're really smooth. They're lightweight. Good power to weight ratio. So I'm going to go start these up for you guys so you can see this. All electronic control, fully injected, push button controls. Just push the button, they start up on their own and run away, and there you go. Nice and quiet. They're also on a portal plate, which is kind of a newer system that really helps you tune the speed. So on this boat, we'll get 45 knots out of this boat. There is an inboard version. Inboard version tops out about 28 knots. This one will top out about 45. Fuel burns about 1.4 gallons per mile. So you get pretty decent fuel burn, and that's pretty much the entire range, except at the very lower range. Lower range will get 2.5 miles per gallon. But once you get it up and running, it's 1.4. Really good, good economy on these engines, and really smooth and quiet. Catalina's done their typical high quality units. Just look around. The gloss varnish that they've done on the teeth is really nice. All of the fiberglass work is really good. They put these really cool cleats on that fold down out of your way. So really nice seat back here to hang out on. Speakers, nice music system on this boat. Just a great boat, little picnic boat. Go out for the afternoon. You've got a tough day and just want to get away and run around. this is it. Just hop on this boat, throw off the dock line, put the engines in the water, and take off. So yeah, I like this boat. I like this boat a lot. Come on aboard. We'll show you a little bit more. The dinette seats, this setup here is really nice. It seats probably 6 or 7. This actually goes forward. You can lower this cushion and get one more person sitting around the table, or you can leave this back so you can face forward when you're underway. But look what I got, prize winner.
Well, what do you have, Wayne?
It's a prize for a free outing on the True North. So 2-hour outing, take you out, cruise you around, show you what this baby will do. And I was just looking at the people that are signed up right now, and we're going to pick the random person, and that random person is Eddie Orton. So, hey Eddie, thanks a lot. Glad that you're listening to us, and just get a hold of us, and we will get you out on this boat. So, nice little prize. We got other prizes too. So this boat is $439,000 retail, with these twin Suzuki engines. We're doing a boat show special on the boat right now. $40,000, $40,000 off. So $399, under $400,000 for this boat. It is a steal. So it's over 10% discount. Actually, it's 11% discount. And this boat's ready to go. So if you got any interest, you should give us a call. Get down here, see this boat. Well, we still have it for sale before somebody else buys it. All right, do we have any questions? Anybody have any questions?
Here's a question, Wayne. If you were to buy this boat, where would you go? Could you go down to Monterey, or is this inside the bay?
Yeah, this boat could definitely go down to Monterey. It's the hull design is made for rough water. It'd be a great boat inside the bay. If you want to run up to Napa, go to downtown Napa and have I can't say have dinner there because restaurants are closed, but go up and kind of cruise around Napa or up to the Delta, Tinsley Island. There are already 4 of these boats on the bay owned by St. Francis members, St. Francis Yacht Club members. They go up to Tinsley every year and hang out together. They're all the inboard models. This is the outboard. So you'll get there before they will. You'll get the choice spot, in fact, a lot faster than you would. So yeah, run it down to Half Moon Bay, run it down to Monterey. Sure, you got 150 gallons of fuel. So you got about 8 hours of running at 30 knots. You probably have to slow down a little bit out on the ocean, though. But yeah, ocean, bay, she'll take you wherever you want to go. Ship her up to the Inside Passage, take her up to Alaska. It'd be a great place to do that. So any other questions we got? Anything else come up?
No, we're done.
No other questions? All right.
Good morning. My name is Brent Pemberton. I think a little over 3 years now, and
1, 2, 3, 4.
Hey, welcome everybody. We're back here at Largo, Florida at the Catalina factory.
Stuff out there up and you just correct them.
Yeah.
I always like to say, if you're not making a mistake, you're probably not working hard enough. You know, because we're not perfect.
That's
Nobody
right.
is.
That's right.
And, you know, in production with boats, we build boats really, really quickly. But we build them with an eye for quality, and we build them with the idea that we're producing something that's somebody's dream.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean we don't make mistakes. So we go in and correct those mistakes, and we learn from them and try not to duplicate them, because the bad mistakes are the ones you duplicate.
Right. Florida at the Catalina factory, and I have Jamie Osteen with me today.
Get someone in trouble pretty quickly. He doesn't get excited about all the stuff that's happening around him. Well, we need to take our blinders off and get excited about what's happening around us.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's kind of where we need to be.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Well, we're trying to do some of that. You know, there's a lot to do, and you know, we pick off our little pieces and
Yes.
do what we can, and you know, we have fun with it. I mean, it's a blast. It really is.
Yeah, I'm really
So-
passionate about creating content. I think it's important for people to know, you know. For example, I was a fly fishing guide for a long time. When I was starting, I couldn't get help for shit.
Yeah.
You know, like I would go into a fly shop, they were 14, who cares? I didn't have any money. Go to YouTube. YouTube taught me everything.
I actually get a lot of information from YouTube. You have to wade through it. There's a lot of bad information out there. But, you know, I figure that if I look at enough videos, and I've been around building things for enough times, that I can kind of wade through what's the bull crap and what's not.
Yeah.
And most of the time, you know, I've rebuilt several engines and vehicles that I've owned from things that I've learned from YouTube.
Absolutely. I've fixed a lot of stuff that I
Yeah.
go on YouTube and
Mm-hmm.
search for it, and it's like,
But what I do find is there's not very much stuff out there that is marine related.
Right.
That is good content.
right.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff out there, but not good content.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of opinions
Yeah.
with it's not backed up by anything.
Yeah.
And you can get someone in trouble pretty quickly.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, it's fun. We're having fun with this.
I think you got, I mean, like, you know, I think you guys have a really opportunity with this. Technology would really help.
Yeah, you know, Julian's he's about the same age as one of my boys, and I think that, you know, the age group there is they grab hold of this technology so well.
Yeah.
You know, I try to be open minded about it, and I have a lot of stuff around my house. It's electronic. You know, I'm really into sound and video and all that stuff, but it's not one of those things that we grew up with it, but we didn't grow up with it the same way you guys grew up with it. So it's different. You know, the kind of experiences we had in our developmental stages are very rudimentary compared to what's available now to kids growing up. So I think from an information perspective, our society has grown leaps and bounds since I was in high school.
Oh, yeah.
You know, what we were learning as, you know, senior year high school math they're teaching in kindergarten type stuff now. You know, I
That's
mean, it's
crazy.
amazing what
Yeah.
these kids are learning at very early ages, and it's because of the information that's available. The information I had to write reports from was Encyclopedia Britannica, and we had every single one of those, and that's the only place you had information to come
Right.
from.
Right. Or you went to
You couldn't Google anything.
You go to the library to, what was the card system?
Oh yeah, the index cards. Yeah.
What were they called?
There's
Dewey Decimal System.
Yes, exactly.
Right? Do you know about the Dewey Decimal System? You ever use it? It's like,
well, a good example of this is that my dad grew up in Cleveland. He didn't know about California, anything about California, until he was in college. He'd see pictures of it, and didn't know anything about it, and I knew about it. Age 7, so I could look it up.
At 18 years old, my world was very, very small.
Where'd you grow up?
I grew up north central Florida, near Gainesville, about 30 miles north and west of Gainesville.
On 301?
Actually, I was well west of 301, about an hour west of 301. So I was in the woods.
Down there.
I grew up in an area, they call it the Three Rivers area. The Santa Fe River, the Swanee River, and the Itchitucknee River all converge in the area that I grew up in. Jenny Springs, our family farm adjoined the Jenny Springs property.
Ah.
So I grew up, you know, we farmed tobacco, peanuts, corn. We raised a lot of pork and a lot of cattle.
Wow.
So that's the society that I grew up in.
Yeah.
We processed our own foods from the farm. Very little trips to the grocery store.
Wow.
We actually lived on the farm and from the farm. And it was a bit of a communal society in that there were large acres of land, large plots of land, and different families owned them. But we shared the labor of all of the siblings and kids between the farms, so that, as a farmer, you couldn't afford to pay for your help then. So when come time to pick our cotton or pick our tobacco, then all the neighboring farms would bring their kids over and themselves, and we would have a big spread and just get it done. And that's how I grew up.
Wow.
So
That's crazy.
Technology is great. You know, the way America was back then was great. We just have to merge it together, you know.
Exactly.
Not forget our past, but embrace the future. And I think this stuff's really powerful. And there might be a kid in northern Michigan, you know, who does nothing about boats and then watches this video and gets really inspired. And that's what we want.
Right. 'Cause I don't know what the attendance levels are for colleges now in the marine industry as far as marine engineers and all that stuff, but I would suspect that it's diminishing. I know that it's getting more and more difficult to find manufacturing labor.
Yeah.
Especially with, you know, and if you talk with someone now that maybe even has 10 years experience in the industry, and you say something to them and you mention the word lofting and they have no idea what you're talking about. So that is kind of becoming a lost art.
Yeah,
you know,
California, it's really bad. The yards, they can't find skilled labor. They just can't find it. The kids, you know, there's no training in California for marine labor. There's just none. CMA, California Military Maritime Academy, but they're all going into deck officers and things like that, and maybe engineers on big ships. But you know, leisure yachts, there's no training. at all.
well, there's an awful, well, in 2007, when the industry tanked, we lost a lot of our manufacturers.
Yeah.
And what happened is a lot of the skilled labor went to other industries because there wasn't anything in this industry to move to.
Yeah, that's right.
And then they find themselves in a position.
Michelle, can you hear me? Or
I can
maybe
hear
I can't hear you.
All right, try now.
Hey, Michelle, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
All right, we're doing good. You got a nice city backdrop there. Looks good.
That is actually from the Emeryville office.
All right, nice. All right, and John, you're sitting at home. You're sheltering in place.
That's right, Wayne. I'm here in our Benicia, California office, enjoying the beautiful day.
All right, cool. And we have Gailey also. Gailey's with me in the Fairlawn office. So yeah, I brought all you guys together so we can have a little discussion and talk about listing a boat and selling a boat and buying a boat, and how we do it and how we do it a little bit different. So everybody out there that's listening, this is actually going to be a really cool panel for you guys because you'll see some insights here on buying a boat or listing your boat that you probably don't really know and you may not even get from other brokers. So Gailey, you want to kick it off?
Sure. My name's Gailey, and I've been with Atomic Tuna since September of 2019. And so it's been a fun ride, especially since the acquisition with Pacific Yachts and Fairlawn Yachts. And so we put some processes in place that we hope are very transparent and smooth for the buyers and sellers. We're going to walk through those processes with some of our key salesmen.
All right, cool. And John and Michelle, you guys are sheltering in place at your home, and you're actually getting some inquiries and following up and doing some virtual showings, and so that's really cool. What's the process for listing a boat with us? John, you wanna take a quick crack at it?
You bet, Wayne. I think I can do that. You know, the initial process is for the broker / salesman to go actually see the boat in question, hopefully meet with the owner if we can, but do a thorough review of the boat, inspection of, you know, the equipment, the options, the condition of the boat, go through the hatches, companionways, just look at all the equipment in the boat. And so we really understand what we're dealing with, what kind of engines, transmissions, electronics, the age of the electronics. And then you need to do all that so we can go in and determine market comps for the boat. And we have two ways of doing that. Obviously, we go in and look, you know, what's on the market currently in a similar configuration. What kind of condition is that in, and what price are they asking for it? And then also very important is what region is the boat in. Obviously, Florida boats sell for less money than California boats. As most of you probably know, California boats demand somewhat of a premium because more boats are manufactured in the East and shipped out West, so there's a little higher cost factor. But, you know, we need to, you know, look through the comps. And the other thing we do is we go through the sold boats program and identify what similar boats have already sold, what kind of price did they sell for, what kind of condition were they in. And we use that to determine fair market value for the boat. So that's, I think, step one is determining, you know, a reasonable fair market value. And then our next step is, you know, educate the owner on what does he have, what are the comps, what are the sold boats, and then agree on a reasonable price to list the boat at. The next step would be pretty simple, put together a listing agreement, you put the price of the boat in there, the term. It's done on a California Yacht Brokers Association form, so all the brokers in the area use the same form, it's the same terms and conditions. It's not a, you know, a one-off deal that we dream up. It's actually put together by the association. So it's pretty much set up to protect the buyer of the boat, much like a real estate contract is for purchase and sale of a real estate property. So once we've done that, we've executed the purchase or the listing agreement, then we go ahead and put together the video shoot of the boat. Actually, let me back up. We would then ask the owner to prepare the boat for sale, i.e. get his, you know, personal stuff off the boat, stuff he doesn't want to sell with the boat, clean the boat, hopefully have it waxed if necessary. You know, any obvious stuff that needs to be repaired should be addressed at that time. You know, torn biminis, things that are unsightly and make it hard to sell. Once that's all ready to go, or the owner decides he doesn't want to do anymore, then we do the photography, video walkthrough and all that stuff, and then actually put the listing up on Yacht World.
So one of the things that we think is really important when you're listing your boat is to eliminate objections. So we spend a lot of time with the sellers going through the boat and identifying issues like John had just mentioned, and making sure that when somebody walks up to your boat that you're going to be selling, that they don't initially say, oh, well, you know, the hull needs to be waxed, or the fenders are dirty, or the dock lines are worn out. So it's really important that we eliminate objections, clean the bilge so they don't lift up the floorboard and the bilges are filthy. Think about how you want to buy a boat. You want a nice, clean boat. And we know what it takes to sell a boat. If it's a dirty boat, if there's problems with the boat, it's not going to sell until the price is so low that the owner's not going to be happy. And it's just not worth spending the time trying to sell a boat like that, because it'll take a year. If we eliminate the objections and the boat's nice, so the exterior bright work is nice and bright, the hull's waxed, the bilges are clean, the engine is clean and serviced, then that boat's going to sell faster. And if we nail the listing price, then we're going to sell that boat in 2 months rather than 12 months. So we see it all the time. Boats get overpriced. They have objections. They sit on the market for a year, 2 years, or even longer, and the price plummets. And nobody's happy. The owner's not happy. The brokers aren't happy. So we really, really insist on, you know, having a nice boat. And Atomic Tuna Yachts and Fairlawn Yachts, we want to be the premier yacht broker in the Bay Area. So if somebody's buying a boat from us and they come and they look at a boat virtually, they know that it's in good condition and that it's clean. So that's a really big point for us, is get that boat looking like it's absolutely beautiful. And we know how sellers are. You know, the boat's been sitting there for a year or 2 years. You haven't visited it for whatever reason. And, you know, they just need some care. And so, Michelle, you're working with an owner, you identify these things. What do you do with that list?
Work with them to help them find the resources to get it done. You know, we have a list of mechanics and surveyors and riggers that can help them get those things done. And I think that's part of what we can help with getting a boat ready for sale, is what does need to be done. We see it differently than them. It's been their baby for a long time. It was their dream at one time, and we need to turn it into somebody else's dream.
That's right. So we spend a lot of time pre-posting of an ad, getting that boat right. And then John had mentioned some of the marketing things that we do. We do professional photography on every boat. So when you go to atomictunayachts.com or fairlawnyachts.com and you look at a boat that's listed with us, you'll have professional photography. There won't be any dishes in the sink. The bathroom will be clean. There won't be clothes strewn around. And people understand that when they come to Atomic Tuna and Fairlawn, that we're selling quality boats. So, Gailey.
I think one of the things I wanted to highlight, besides the boat being in Bristol or clean condition, is really sitting down with the seller, owner of the boat, and finding out the potential mechanical, electrical issues with the boat systems. There's times when the radar may work, the GPS may not work. There might have had some issues with the engine. So if you can get all those questions answered up front, then we can work with those sellers to fix them. Even if we find out issues later on in the process, the boat's been with us for a month or two, and we see something unforeseen, we will still work with the seller to get that fixed. So the last thing we want is to be going in a sea trial and having it come up. So we want to have that sea trial be smooth and have the potential buyer know about any of the possible issues with that boat.
Yeah, the worst thing is to get into sea trial and the boat overheats and you didn't know it. Or you have a problem and it blows the deal. because we all work hard. I mean, the buyer works hard, the seller works hard, your listing broker works hard, your selling broker works hard. And to have a deal that falls apart it's preventable. We should never have those. And we tried to prevent that from happening. John, you want to talk about a little bit about marketing and what do we do to market? And then we'll all kick in on that.
Sure, Wayne. I think marketing is one of the things that sets Atomic Tuna Farallon apart from some of our competitors. And we're trying to be a lot more active in the social media world, Facebook, Instagram, et cetera. And, Kevin obviously does a lot of work with that and keeping us in touch with all the younger social media set and making sure that we're reaching out to everybody, not just magazine readers. So we do a lot of advertising. Obviously, Yacht World is probably the biggest vehicle we have, where anybody in the world can go through our listings. But again, we have a lot of social media presence, and the Atomic Tuna website, I think, is also a pretty popular site for people to go look at boats and videos and follow our blog and our adventures. So we get a lot of hits on that website, and I think that's one of our better marketing tools is the Atomic Tuna Yachts website.
Yeah, for sure. We put a lot of effort into it, and we try to make it easy and get you to see these boats the way they really are. So on our site, you'll get the professional photography, you'll get the video. It could be multiple videos, and we also do a 3D tour on every boat. So you can actually go as a buyer, go fly through the boat and really look at the boat. Gailey handles a bunch of our social media. You want to talk a little about that?
Yeah, so with the social media, we have Facebook. We actually have two Facebook pages, one for Alameda, a main Facebook page, same with Instagram, main, and then Alameda Instagram. So we highlight a lot of our new listings, activities within the sales team, different events, obviously the virtual boat show, a lot of the social media posts you've seen with that. If you go to YouTube, you see a lot of the videos, walkthroughs, interviews with Wayne and various people, including Catalina. So we monitor that and try and tap into that to get those prospective buyers and sellers to learn more about Atomic Tuna and the brand. It's really an opportunity to grow our brand.
Yeah, so we spend money on marketing these boats, not just Atomic Tuna brand, which we do some brand marketing, but we also do marketing of the boats. So we'll do YouTube ads, we'll do Facebook ads, and it's something a lot of people don't really see, but when that boat pops up that we're selling and it's in your Facebook stream, that's us paying for an ad to promote the boat. And it really helps. It helps getting the word out to people that, aren't on Yacht World. They don't really, they may not know that they want to buy a boat, but they have similar interests of people that have boats, and we target those people. So we open up the market, and we get more people looking at your boat. The more people look at a boat, the sooner it's going to sell and for more money. So, we really use different methods for advertising. YouTube, we got YouTube videos up. We put the YouTube videos on our site as well as on Facebook. Instagram, we have short little videos on Instagram. So, we're not just sitting back waiting for that phone. Where's that phone? There used to be a phone in here that had a cord on it and you'd wait for it to ring. Those days are gone, totally gone. We don't do that anymore. We get leads, we follow up. Some of the things that you don't see behind the scenes that we do is we have a marketing and CRM, customer relationship management software that we use to track customers, to follow up with customers, and to find new customers. So everything's integrated. We can tell if somebody's been on our website a bunch, and we can reach out to them. We try to gather their information from the website so we can start a conversation. So It's a lot of work that isn't your typical yacht broker. You know, the way this business used to be is yacht broker would sit here, he'd get a listing right outside, he would print out some pages, put it in his 3-ring binder, and then when somebody comes in and says, hey, you know, I'm interested in a power boat, 40 to 45 foot, he'd flip through his pages and say, oh, I've got one here. And then it went to co-op where his buddy down the street gave him these pages and it went in his 3-ring binder. And then he would have to call his buddy and say, hey, is that boat still available? Well, those days are gone. Now we have, it transformed the yacht world, but now it's going even further and it's going into all the social media that we're participating in. Google ads we're also doing, and it changes it. And especially now with this COVID-19, where we're actually doing all these virtual tours, you don't have to go from broker to broker. You don't have to go into the office. You don't have to go down to that boat. You can do it right at your computer. And that's going to help sell boats as well. So you as a owner trying to sell your boat, you really want to make sure that your broker is using as many marketing avenues as he can. And we tend to think that we're doing a pretty good job with that.
One of the other things, Wayne, you might want to mention is the reports that we review and the analytics. So if we have a boat here, you know, how much activity did we get right when we listed the boat? There's a lot of activity around that, a lot of leads. If those leads start to taper off, we have the ability to look in as to why.
Right.
Is it, you know, is it the season? Is it the marketing? Is it the pricing? What do we need to do differently? So we're proactively looking at those reports so that we can work for the customer in the right way and be efficient instead of just sitting back and waiting for someone to come in our office door.
Absolutely. Michelle, pricing. John mentioned, you know, coming up with pricing. You want to give us a couple insights into how we do it?
Sure. We, you know, as you mentioned, we use the sold boats program that we have access to, which we can use to review the history and see what the other boats have sold for. And the other thing we can do is I always like to see what else is on the market right now, what is currently for sale and what's the competition doing. Just because a boat has sold for $150,000 in the last 3 years, somebody else has it for sale at 99, could be a little bit tough for you to get that 150. So it's a balancing act of getting the best price for the customer, but getting a reasonable price that a buyer would be interested in.
Right. So you have that balancing act, and you need to come up with a price that's going to sell, but maximize that selling price for the seller. So when we're coming up with a price, we're always thinking about how that negotiation is going to happen. We also talk about monumental numbers. Anyone of you guys want to talk about that? No? Okay, I'll talk about it. You want to talk about it, Gailey?
No, I was waiting for John.
Oh, I'm not sure what a monumental number is. But
all right, well, we're going to teach John what a monumental number is. So monumental number is $100,000. A monumental number is $150,000, $500,000, $200,000. So just for an example, I've got a seller, and the boat's worth in the 200s, the low 200s. We got to list it at I think 214, somewhere around there. We got an offer at 190. He won't go below 200. That's his monumental number. And you get people that get it in their minds, these monumental numbers. Every 50,000, every 25,000, 25 is a little bit more minor, but certainly 100,000. You run into these monumental numbers, and it means a lot emotionally to the buyers and the sellers. So those are some of the things that you have to, think about when we're setting the price. We could come in with a boat that's asking $202,000 or $199,000. So where are we going to get more buyers? Michelle?
99.
199. There's a breaking point when you're searching through Yacht World, and those breaking points, if you can be right underneath those, it's very important.
Right. So you end up getting a lot more people looking at it when you pay attention to those monumental numbers. You got sellers that have loans on their boats. How does that affect the selling price of the boat, Gailey?
Well, it's the seller is going to be, what's the right way to say it? They're going to be a little bit more frugal, right, with their price points. So they are going to, they need to pay, have a loan to pay off, and they're going to want to be as close as to the asking price as possible. So it's important when you're to know that upfront, what the financial basis is. And the key points for that seller. And then also from the buyer standpoint, when you're negotiating that, I guess it all ties back into the pricing it fairly.
Right. And bottom line though, sellers will value their boat on the amount of their loan that's left. In reality, that has nothing to do with the actual price of the boat, or the actual value of the boat. So sometimes we run into that. It's something that we talk about with the sellers, that even though they may have a $150,000 loan on the boat may be only worth $130,000. And if they get a real offer on the boat and they don't negotiate in good faith on the market value of the boat, then they're going to sit on that boat for a long time. We have a term we use. It's called holding out for a lower price. John, you've heard that?
I have absolutely heard that, Wayne, and we've seen it in practice as well. It seems like frequently your first offer or your second offer is the best offer, and they tend to go down from there. The longer you wait, the lower the offers.
Yeah, and there's a lot of other factors that factor into what a lower price is. So if I sold my boat today for $250 rather than what I wanted at $270, but then I held out, and 6 months later I still get $250, I net less. I've got slip fees, I've got insurance, I've got maintenance, and the value of the boat's going down. And there's another thing there too, nobody really thinks about, is if you have that money and it was in the bank, well, I guess right now it's not earning much interest, but it is valuable to have that money in the bank, and you are losing money if it's just sitting in a boat. So we really coach our sellers that if you get an offer, it's probably, especially the first offer, it's probably going to be your best offer, or your best buyer. I shouldn't say best offer, but best buyer, because you can negotiate that, and they're serious. So if you blow off that first buyer and you wait for the next buyer to come in at a higher price, you're going to be waiting for a while, and then 6 months later, you're going to be dropping your price. And it's almost inevitable that we see the situation where they get an offer, they reject it, they end up reducing the price to less than that asking price in 6 months.
Hey, Wayne, if I could add to that, I mean, one of the other issues is a lot of our buyers, they look at Yacht World, they look at boats, and right at the top of the ad is how many days it's been on the market. And if it's a fresh boat, fairly new to market, that's why you tend to get the best offers then. And then if you hold out, keep waiting for a higher offer, the buyers, they look at that and say, oh, wow, this boat's been on the market 180 days. They're probably getting desperate by now. I think I'll go in with a low ball offer. So you're absolutely right. The first buyers are the most interested. They want to get it, while it's fresh off the skillet there, so to speak. And the longer it's been sitting there maturing, much like real estate, the less interest people have in it.
Yeah, that's right. So if we can price the boat right, we eliminate objections, we sell that boat in the first 60 days, you're going to net the most money out of that boat. I mean, we see it over and over and over again. It's really incredible. Don't hold out for that lower price. It's kind of a funny
Exactly.
saying, right?
So Wayne, we just got an interesting question from somebody, and they're asking, is there ever really a buyer or seller's market that corresponds with the overall economic situation? What do you think about the current market situation based on COVID?
Oh yeah, it's really interesting. So I had mentioned earlier in this show today that we're actually really active, and we're more active now than we have been. But I think it's a market segment that's really active. In that market segment, we're seeing is people that are home, and they could be working at home or they're retired, but they're sitting at home and they're cruising through or surfing through the internet, and they're thinking, I should be out cruising. I've worked my whole life, or even a 30-year-old, I worked hard for the last 10 years and I've got money and I should be go cruising. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. And these people sitting at home, you sitting at home, are thinking, what should I do? And we're all passionate sailors here. So the obvious thing is, let's go sailing. Let's go get a boat. And we're seeing the market for nice cruising boats. Hold on one sec, please. We're seeing the market for nice cruising boats in the $150,000 range and up being really strong. We've got, 4 or 5 boats in contract. Most of them are 300,000 plus. So that market segment, I think, is really strong. So if you own a boat and you're sitting at home and you're not using it, and you haven't used it for years or even 6 months, and you're not going to use it, and it's a cruising sailboat, you should really be thinking about listing that boat, whether it's with us or somebody else. Of course, we'd like to get the listing, but you should really be thinking about listing that boat. Now, this market segment that we saw crash, and it makes a lot of sense, is the lower end market, the gig workers that, they're buying $30,000, $50,000 boats because that's what they can afford. Suddenly they don't have any money. And that market, from what we're seeing, is dried up. Although we just had somebody on our 260 Sea Ray that put an offer in the less than 50,000 range. But we don't see a lot of action there. The upper end market, we haven't seen much action there. We've got some inquiries. I think people at the higher end, $500,000 and up, are just kind of sitting around wondering what's going to happen. And then on the selling side, we haven't seen people running to the brokerages saying, I need to sell my boat. Time to sell my boat. We expect that to happen at some point. And at that point, there's probably going to be some market correction, at least for some boats, where the prices are going to diminish. And there could be some great deals out there. But we haven't seen it yet. Gailey, have you seen anybody?
No, and it's a common question actually for buyers, because they because of the COVID-19 and the current state of the economy, they feel that it's an opportunity to bring in a lower offer, but we haven't seen a true shift in that market, a drop in those comps to warrant that, right? So everything that we've seen in the markets, it has been pretty steady. Back to selling or listing a boat, we talked a lot about earlier in the day and briefly now about the process and using Zoom, FaceTime, or WhatsApp to walk through for a boat that you want to purchase, but we do the same thing for boats that we're looking at listing. So you don't have to bring the boat here. We don't have to go there. We can meet up with you online and go through it and ask the same questions and get the same kind of quality information.
Yeah, good point, Kaylee. Good point. Yeah,
Wayne,
we're
can I bring up a-
continually trying to adjust for this COVID issue. And I think, we're going to be in this situation for a while. I mean, we know to the end of May. I mean, that's obvious, but I think for even longer, we're going to be in this situation. So we're kind of uniquely positioned to offer those services for you.
Hey, Wayne, can I bring up another point real
Okay,
quick?
what happened? I'm sorry, John?
Oh, I just wanted to bring up one more point.
Sure.
Talking about opportunities to go boating under this shelter-in-place order and distancing, etc. Boats make a great place to work from home. I have Wi-Fi set up, which is really easy to do. You put it in your boat, just get a Wi-Fi hotspot. And I work from my boat quite a bit. I set up my computer, got my Wi-Fi hotspot, got my cell phone. You can work out of a boat. You can be out cruising with your family, having a good time, fishing, and still be working. So you can shelter at home in your boat. And that's just like being at home. So
Yeah, that's a
good
great
reason to buy
point,
a
John.
boat.
Michelle, you've been out on your boat too, right?
I have been. That's been my safe place to go. I've gone out by myself. I've also gone with my husband. I recently ventured out a little bit further, and a friend of mine went with me that cruised for me regularly. And she and I agreed that we could manage the boat social distancing, and we did. We wore our mask when we first boarded. We were never down below at the same time. She sat up on the cabin top and I drove, and she did all the rigging and sail changes and everything. And I got to be the princess at the back of the boat. And we had a beautiful sail. It was just we've had some really great weather, so don't miss out. And so sailing is a physical activity and people need to get out. And the great thing about being on the water was that it's like normal. You get to a little slice of normal. You don't have anything get in your way. You can wave at your friends from a distance. It's great to have a boat in this era right now.
Yeah, that's great. Does any one of you three have anything else to add on the selling side, the listing side? What happens after we list the boat?
So after we have the listing, we bring the boat to our sales basin. So we have 4 offices. We have an office in Tiburon, office in Emeryville, office in Grand Marina, and an office here in Marina Village. 2 of those offices have sales basins right there. So we bring the boats here. It's easier to show that boat when it's here in the sales basin, especially during this nice weather. If it weren't for COVID-19, you'd have a lot of people walking through the marina. And so they have an opportunity to see your boat while it's here versus driving across the bay, or, to take a prospective buyer to 3 different locations across the bay. So it's nice to have them here to walk them through all the boats that they may be interested in. Once it's listed, we still actively using our marketing tools and technology that we talked about earlier. A lot of showings. We notify the seller anytime that we do have a showing, when we have an interested buyer, to get their feedback, keep them informed so that they know that we're continuing to work for them, and then work to get that boat, that offer in contract.
And then we manage the cleanings.
Then we manage the cleanings.
So the boats are always kept nice. Right now, we've been doing it about every 2 weeks.
Every 2 weeks, and then we make sure that the bottom is cleaned as well. So we work with the seller for that cost, but we want to make sure that the bottom continues to be maintained, the zincs are changed. Again, because you're thinking about that sea trial, and you want to avoid any potential objections or issues.
Right, that's just eliminating another objection. So if my boat needs a bottom job, should I do it if I'm a seller?
Most definitely. I know it's hard when sellers, you made a commitment to sell the boat. You're not excited about putting money into the boat. Even as a boat owner, I'm not looking to sell my boat and I don't want to put money into the boat. It's not fun. So I imagine it's tougher when you have it for sale. But it really is important to keep that boat maintained. We do our job to let you know what the costs are, what the quotes would be, so you're never surprised by an unforeseen bill or unknown bill. But we do encourage you to keep up with the maintenance. Let us know your maintenance schedule. Let us know your preferred divers. Let us know the mechanics, and we'll do our best to work with those people.
Yeah, I just wanted to say one more thing on the boats in the sales basin. We're still doing the virtual showings, the social distancing. It's still good to have the boats here. We can go down and do virtual showings if they're here. It makes it easier for us. And when you look out our window, we see people walking by all day long, and they're seeing these boats, and we get inquiries. We don't let them come into the office. They have to call us up or email us, or they just peek their head in and ask a question. But it does give it more exposure. It's a good thing to have them in the sales basin, and we take care of the boats. We look after them, make sure they're cleaned, and that things are taken care of. So it's a good thing to bring them over to our sales basin. And if the boat's too far away, it really makes it much more difficult to sell, whether it's with us or other brokers. So just keep that in mind. Michelle, anything else on the selling side, listing side?
No, I like to keep in touch with my sellers, make sure that they know what's going on and what we're doing with the boat. And if I don't have something happening, I like to maybe try to rearrange some of the social media that we do and get the boat featured a little bit more.
Yeah, that's great. You guys want to pivot to the buying side?
Sure.
Before we go there, let's see if there's any other questions. Anybody have any questions out there? I know we've dumped a lot of information on you guys. You're getting years and years of experience and information and some insights into how Atomic Tuna and Fairlawn Yachts does it. And we've been doing it pretty quick. So if you got any questions, why don't you go ahead and put it in our chat, and we'll try to answer them. Let's see. Would you like me to try ask your question still?
You might try
Do
to
you have a
answer the one,
question?
is it always very boat specific and relatively immune to the larger market?
I don't
Is
see
selling
any
and buying
questions
boats?
here.
Oh, wait, Michelle's reading off a question.
Yeah, the very first one we got, I think we kind of dove into the COVID-19, and it was is the buyer or seller's market always going to correspond to the economic situation, or is it more boat specific and relatively immune?
Yeah. You want me to answer it, or do you want to take a shot at it?
I think your experience is going to tell a lot more.
Okay. So the market, the boat market, and you know, I talked a lot about COVID because that's what we're in now. But let's go back in some of our experience in the past. It is really related to the economics. If we're in a recession, people are selling their boats and prices are going down. If we're in a really good economy, people are buying boats and prices they're not going up, but they're not going down as fast. They're kind of leveling out. As far as new boat sales, when we're in a recession, generally those dry up. 2008, there was basically no boats sold from 2008 to 2012, except Catalina. Catalina made it through that and sold boats through that time. But you'll notice if you look on Yacht World for boats for sale, it's rare that you see a boat between 2008 and 2012. They're either 2012 or newer or 2008 and younger. So, and that's all a result of the economy and how that's going. Boat specific. So yes, it is a little boat specific. There are certain boat brands that hold their value. Grand Banks is one of the few boats that we've ever seen with a value that goes up. You know, they'll go through a wave, but they will go back up. Most other boats, when they go through a down, they'll keep going down. They may slow down the rate of decrease, but they'll just keep going down. Catalinas tend to really hold their value. because they're a really high quality boat. I think that's why we see Grand Banks doing the same thing. Some of the bigger boats, Ocean Alexanders, hold their value pretty well. Some of our competitors, some of the French boats, not to name any names or anything, they tend to have a bigger depreciation. And though that is boat specific. So yes, you have to kind of watch the trends. With our sold boat data that we have access to, and we give access to both our buyers and our sellers, so they understand the market. You can generally see these trends. They are location dependent. So a boat here in the Bay Area may sell for more or less money than a boat down in California, and certainly for more money than a boat in Florida. John mentioned that there's more boats in Florida, absolutely. So that that demand drives the market down, and that boats that are built over there get shipped here, so they have a higher cost initially. That keeps the prices up here a little bit. But also we see, especially in Florida, that the boats down there are worn more, they get used more, and they're in a much harsher environment. So you take a similar year boat, whether it's a sailboat or a power boat, from California to Florida, generally you'll see that the California boat's in better condition. And I tend to think, and I may be a little bit biased here, but I think the Bay Area is the ideal place to buy a boat on the West Coast. If you go down to LA or San Diego, lots of boats down there, lots of good boats down there, more higher end boats down there as well. But they're more exposed, they have more UVs. So, you know, they're not in as good condition, gel coat wise, and just condition wise as they are up here. Go up to Seattle, it's raining all the time. Everything's green, dirty. You know, the boats aren't as nice as they are down here, although there's a lot of nice boats up there too. Don't get me wrong, but I generally think that, you know, if you can find a boat in the Bay Area, you should be buying it here. We buy boats, we help people buy boats, and we also list boats all over on the West Coast. It costs more to buy a boat in Seattle and to bring it down here than to buy it here. The same with LA. But you know, it can be done. You got to weigh the pluses and minuses of buying a boat outside of the Bay Area. East Coast, you can certainly buy boats cheaper. You got to look at their condition, and then you got to lump on $20,000 plus for trucking. So generally, unless it's you know, a $500,000 plus boat that you're getting a huge discount on, it's usually not worth trucking a boat from the East Coast to here. We do it sometimes. The Great Lakes is a great place to buy a boat. You know, the trucking is less up there. It's in fresh water, but there aren't a lot of boats up there. So have I answered your question? I think so.
Yeah, I think so. But do you see the next question? It's from Jeff McIntosh. Do you see more power boats going up for sale after the pandemic?
Yeah, Jeff, I think that we're going to get a lot of boats for sale. I know you had been looking at some power boats, and you know, I think with this pandemic right now, I think people are just trying to figure out what's going to happen, and I think that's going to go on for a while till we get a clearer vision of where this pandemic is going and how it's going to affect us. There was another 3.5 or 3.8 million people that filed for unemployment last week. We're, I don't know, 20 million unemployed. So certainly a few of those will have boats, and we'll be wanting to sell those boats. So yeah, yes, Jeff, I absolutely think that we're going to start getting more and more boats listed and on the market, both power boats and sailboats. I think the sailboats are going to sell faster than the power boats, but I think we're going to have both.
Like John said, a power boat makes a great office.
I'm sorry, Michelle?
a powerboat makes a great office.
Great office.
It does.
And it makes a great liveaboard
Yeah.
too. You know, I live on Grand Banks, so and there's a reason I could have bought any boat I wanted to out there, but I ended up on a Grand Banks because of the space and being on a powerboat. I mean, I'm a sailor. I've sailed all over the world. My last trip was South Africa to Florida, and I love sailboats. But to live on, to have an office, no question about it.
So another person asked the question, is it possible to sell their boat on a contingency based on selling their boat? So to buy a boat based on selling theirs on contingency. I have to say, I've never tried doing that.
Yeah, it's really difficult. New boats, you can do trade-ins. You can, if you're looking at a new boat, but an older boat, in buying a used boat, it's difficult. People don't like to get into a contract with a contingency like that. One of the things as a buyer that you should keep in mind is once you go into contract, generally we do 21 days, although I think with this pandemic, we'll go more like 28 days to do all your surveys and final acceptance. Once you're in contract, you can reject the boat for any reason at any time. So we just had a deal where one of our buyers was selling a house and he didn't put a contingency in the contract, but if the house didn't sell, he probably would have backed out of the contract. Now, the risk that you run as a buyer doing that is if you end up doing your surveys, you have survey costs. On the other hand, if you're into a contract and you're making progress and you have a boat that looks like it's going to sell, but you need more time, you can usually get the seller of the boat you're going to buy to extend the contract. Because everybody wants to sell the boat or buy the boat. They want to finish the transaction. So yeah, did I answer that question? I know I rambled a little bit. Sorry about that.
Hey, Wayne, can I bring up another point?
Absolutely.
I was just going to say, I think a lot of buyers or prospective buyers are a little bit tentative about putting in an offer because they feel like, they got to make a 10% deposit when they write the offer and, then they become at risk. But I think it's important for potential buyers to know and understand that you're very, very protected under the contract. And that at pretty much any time, if, you take the boat out on a sea trial, you don't like the way it handles, your wife doesn't like the way it looks, when the mechanic has some issues you don't want to deal with, you can back out anytime within that 28 day period and get a full refund of your deposit. And as Wayne pointed out, maybe you've paid, $400 to have your engines looked at, or, maybe you've got a little out-of-pocket expense, but you're really not obligated until you sign final acceptance. So I think people should feel a little more free to say, hey, I'm going to make an offer. Let's see where this goes. If it doesn't pan out, I get my money back.
Yeah,
So
absolutely. Good point.
You shouldn't take it too seriously making an offer. That's just kind of putting your hat in the ring, is the way I look at it.
Absolutely. But you know what happens with these buyers when they put the offer in? They love the boat. Right? That's why they're making the offer, and they want to buy the boat. So, but John's right. I mean, for any reason, especially during these uncertain times, if things change, you need to back out of the contract to get all your money back. We run a state-controlled escrow account. The money's in that escrow account. We can't touch it, or I go to jail. Not Gailey, not Michelle, not John, but Wayne goes to jail. And I don't like jail.
We don't want that.
So I'm not going there.
We don't want you there.
Yeah, and these guys
Yeah.
don't want me in jail because they'd have to sneak in some food for me.
So the other question,
Go ahead, Michelle.
oh, sorry. The question that I see that's come up in a couple different places and that we did touch on, but not very deeply, is establishing the list price. I think we talked about it a little at the beginning, and I think we've had some people add on. And so I've seen that at least come up twice. So if we could talk about that a little bit more.
Yeah, I'll talk about that a little more. Your listing price is the, well, I shouldn't say the most important. There are a few of the most important things, and listing price is right up there at the top. We use sold boat data. We use current boats for sale data. We look at the condition of the boat. We do a full market evaluation of the boat to come up with a listing price. What we don't want to do is overprice the boat. The worst thing you can do is overprice the boat and sit and watch it for 6 months with nobody coming. So what happens, and I talk about this a lot, when you post a listing for a boat, there's a group of buyers in the market right now looking to see what's available. And when you post that, they will look at that boat. And if it's overpriced, they go away. And what happens? They go on to the next boat. So you're losing this group of buyers that are in the market looking for a boat. And that's usually over the first 30 days, 30 to 45 days. Anybody in the market will see your boat. And if it's in the market, even the high end of the market, you're going to get people looking at the boat and you're going to get offers. If you're above the market, you may get somebody that's going to give you a lowball offer, but they're not going to give you a reasonable offer. So you really want to price the boat aggressively. If you have a boat that's worth 150 and you price it at 180, you're going to sell it less than if you price it at 159. So we've been through this a lot. We'll sit down with you, talk about it, coach you on it, but it's really a big deal to price it right. Did I answer that?
I think that's good.
I did, yeah. Let me say another thing also. You know, a lot of times we'll get people that are listing their boat and they come in and they say, I have this $200,000 boat and I put another $100,000 into it. So I think the value of the boat is 300 or 290 or 310. Unfortunately, that's not the way boats work. It's not like a house where you put an addition on and you get more square footage, or you add a new kitchen and you actually increase the value of the boat. You really don't. What ends up happening is you end up at the top end of the market for that boat and you sell the boat faster. And if you think about it, selling the boat faster is essentially getting a higher price for the boat. So you got to be really careful about that. When buyers go to look at your boat, whether they look at it through Fairlawn Yachts or Atomic Tuna with one of these sales guys, or some other broker, any one of the brokers in this building or any of the brokers, the buyer will be seeing the sold boat data. And they'll see that you paid 2 years ago $225 for the boat or $200 for the boat. So now you dumped 100 in. Do you think you're going to get 300 for the boat? Well, they see that you paid 200. It's a psychological game. It's not really fair, but that's the way the market works. But if you price it right, you're going to get at the top of the market and sell it faster. Any other questions? How are we looking on time? We got about seven minutes on this this show. Hey, just for everybody that's listening, we're going to have a quiz coming up at 3 o'clock, and we're going to be giving away prizes. So definitely hang out for that quiz. It's going to be fun. There's some things in there that you'll laugh at. He'll talk about nautical terms and where they came from. It'll be a lot of fun. So definitely hang out for that. All right, let's talk about the selling side a little bit. Well, we got 5 minutes or 7 minutes. John, do you want to, what are you drinking there?
It's iced tea.
I got a little Pellegrino. John, you want to just talk a little about sellers, or excuse me, buyers? Just get a little bit on the buyer side.
Yeah, absolutely. So as I mentioned before, you know, the buyer, I encourage my buyers, if they like a boat, make an offer. But let me just back up a little bit. as a salesman, one of my jobs is if a buyer comes in and doesn't know exactly what they want, but they have some criteria, then it's my job, or any of our job, to try to figure out what style, type, make, and model of boat would be the most appropriate for them. And one thing about the boating world is there's a huge number of boats and models and manufacturers out there. It's just mind-boggling when you go through the lists of boat manufacturers. So it's really difficult for the average person to figure out, all the appropriate boats that might work for their lifestyle. And I think that's where, the value of having a good broker / salesman comes in, is having somebody help you kind of winnow through all the myriad of boats available and find the type of boat or types that best fits your lifestyle. And one thing is it's a collection of compromises. You got to make your wish list, your Ben Franklin list of here's things I absolutely have to have in my boat. Is it diesel engines? Is it a second or third stateroom? 2 heads versus 1. Whatever your must-have list is, you should write that down. And then you want to have your wouldn't it be nice list. Hey, I'd love to have teak decks, or I'd love to have a vacuum flush toilet. And then you can work with your salesman / broker and actually go through the myriad of options of what kind of boat should I really be looking at.
As well as fatal flaws, right? So something that, a boat may have that you absolutely wouldn't buy that boat.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, there's definitely some lemons out there, and there's some designs that are not appropriate for certain buyers. And I think that's one of our jobs, is educating people of, hey, you want to steer away from this and point them in the direction they want to go.
So once they find the boat, and they say, yeah, let's make an offer, what's the next steps on that? Michelle, you want to answer that?
But I guess I'd like to back up a little bit, because I feel like some of the hardest work is figuring out what the right boat for them, getting them onto the right boat. Helping them understand that a boat is also a long-term expense, not just a short-term expense. And so I like to try and share as much information with my clients as possible about the expense of a boat. I have spreadsheets that I share with them on what the cost can be beyond just slip fees and a payment. But you get them onto the right boat, and then you help them place the offer. Then you have to help them get through the process of, is it the right boat for them? You get them into a sea trial. If you can do the sea trial first, that's always the best, because then they haven't lost any money or invested any money in the boat other than showing up and getting on the boat for the sea trial. And the sea trial can tell you a lot if that boat's going to fulfill that dream that you have. I'm a believer in that magic of boat and dream, and that putting the two together means the boat's going to feel right for you, not just sail right and look good. It's going to feel like the right boat for you. And so you start with a sea trial, then you get set up for the survey and haul and hang to get it all checked out. You talk about riggers if it's a sailboat, mechanical surveys to make sure it's all sound, because you want to make sure that the person doesn't walk away regretting the boat they bought. And if we do our job well, that's not going to happen. They're going to be very, very happy with what they've done.
And how long does the process usually take?
We've done it in a week and a half, but it tends to take at least 3 weeks, because you have to get on a surveyor schedule. And some of the surveyors are out 10 days to 3 weeks themselves on scheduling. You have to get into the yard for the haul and hang. That can take some time in scheduling. And actually I feel like that's a big part of our job, is helping with that scheduling, because you need to get the sea trial scheduled. You need to get the survey scheduled, rigging scheduled, mechanics scheduled. It's a lot of dealing with the moving parts and calling people and getting everybody settled in to get it done. But about 3 weeks, usually you can get everything done. The piece that is usually surprises most people is that at the very end, you've done your sea trial, you've done all your surveys, and then you have to get your title straightened out, and you have to get the bill of sale, and you have to potentially get a loan, which you need to be working on ahead of time. But at the end, it can still take a week to get the Coast Guard documentation completed and the bill of sale completed, depending on where the owner lives. there's a lot of complications, and buying a boat isn't all that simple. So it's good to have a broker that can help you work through some of those things and take some of the load off you with the scheduling and the information load that comes in, and that can be distributed a lot better if you have somebody working for you.
Yeah, so I think you're getting the feel. We don't just sit around and wait for the phone to ring and then sign a contract. We do a lot of work for you guys, and we do it because we have fun and we enjoy it. And the best thing for me is to have a customer like Kurt Christofferson, who's on this call right now, who I helped find the right boat, and he's out cruising, and he comes back and reminds me, how happy he is with his boat. That is just awesome. We got one quick question here before we wrap this up. If I wanted to buy a boat from a private person, do you offer some type of survey assistance to check out the boat for me, of course, for a fee? So Bern, so buying from a private person, we generally don't get involved in that. We can work as a buyer's broker if the seller, the private person, will work with us. Sometimes we've done that. It's pretty rare. We could work as your buyer's broker for our normal commission, but then it would come out of your side. So generally we don't. Usually private people selling boats don't really know the market either. So you got to be really careful with that. And, you could seriously overpay for a boat buying from a private person and have some issues. And but if you, send us an email or contact us, as far as the process, we'll help you, let you know what that process is. But we don't generally get involved with private transactions very often. All right. Gailey?
No, I think we covered everything.
All right, yeah. Well, we're pretty quick on the buyer side, but I think if you're a buyer and you listen to our seller side, you learned a lot about buying a boat as well. The actual transactional side of the buyer side, it's pretty cut and dry. I mean, we do it all the time. The seller side is kind of more of the fairy dust, and how do you really get these boats in the right price, in the right condition to sell fast. John,
the number
Michelle?
one thing is communication, I would say. So the
Number one thing is communication. Absolutely. I think we really pride ourselves on that. John and Michelle, we appreciate you hanging out. And if you guys have something real quick to say.
Hey, I do, me, I'm always full of words, but one thing I would just say, the private party transaction, I would caution anybody doing that just from the viewpoint of we don't have all the surveys, inspections, and sea trials involved in a private sale. So it's really easy to get stuck with a boat with mechanical issues that are not readily apparent. I mean, that's one of the benefits of going through a brokerage is they strongly encourage you to do all the proper surveys and inspections to make sure you know what you're buying.
All right, cool. Michelle, parting words?
Well, I feel like we're out of time, but I just like to let people know that feel free to call us with questions. All of our numbers are on the website, and we'd be happy to talk with you and see what we can do to help you get into the boat of your dreams.
Yeah, sure. That sounds good.
And to Deanna Landers, this recording will be available later.
Yeah, Deanna and everybody else, we will be putting all of this show up on our site. We'll try to segment it out so you can look at different panels and interviews, but yes, we will have it up on the site. So cool. We're going to wrap up this one. That one a little bit longer than we had planned, but I think you guys got a lot of good information from it. And we're going to roll right into our quiz phase with Peter Benziger, who's also one of our sales guys. And he is nautical trivia extraordinaire. So Peter, welcome. And you're going to be giving the quizzes to these guys and prizes. So take it away, Peter. Oh, and
Yes.
Margie's there as well. Hi, Margie.
Absolutely. My name is Peter Benziger, and this is?
I'm Margie.
We are a sailing couple. We've been living aboard for 11 years, and we've got about 42,000 miles under our keel in about 44 countries. And we're aboard Peregrina right now in the main salon. And years ago, when I was in college, I took a course in etymology, which is the origin of words and what they mean. And I became very interested in it. And Marge actually helped me in the Pacific.
When we were crossing the Pacific, every night we would have a net on the SSB radio. And Thursday night, we did trivia night. So Peter and I developed a huge selection of trivia questions, and we're going to test you today.
So we're going to have a test today for about 15 minutes. Maybe a test isn't the right word. Maybe a fun game would be a better word. But we'll be doing it every day at 3 o'clock. And tomorrow at 3 o'clock, we'll announce the winners from today. We'll get your names and draw some lucky winners out of the hat. But there'll be multiple choice questions. I do have to caution you that all the answers will sound reasonable. And it's not a question of selecting the best or most appropriate one, because we absolutely made up 3 of them. They're total fabrications. They're completely untrue. But
there's one.
There's one that is true. But we hope you can read between the lines and figure out which ones. We're going to try a polling process here that is offered by Zoom. If it doesn't work, we'll turn it off. But we're going to get the questions up on the screen. The answers are going to be numbered 1 through 4. So maybe get a pencil and a piece of paper so you can keep track of how well you do. And then we'll try to show you what the other people answered. So we're going to give this a whirl and do our best and see if we can.
Well, we got number 1.
Is that the right answer? Good. Okay, now we're going to launch the polling here. And good. Now, here's the question. We often hear the expression, I tried my best to the bitter end. What is a bitter end? Margie will read the answers, potential answers.
Okay, so number 1, when sailors ate lemons to prevent scurvy, the peel was called the bitter end. Or is it number 2? That refers to a line on a sturdy post on the deck. Number 3, the last drop of grog had a bitter taste. Or is it number 4, the most aft part of a sailboat, usually the trailing edge of the rudder? So which one is the bitter end? We'll give you about 10 seconds to make your choice. Then you can register your vote and hit submit. And we'll see how it goes. All right.
Okay, it looks like the votes are being registered. So
give them a second.
Let's give them a few seconds more. And then we'll go ahead and try. We've got, not everybody has voted yet, but we'll give it a whirl now. See what happens. And share results. Okay, it seems like the most popular one was number 2. And that says refers to a line on a sturdy post on the deck. And guess what? That's the right answer. A bitter end refers to the end of an anchor line secured to a post on a deck called a bit. And actually, if you were listening to Wayne early in the morning, he mentioned the word bit or bitter end. And the line was paid out around this bit to set the anchor. However, if the water was deeper than anticipated, the rope would pay out to the bitter end, which is the very end of the rope. And hopefully you wouldn't let it go because...
Hate it when that happens.
Yeah, losing an anchor. Okay, now let's try to get number 2 here for you. This is one of my favorites. And we'll launch the polling here, and hopefully that'll work. And basically, the expression is the devil and the deep blue sea. And what does that mean? So go ahead and register. Oh, Margie will read the answers.
I'll read the answers. You have 4 choices. Number 1, a sailing reference to heaven existing in the sky above us. 2, caught between the potential danger of sailing and a devil's wind. 3, when a sailor is suspended between the ocean and a seam of the boat. Or 4, this defines the struggle between evil and calm thinking. So what is between the devil and the deep blue sea? All right, we'll give you a few more seconds to make your choice, and then just register your vote and hit submit.
Okay, we've got most people, oops, some people changed their minds. That's kind of interesting. So let's see what it is. Okay, here are the results. They were split, I guess. There was 3 groups. Nobody voted on a sailing reference to heaven existing in the sky above us. So I guess I wasn't very clever there.
Panelists cannot vote, cannot play.
The devil was the longest seam of the ship, thought to be the first plank on the outer hull of a wooden vessel from stem to stern. And the devil had to be caught. The sailor hung from a rope to do so, because they used to have to put pitch and tar between the seams to let the wood expand and contract. But this poor devil person was suspended from the side of the boat between the devil, which is the plank, and the sea. And it was a very precarious position when the ship was underway. So that's what to be between the devil and the deep blue sea means. It's to be in a precarious position.
Number 3.
Number 3.
Right.
Okay, now we'll go to our next one. I think I'm healing.
On 4.
Oh, it's okay. It's good enough. All right. Here's one that is probably easier for you. What does the cat's out of the bag mean?
Okay, so number 1, the ship's cat was kept in a bag during battles. Or is it number 2, a sailor who was about to receive punishment? Or 3, cats have better night vision and could see ships coming? Or is it number 4, when cats give birth, the litter is out of the bag? So have a few seconds, register your answer, and hit submit. Right, give them a chance.
Okay, I'm supposed to give you a chance now. You've got people still voting. Oh, they're still voting. Oh, now they're still voting. And
is out.
Yep, we're getting pretty high here. Okay, let's take a look at this one. Well, the right answer is number 2. A sailor was about to receive punishment. And the cat o' nine tails was a whip that was kept in a bag until used to flog a man. He certainly regretted it when the cat came out of the bag. Cat o' nine tails, commonly referred to as the cat, is a type of multi-tailed whip that was used as an implement of punishment in the British and the Royal Navy. It actually has 9 little lashes with 9 little knots on them, so you get 9 times the punishment. One of the really cruel punishments was called flogging around the fleet. So if you were in an anchorage and the Admiralty wanted to demonstrate to all the ship's crews in the anchorage that they needed to respect all the rules, a man who broke the rules would be tied to the mainmast of a jolly boat, which is a small boat, and rowed from ship to ship, where he would receive lashes given by the quartermaster of that boat. And he was used as an example, and everybody on all the boats had to witness his flogging. And even if he died during the flogging, he was taken to the next boat and reflogged, because it was important to have everybody see. Okay. I guess we didn't do that, but.
So number two
Number
is the right
two.
answer.
Number two is the right answer. And now let's see how to start this thing again. Whoop, sorry about that. Okay, we have a little bit, end polling. Sorry, here we're having a little bit of a, here we go, okay. All right, the next one. Let's see. I'm hoping you're seeing this. Good. What does the expression "to get a good deal" come from? Marge?
Okay. To get a good deal, where does that come from? Does it come from a plank of wood? Or were deals a weight of grog? Number 3, certain assignments on a ship were called deals. Or number 4, in a fight on board, a hard punch was called a deal. So again, we'll give you a little bit of time to make your choice.
Oh, that's interesting.
Register your vote and hit submit.
I love that quiz thing. I have to give a feedback on it. It's very nice of these people to come up with.
I don't know. Who are they? Okay, I think here we go, guys.
Oh, they do.
Oh, what time?
I'm always in a hurry.
Rushing.
Yeah,
You're rushing.
we're still seeing some votes registered, but
Studies on its own.
we have a lot to go.
All right.
Okay, and now we'll see what everybody said. And
Wow, this is interesting.
Yeah, this was kind of all over the place. Now, this is, I didn't actually know this until a while ago, but when cutting timber for a ship, back in the old days for the wooden ship, a wooden plank was called a deal. So that when a shipbuilder had a good plank of good quality, he was said to have gotten a good deal. So the answer is number 1.
Wow. We fooled a lot of people on that one.
We fooled some people on that one. Okay, this one might be a little easier, I think. And let's launch the polling on this. The question is, this is an expression I used to tell my kids when they were, I would say, out of line. I would say, you need to toe the line. Not that they ever listened to me much, but the potential answers are?
Okay, to toe the line, to walk along the anchor rope. Or number 2, to steer a straight line on a plotted course. Number 3, to stand on a ship's seam. Or 4, to put a line between your toes when splicing the ends. All right, so we've got answers coming. We'll give you 10 seconds and register your vote and hit submit.
It's funny, we're watching the answers come in and they're bouncing. People are changing. So, okay, let's...
Have faith in your first choice.
I'm not sure that's true, but here's the results.
Oh, there was a tie.
Oh, there was a tie here between steering a straight line and standing on the ship's seam. Well,
and the winner is?
And the winner is, it's standing on a ship's seam. Basically, the old wooden ships had deck planking over the decks, and they also expanded and contracted in the weather, so they were put together with pitch between the seams. So there were lines all across the deck, and when the crew was called together by the bosun's mate or the quartermaster, they would be told to toe the line. And nobody wore shoes on these old sailing ships for the most part. So they would put all their toes on a line, and if all their toes were on the line, then the entire ship was properly lined up, and the captain or the quartermaster or the lieutenant could address them. So that's toe the line. Okay. Now I'm gonna relaunch the polling here, I guess, and here we go. Okay. This is one of my favorites. And let's see. It's where does the expression "cold enough to freeze the balls off a brass monkey" come from? Marge?
Oh, slow down, cowboy. This is a family-friendly boat show here. Let's see, where are the answers? What's cold enough to freeze the balls off a brass monkey? Number one, on Nelson's flagship, a winter storm froze his pet male monkey. Pet male monkey. Number two, on either side of the compass were large metal brass balls. Number three, a French officer's sword had a brass monkey on the scabbard. Or number four, cannonballs were stored on a brass monkey. So we'll give you a little more time and make your choice and hit submit.
Well, you know, when ships went into battle, they did have their cannonballs stored on deck. The powder was never stored on deck. It was always stored down below, and they would have young children basically bring the powder up from the powder room. But the cannonballs were there, and they were stacked in kind of a four-sided pyramid, I guess would be the right way to say it. But they had to have a secure base for the cannonballs, and they made it out of brass. It was a brass cannonball holder. So there was this big square of brass with a concave space for each of the cannonballs, and the first row of cannonballs was put in securely into the space, and then there was another row on top of them of a lesser number going up into a pyramid. And that kept them pretty well, except when the temperature was very cold, because brass contracts more quickly than the iron cannonballs. And all of a sudden, the base was too small for the cannonballs, and the cannonballs would roll out of the brass monkey and roll all over the deck, which was really a terrible thing to happen. But that's where the expression "cold enough to freeze the balls off a brass monkey" came from.
So number four.
So number four. So, okay, now, so that's where most people got that one right, but they're hard. These are tough ones to guess. So, okay, let's go on to the next one. This one you might be able to get. Let's see if you have some luck on this one. Okay, you've probably heard the expression "to eat a square meal," or told your kids to eat a square meal. And the question is, where does this expression come from?
All right, your four choices are: a meal that contains 4 items: carbohydrates, vegetables, dairy, and fruit. Or number 2, lift your fork up directly from the plate and make a 90-degree turn to your mouth. A square meal. Number 3, lard, much used on a ship, was stored in square boxes. Or 4, a common onboard plate. So again, what does it mean to eat a square meal? I'll give you a few more seconds, register your vote, and hit submit.
Okay, we got most of the votes in now. So let's go ahead and share the results. And here we are. Basically, the answer is that it was an onboard square plate. It turns out that when things were not rocking and rolling, that it was the ship's food to the crew was served on flat planks, which were square. And they were easy to make. They were easy to store because they were all square. They didn't roll around. That's where the expression "to eat a square meal" was, to eat your meal off a square
There's a mute button.
on a boat. We'll do one more. We've actually kind of lost track of timing here. So Wayne, if we're overboard, just let me know. but we'll just do one more here. And this is, the question is, we've all heard of black books. Now, where did these come from, Marge?
Okay. We're not talking about the black book or blue book for cars. We're talking about number one, a list of brothels in ports of call. Or two, where the purser entered the stores bought on board. The book where the pursers entered the stores brought on board. Or three, a collection of maritime laws. Or is it four, gangplanks stored on deck and lashed together during passage? So what were the black books? Again, we'll give you a little more time and register your vote and hit submit.
Boy, this one is drawing a lot of diverse opinions.
Yes, a lot of changing going on
A lot
here.
of changing going on here.
There's one right answer.
Oh, okay. All right, we've got most of the votes here in, and I'll share the results with you. And this is what the results look like. The Black Book, the answer is number 3. It's a collection of maritime laws. And basically, these Black Books contain regulations of conduct aboard a boat and also forms of punishment. So if somebody was going to be flogged around the fleet, his punishment would probably be in this maritime Black Book. Basically, the punishments for offenses were all harsh, to say the least. In addition to flogging, there was actually drowning. You could drown somebody. Starvation, marooning, keel hauling. They were all punishments. And one of the most serious offenses was sleeping on watch. That was really, really a tough one. So as it's used today, if you're listed in somebody's Black Book, you've offended them in some way. And luckily for all of us, these kind of corporal punishments, for the most part, don't agree.
Yeah.
But you don't want to be in anybody's Black Book.
Or blacklisted.
Blacklisted.
Blacklisted,
That's
yes.
another one, yeah. I think we're probably out of time.
Yeah.
The other one ran a little late, but let me just get back here. So this is Margie and Peter from Onboard Peregrina. We will be here every day at 3 o'clock. Margie will be on a panel tomorrow of the women's perspective, and she suffered 9 years with me going around the world, so she has some perspectives on that. And I'll be doing, with Margie, a video and slide presentation of our circumnavigation and some of the lessons learned. And then on Sunday at the end of the day, I'll be doing my favorite tools. And that may sound a little bit mundane, but my guess is that you have probably never seen some of these tools. So we hope they're interesting to you, and we'll look forward to seeing you shortly.
All right.
Over to you.
Bye-bye.
Over to you, Wayne.
Yeah, Joan's seeing the same thing.
Where is
I'm seeing Wayne.
Robert. It's live. Hey, everybody. Welcome back. That was pretty exciting. I was going through that and I didn't get any right. So I hope you guys did better than I did. That was kind of fun. Come back again tomorrow and we'll do some more. I don't think they got to giving away prizes, but we're going to be giving those away. So if you were on for the quizzes, you may get contacted by us that you want a prize. So thanks for joining. And our next esteemed guest is Joan Burley. A lot of people around here have known Joan. She's been in the business of financing boats for a few years. 30 years. She works for Trident Funding, and she knows the finance business. So we're going to talk today with Joan about what it's like to finance a boat in these the pandemic time, and what she's seeing, and she's going to give you some tips on what to do and how to do it, and it should be pretty interesting. And please, we're here to answer questions. So go ahead and ask us some questions in the chat room, and we'll answer them. Hey, Joan, how you doing?
I'm doing great, thanks. Wayne, how about you?
I'm doing good. So you're surviving this stay-at-home order?
Quite nicely, actually.
Yeah. So you work in your office by yourself, right? So your social distancing is pretty easy.
Yes. That's
Yeah,
correct.
that's good. And where's your office, Joan?
Over at Ballina Bay.
Oh, that's
in
really
Alameda.
in Alameda. Yeah, that's really nice. I mean, she's just down the road from us. Pretty easy to get to. And you've been in that office for a few years.
23 years.
23 years. So if you've been around the boating industry, you probably know Joan. So Joan, let's talk a little about financing in today's market and what you've seen has changed or is a little different. And also give us, just talk about what you do and somebody
Sure.
that wants to get a loan now.
Basically, the process really has not changed that dramatically. Some of the banks are a little stricter than others, but pretty much the same process is in place as was before. They might look at with a little bit more scrutiny at some individuals in terms of liquidity and job stability. But for the most part, it's pretty much the same parameters. The typical loan process is 20% down, 80% financing. Right now, we're still seeing some very good rates out there. People with scores over 800 are seeing rates sometimes as low as 3.99, typically 4.11. And they still have a couple of banks that will do low docked loans, which means basically an application if you're a W-2 wage earner. But most banks do require the full docs, which is year-to-date income for 2020, 2019, either tax returns, W-2s, or proof of income, and then 2 years full tax returns. It's pretty standard.
So we just got a question from Deanne Landers. Thanks, Deanne. And her question is, does the pandemic change the requirements to qualify for a loan? And what about the process is different because of the pandemic?
Process is pretty much the same. And the qualifications are pretty much the same. You do have to have very good credit, as always. Boat loans have never been typically very easy loans to get. So I think paramount is credit score. And credit scores now, good scores are actually a benefit because some banks are giving you 0.25% off for a score over 800, which is fabulous. And as far as documenting the paperwork, it's pretty much standard, the same thing.
So not much difference.
Not much difference.
So 20% down. The interest rates are similar to what they were before the pandemic?
For the most part.
For the most part, yeah.
One bank has come down, which has driven other banks down. So the spread basically for people with scores over 800 is 3.99 to 4.11.
Yeah, that's really good.
It's amazing.
Yeah. What's the lowest you've ever seen?
This is the lowest I've ever seen.
The lowest you've ever seen. Wow.
I can remember years ago giving out approvals at 14.5%.
14.5%.
And the clients were thrilled. That was 25 years ago.
That was what,
so
Reagan times?
Before
Or
that.
Carter? Somewhere around there?
It was a long time ago.
When I was a
And
baby and
people were thrilled at 14.5. So it's all relative. So this
Yeah.
is very good pricing. I think now is a very good time to finance a boat because pricing on the yachts is very reasonable. And I think it's not that difficult to get a loan.
yeah, so good news out there. So all you buyers, loans are available, good interest rates. In fact, the lowest that Joan's ever seen, and the same process.
The only expectation that you should be aware of as a buyer is that things will take a little bit longer than previously. but longer in this industry is nothing compared to home loans. We can typically get these loans approved, probably I'd say now in this environment in about 4 to 5 days.
4 to 5 days.
Which is very rapid.
That's great. So what makes a difference in the percent rate for a loan?
Largely driven by several factors. One of which is the client's credit score. The good scores drive down the rate, and some banks are even giving a full 0.25 off for scores over 800. Also driving the pricing is the collateral. Some banks are much more interested in more recent collateral. I'd say to achieve the best interest rate, you'd be looking at a score over 800 and a boat less than 15 years old.
Less than 15. So that's 2005 or newer.
Correct.
Somewhere around there.
We certainly do older products, but it's more difficult and not as appealing rate-wise.
Do you have like an age of a boat that you have a really hard time financing, almost impossible, or?
Anything older than 1990.
So 30 years. It's got to be newer than 30 years.
Correct.
Right. And then the banks are, unless it's something really special where maybe the down payment is 50% and the 840 credit score or something.
And we can certainly get them done. Yeah.
Then you can get them done.
Yeah.
Yeah. But generally, typical loans, 30 years and older is not going to get done. 30 years or newer, you can. You see price or rate differences as a boat gets older,
it's
right?
Tiered pricing. And typically you'll be getting the best opportunity. We're actually in contract with 10 national lenders. We have this wonderful experience being in contract with that many banks. We're the largest privately held yacht finance company in the United States. And so the banks out of 10, I'd say if you look at a boat 10 years or newer, you're definitely going to get the best rate. Some banks will go back as old as 15, but anything more than 20 is going to have special pricing, which means it's going to cost more in interest.
More in interest, you require a higher down payment also, or?
Yes, typically.
In a higher down payment, yeah. So sometimes a boat that's 21 years old, even though it's a lower price, may have higher payments than a newer boat at a higher price.
That's correct.
So you want to make sure that you're talking to Joan about those rates when you're out looking at boats, because it does make a difference the year of the boat. And also, how about if it's like a custom boat or a production boat? Does that make a difference?
It does. Some banks are much more comfortable with that than others. So I wouldn't say that that is an objection.
Okay. So we got a question here. Do sellers of old boats do anything to mitigate the difficulties the buyer has in getting a loan? Well, I think that's something I should probably answer. So we do see sellers with older boats, older than what Joan can finance, doing some owner financing. It's pretty rare. It's a risky thing for the owner, but on occasion we see it. It's not something we like to do because we really rely on Joan to really take care of the whole loan process. So yes, it can happen. It's really rare. In my time selling boats, I don't think I've actually done one of those. So let me ask, got a few other questions here. What if the credit score is between 700 and 800 and annual salary 123,000?
That should be fine, contingent upon the purchase price of the vessel.
So if they're buying $1 million vessel, that may be a little difficult, but If they're buying a 200,000, it's probably right in the ballpark, right?
It depends on their debt load,
Uh-huh.
what other current debts they have, home mortgage, car payments, revolving debt. So each each file is handled on its own, but certainly that sounds like a fine transaction.
All right, got another question. You're getting some good questions here. Should a buyer get pre-approved before looking at boats? And is there a better rate for a newer boat? I think we talked about that already. Newer boats.
We did.
You do get better rates, but how about pre-approval?
I think that's a fantastic idea. In fact, I strongly recommend it because it's a much more powerful tool for somebody to be pre-approved, whether they're coming in, just starting to look in the process. But I mean, you as a broker, Wayne, would feel much more comfortable presenting an offer to a seller knowing that your client is pre-approved. And there's no charge for that. And then you can feel absolutely comfortable offering what you feel is fair.
We have a question. Thanks for that answer, Joan. We have a question. I think this is from Facebook. YouTube, sorry. If retiring from working and no wage income, what is needed in order to qualify?
Typically, retireds produce Social Security, verification of Social Security income, pension income, and also some banks actually consider portfolio and dividend income.
Okay, so what they should do is give you a call and you can kind of walk them through and see what they have and you would have a pretty good idea of what that is. Yeah, good. Let's see. Is there a minimum amount, percentage of value perhaps, or dollar value that can be financed?
Yes, typically the minimum loan is $25,000. And since it requires a 20% down, if you find a boat that costs $32,000, then 20%, the finance amount comes into approximately $25,000. I believe it's $25,600. I'm not at my calculator right now, but that will qualify.
But you have a calculator in your brain.
So the minimum purchase price should be $32,000 that you're looking at.
Minimum's $32,000 and newer than 20 years old.
Absolutely. Right? The only two banks that offer that, we should really be looking at a product that's either 15 years, better yet, 10 years old.
Right. So yeah, keep that in mind. So Joan, you've been doing this for a while. Tell us a story.
30 years.
30 years.
It's I do it because I'm very passionate about boating. You meet very interesting people, and I find it to be extremely rewarding. And often I become friends with my clients. That's one thing that I think is something to emphasize, is that we do offer exceptional service and pretty much hands-on. If somebody's seeking information about different marinas or insurance companies, we're here to help. That's the main message to convey, because it's an emotional purchase and you want somebody there to help you.
Yeah, so let's circle back to this pre-approval thing. You were talking about that. I was a little distracted. Sorry about that. But pre-approval is really important, and you don't mind doing that for a client, right?
Not at all. In fact, I think it's a wise method.
Yeah, so get pre-approved, and then you'll know where your limits are and you know how much it's going to cost, and you can look at the expenses of the boat. You can have an idea on your payment, and we can hone in on the right boat for you. So yeah, that's a great idea. How about surveys?
Surveys, typically a survey, almost all the banks straight across the board now require a NAMS or SAMS certified surveyor with a sea trial and a haul out. And that's something that you should plan on. And everybody likes that anyway, because it not only protects the bank, but also protects the buyer.
Have you ever done a survey or had a surveyor that wasn't NAMS or SAMS?
Rarely, because you express these details to the client up front.
Yeah, we tell all our clients that they have to be NAMS or SAMS. Those are the two licensing agencies for surveyors, and there's a process for them to get certified. It's not simply go sign up and like a yacht broker, you just go take a little test. But for NAMS and SAMS, you actually have to like work in the industry and be an apprentice. And so the NAMS and SAMS surveyors really know what they're doing. And we work with most of the surveyors in the Bay Area. We know them really well. And what we found with the good surveyors is their websites are really bad.
That's because they're so busy.
That's because they're so busy and they don't care. And the bad surveyors, their websites are really good. So don't be fooled by a surveyor's website. Have you seen that, Joan?
I haven't really paid attention.
Yeah,
I think that's
well,
more something that you would get involved in.
Because we had them off for you.
Thank you.
They never get to you.
And I think we should pause one moment for station identification.
All right.
We have a prize. Trident Funding would love to offer, Trident Funding and Joan Burley would like to offer the first buyer of a boat that buys the boat from Atomic Tuna Yachts and finances through Trident Funding. We will gladly give them $300 towards their Coast Guard documentation fees.
Wow, that's great. And you know what? Since we're feeling so good today and we're having fun at this virtual boat show, Atomic Tuna and Farallon is going to match that.
Fantastic.
So that's basically their title work is free, right?
That's correct.
How about that? So, so yeah, that prize is up for the first person that that comes through and buys one of our boats that we have at the boat show. So it's a great deal. We have to thank Joan for coming up with that. And yeah, we look forward to having somebody buy one of the boats and using this great prize.
And maybe we should talk about an example of.
Yeah, let's talk about an example. Yeah.
So we do have, Wayne has a boat listed. It's a 2018 Catalina 425. Listing price is $399. And with that option, a down payment of 20% would be $79,980. And a loan amount of $319,920 gives you a monthly payment of $1,957. Probably
So-
some of your birth dates.
I'm a little bit older than that, but not much. So yeah, less than $2,000 a month, and you get basically a brand new Catalina 425.
Yes.
Boy, can I get that deal?
Yes, as long as your score is over 800.
All right. Oh,
We'll
that's
gladly
great.
get you pre-approved as well
And you'll get me
to
pre-approved.
make the process that much simpler.
All right, all right. That's great. That's really great. Yeah, that's exciting. And that 425 is a sweet, sweet boat. It's almost brand new. The people that bought it, they sailed it down to Ventura and back, and that's all the use the boats had. So yeah, keep that in mind. But we're going to do this deal with a matching $300 on the title work on any of the boats at the boat show. But that's a good one. We've got 12 boats that we're showing at the show. They all have boat show specials. That was $399 on that boat.
Purchase price $399. That's correct.
Yep. And the original asking price on that boat's $425, I think. So $26,000 or $25,000 reduction gets you under $400,000, and you're under $2,000 a month on payments. That's a great deal, and that boat is ready to go cruising. So cool, that's great. Joan, thanks a lot for that. Some people have asked me about the confidentiality of their information.
Absolutely. That's very important. Client confidentiality is extremely important in our industry, as it is throughout the banking industry. And we keep all of our information secure and private.
All right, cool. And Joan, you're a broker, right? You work with 10 different.
We're actually labeled in this industry, it's called a service company. But yes, we technically are a broker, and we place the loan with the best bank possible. We match this. We take a fair amount of time to do a very careful, tailored job, one based on the client and their scores and borrowing experience, and then also on the yacht. So we do not shop these because for two reasons. One of which it's hard on the client's credit score, and two, it's hard on our bank relations. So we very carefully pick the bank appropriate for we tailor-made basically for each deal.
So if I'm looking to buy a boat and get a loan, Joan over at Trident or somebody else at one of these other service companies.
There is no other.
There is no other. Why would I go to Joan or why wouldn't I do both even better?
Probably you'll find that our service is very efficient and very pleasant at Trident. And we do have more banks than any other service company.
And some of them are the same banks, right?
That's correct. But because we give so much volume to our banks, probably if they see the deals coming through Trident, they're more likely to give it a positive spin.
Interesting.
And also we take a lot of time and pride in each one of our deals. Very much hands-on.
I've been working with Joan for years, and that is my recommendation for our buyers is to go to Joan, because Joan really works hard. She looks after the clients. We don't have to handhold it. We don't have to call her 5 times a day to get her to call back. She's right on top of things. So that's our recommendation. You certainly can use anybody you want, but here in the Bay Area, Joan is our prime choice.
If you need a loan, call Joan. Any loan, big or small. I do them all. Numbers are my game. Joan is my name.
All right, there you go. Call Joan. I got a couple more questions here. Does a pre-approval of a larger amount than the offer put us in a worse negotiating position?
No, that number is kept private. That is between you and me. So in other words, if a boat is listed, say the boat is listed for 200,000, I would recommend getting approved for 200,000. And then you go through your negotiation process and you come out, say, at 180. And then everything shrinks. Your down payment changes, your down payment gets smaller, your monthly payment gets smaller, and the loan amount.
Right. Okay, good.
Good question.
Yeah. How difficult is it to get a haul out in an inspection during our current situation, especially if the boat is in a different country?
Now that's something I would ask Wayne about.
Yeah, so I think country to country is really country specific, and it's difficult to say. We have that right here with our states, between states. What is California doing compared to Washington, and even more so is county to county. Look at San Diego. They have closed down San Diego Bay.
They just are reopening this weekend.
Are they? Well, that's good to know. Here in the Bay Area, the yards, some of the yards closed down for a day or two, and then they were opened back up. So it really hasn't affected us. Other countries, we would have to, investigate. And I know James is the one asking the question, and he is looking at buying a catamaran somewhere. And of course, we have very few big cats here. So we're kind of looking for them in other areas, Caribbean, Florida, things like that. So it's a good question, James. And, who knows what's going to happen? I mean, who knows what's going on in the BVIs right now? I know the charter companies are all closed down, I think, although I haven't checked today. But yeah, it's a question, and it's something we just need to work through. And we'll do that for you. That's one of the things we do. Okay, do we have any other questions? Let's see, how are we doing on time? 5 more minutes, Joan. Tell us a story.
Tell us a story.
Yeah,
Well,
your favorite.
Catalina buyer, you asked me about this.
Yeah.
And I will specifically say it was just recently. This gentleman had a brand new Catalina on order from the factory. It showed up a little bit early, but we were ready, and he is just absolutely thrilled with his new yacht. And he actually keeps his boat over at Bellina Isle Marina.
Oh, so you probably see him.
Yes, and he's just wonderfully thrilled with his new Catalina.
Yeah, oh, that's great. Another question that I had written down: what does it cost to use Trident funding?
In terms of closing
buyer.
costs, the closing costs are very minimal. Typically, the documentation for the Coast Guard, because that is a requirement for most of our loans that the boat be Coast Guard documented. That fee is $550. And then because I'm dealing with Atomic Tuna, I will reduce your closing cost from $400 down to $350.
Wow. All
This
right.
is a boat show special.
Another little bump here.
Boat show special.
All right, cool. We should have Joan over here more often. I think we may be doing these every week on Saturday mornings. So maybe we have to have a little special slot for Joan to come over every Saturday morning. And
Well, I was so impressed with how many people were on the docks. This is amazing.
it's amazing, isn't it? Virtually amazing. Yeah, it's really fun doing this show. And I hope all you, everybody out there that's tuned in and listening is getting some good information from this. We will be putting this up on our website. Every one of these little talks we'll have separated so you can go listen to any talk that you want. Joan's been great with us. Joan, how do we get in touch with you?
Quite easily. Probably the easiest way is by phone or email. My phone number is area code 510-749-0050. And my email is the same as my name, J, B as in boy, U as in uncle, R as in Romeo, L as in Lima, E as in echo, I as in India, G as in golf, H as in hotel, at Trident, like the gum, funding, all one word, .com.
All right. So Jay Burley at tridentfunding.com.
Yes, and I would be delighted to help.
Yeah. So give her a call, pick her brain. She'll get you pre-qualified and then get yourself your dream boat.
And you can be the first one to buy the boat here at the Atomic Tuna Boat Show and get your prize.
There you go. All right. How we doing on time? We're just about done with this session. Do you have any last tidbits, Joan?
No, I think we've covered
We've
quite a bit
we've
of
done a pretty
ground.
good job. Yeah. Well, it's been great.
Thank you for this opportunity. I
You know,
really appreciate it.
one thing I didn't ask you, Joan. I think you're a sailor, aren't you?
I am a sailor.
Tell us a little about sailing. What do you do?
I've been sailing here in San Francisco Bay since I was 14 years old, racing competitively with my father at that time. And I was very lucky, very blessed to get on some pretty exciting race boats. By the time I was 18, I was sailing with some pretty nice, actually it was largely because of one yacht designer, Gary Mole, who unfortunately is no longer with us.
He was a great designer.
He took me under his wing and took me out on his race boat. So
Wow.
I had that opportunity. And then I During college, I worked at a local sailing school and taught sailing lessons and then managed the sailing school. So I had lots of sailing opportunities in my life.
Yeah, so Joan's a real sailor. She's out often still, right?
Yes.
You go out a lot. Yeah. So if you see her out on the water, wave to her. That is a really good thing to see Joan out there. I mean, she may be beating you in a race, but still say hi to her. So we're going to wrap this session up, and our next session is going to be the liveaboard lifestyle. We've got a panel of liveaboards that are going to be joining us on Zoom and ready to go. So thanks, Joan.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Want me to say? Yeah, sure. Hey, who's that? Mark Christensen.
Hey, Wayne.
Hey, Mark. Mark's over at the Golden Gate Bridge, it looks like.
Which side?
Who do we have? Hey, Greg, how you doing? And Greg's hanging out on the front of his boat.
I'm on the front of my neighbor's boat. My Wi-Fi is a little sketchy.
Your Wi-Fi is a little sketchy. Well, at least it's the Wi-Fi and not you.
Seems to be a problem over there.
And Peter, you're also on this call. Hey, Peter?
No.
Peter Benziger.
Oh, I didn't know we were on.
Okay, well, you're on. And you're a liveaboard, so you can stay on this call.
Okay, well, let's get Marge in here.
Hold on.
We're a
Hey,
team.
Marge.
She's working her way over.
So we
were
have
done.
a few other
Yeah, we thought-
liveaboards. This is going to be a fun little panel. How many liveaboards do we have, Kaylee?
On the panel?
On the panel?
I think we
Five,
have
six?
6.
5 or 6. So yeah, it's going to be fun.
Actually,
And
8.
8.
We're waiting for John and Amy.
We're waiting for John and Amy. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of us. Why don't we start when John and Amy are trying to get on?
Oh,
and,
they're on now.
They're on now.
Here.
Okay.
Can you hear us?
Hey guys, John and Amy, how you guys doing?
Good.
All right, so we have 1, 2, 3 power boaters. No, actually, I'm a power boater.
I'm a
Am
power
I
boater.
a power boater?
You're a
Did
power
somebody
boater.
say I was a power boater? All right, I'm a power boater. I'm really a sailor. Pretty much everybody on is a power boater except for Greg.
Ashley.
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 Ashley's on too. Okay, sorry, Ashley, I missed you there. Hey, Ashley.
Hi.
So we got 2 power boater, or no, we got 2 sailboaters and a whole slew of power boaters that went over the dark side, or some of us went to the dark side. Why don't we run through this? And Gayle, you want to take over and introduce everybody?
Sure, I'll introduce, we heard the great prize portion, prize and quizzes earlier today from Margie and Peter Benziger. They did a fabulous job. They are liveaboards here in Alameda, and they just finished 9 years of cruising. We also have Greg Johnson. Greg Johnson is a liveaboard on a sailboat in Emery Cove. He can tell us how long he's lived on his boat, but he's an active sailor. And we have Mark Christensen, my Cal nemesis, who lives on a power boat in Emery Cove, just a few slips down from my parents. We have Ashley Wallace and Greg Johnson, or Ashley Wallace and Greg. They also have a sailboat. They're in Emery Cove. And then we have Amy Hayden and John Morris. They have a power boat in Emeryville Marina.
And Peter. Did you say Peter? Okay, cool. Why don't we start? In you got questions you want to ask?
Yeah,
each one
so
of them, or?
I'll ask Ashley first. What made you want to buy a boat and then decide to live on a boat?
This one comes from a family of sailors. Grandparents circumnavigated the world twice. Yeah, and we're Canadian, so he got a job offer in San Francisco, so we came down and thought it was a good place to try living aboard.
Cool. And Greg Johnson, what has your experience been, and how long have you been a liveaboard?
I've been a liveaboard for 5.5 years now, full time. I bought the boat in 2014 and was coming here on the weekends. And over the course of the year, I didn't want to go back to the city. So when I got to the top of the liveaboard wait list at the end of 14, I took it, and I've never been happier with my living situation.
Great. So you mentioned that top of the liveaboard list. How long did you have to wait?
About 6 months, but that was 5.5 years ago. I don't know what the wait is right now.
Yeah, I think that wait list for liveaboards is pretty long right now, especially at Emery Cove. I don't even think they're taking, people to sign up.
Yeah, if anyone doesn't know, it's a state law that 10% of the slips can be for liveaboards in all of the marinas.
But 10% max.
10% max, yeah.
Yes.
So in Emery Cove, there's like 400 slips. So we're talking about 40 liveaboards.
Right.
And they're full. Yeah.
So John and Amy, when did you move over to Emeryville?
We've been here since fall of 2018. And we got liveaboard about 4 or 5. Now we're, I think, in the slip that we're going to stay in for a while over here.
And so I've been following Amy and John for a little while on Instagram. And during this COVID-19 shutdown, it seems like they've been working and also working on boat projects. Can you share some of those projects you've been working on?
Yeah.
On the maintenance side, we've been repairing a lot of old hoses, just kind of going through things, actually getting ready to start painting the engines, because I think we'll have time, and just basically all the stuff that you never get to. And Amy's doing a lot of the woodwork, varnishing, cleaning everything up.
You guys have been doing a lot of work. I can't wait to see the finished product when we're free to visit each other again. And Mark, what's the coolest thing about being a liveaboard?
Coolest thing about being a liveaboard? I suppose just the connection to nature, the connection to the water, the connection to sun, stars, and moon. Yes, we've got a roof over our head, but it's a very different sort of roof. And at least for me, where my slip is, it's about a quarter of a mile walk to my car, which is quite different than walking down my sidewalk or walking to my car in a attached garage or something like that, where I would never see those sorts of things.
And I guess you would get a little wet when it's raining out there too, huh?
When that rain hits sideways.
When that rain goes sideways.
Hey, Peter and Margie, how long were you liveaboards before you went cruising?
We bought the boat in 2008. We moved aboard in 2009 and we left January 5th, 2010. So we lived aboard for about 8 months, I think, before we, we rented our house, and then we lived aboard while we were finishing up our jobs. But then we took off in January of 2010.
And I think I would say that if anybody is intending or has a dream of cruising, that it's really, really important to live aboard. And you learn so much about your boat before you leave. Yeah. We've had some friends who just think they can go from their house and get on their boat and leave on a 2-year trip, and it's really not a good idea.
You need to learn your systems.
It's like we've been married for 42 years forever. And you know, you got to be married to your boat. You gotta live with your boat and get to know it really well.
Well, you get to learn your partner a little better too.
Yeah. Well, actually, we get along. How do we get along when
We get along better on the boat than we do on land.
Yeah, when we're cruising, there's just us, and we get along fantastically. I'm the captain, but you are.
Well, I'm the admiral, but what I don't even think it's that. I think honestly, when we're on the boat, there's only one captain, and I'm happy to let him be the captain. But unfortunately, when we get on land, then all of a sudden it become two captains.
Yeah, this is a two-captain boat on land.
Any questions?
So I was wondering if there are any questions from the viewers.
I haven't seen any yet.
So Ashley and Greg, I know you've been living aboard, how long did you say, 4 years?
No, almost 7.
Almost 7.
Wow.
And
what kind of boat is it?
It's a Baba 35.
Oh, nice.
Beautiful. I noticed the woodwork. It looks like Taiwan.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
there.
Yeah, we've got the same kind of things there. So
Lots of teak.
Lots of teak.
So what's some of the projects that you've worked on? I know you made a slow progression to make upgrades, and so what's some of the most significant changes in the last year for you as a couple and on the boat?
Refrigeration.
Yeah. So we did a lot of things on the boat. I think one of the first things we did was put in a new engine, which is a huge project, but we worked with some great people who let us work with them on it.
Just H&M Marine and Sausalito.
Yeah.
And so we put in a new beta engine, and that went really well. But for the longest time, we've been living with an ice box. So
And what was that like?
That was, it's a good walk just up to the marina office to get ice every day or every 2 days.
It's a weird thing that like I got used to it. Now that we have refrigeration, I don't know how I did that for so long. But while I was doing it, it was just sort of you can get used to anything. So
So that was a recent project, and the more you live on a boat, the more you realize that any project is doable if you start small or big, either way, and you there's so many resources around that can help you out if you get stuck or got questions. It's been a really good experience.
So we have a question from Deanna Landers. What was the biggest challenge before coming liveaboards? Finding the slip or reducing stuff, finding the boat, or something else?
Is that directed to
Ashley?
Yeah. So we can take that on first.
Yeah.
So we actually downsized from a big apartment to a small apartment to a boat. So that worked out really well. But I think the hardest thing was finding the right boat for us. And that took us about 6 months. So 6 months of active looking. And so that was probably the hardest part, but also I think we found the right one. And so I think you just got to be honest with yourself with what you want, and you can always buy another one. But that was the hardest part for us. Yeah.
How about Mark?
Yeah, for me, I would say it was reducing possessions and prioritizing what was important. I moved from a 3,500 square foot home. Do still have a storage locker, but mostly it's business files and tax records and things like that. But it's really hard to prioritize things. I have 4 siblings, and I've become kind of the family expert on organizing and downsizing now. So, as my parents have downsized and moved from homes and whatnot, I'm the one that gets hired and brought in to help them pack and purge because I've become quite an expert at it.
Greg, how about you?
In the order of the question, I found the marina first. I think I got really, really lucky. It's an amazing place here at Emery Cove. And then I found my boat in 2014. And so I had a pretty stepped transition. Like I said, I was living on the boat Friday through Monday over the course of the year. And I was renting a room from friends. And so I kind of took half measures and told them I would give them my mattress and box springs and TV, but if I changed my mind in 6 months, I wanted it back. Because I got scared. And then I left a bunch of stuff on the sidewalk in San Francisco, and it was, I would say it's 80% cathartic and 20% terrifying, like letting go of things, but they were just things and mostly kind of meaningless, inexpensive junk things. So one of the questions that you emailed us was, do you ever think that your boat or your space is too small? And on that topic, I think my boat has never been too small, but when I feel like it's too small, it's because I've got too much stuff, a little accumulation of things over the winter, especially.
That's a good point. So, John and Amy, what's one of the highlights about being in this liveaboard community? How is it different from living on land?
For us, I think one of the highlights is being able to move the house for sure. And in terms of the community, we just joined the Emeryville Yacht Club a few months ago. And of course, all of this has changed the potential gatherings that we had hoped to attend to meet more folks. But the community is awesome. We have a couple of neighbors that live aboard near us, and Wayne lived next to us for a while, so did Gailey. Mark's just across the channel. We've been over there. So yeah, I don't know, the camaraderie is great, and people really jump in to kind of support each other and like, hey, do you have this tool? Or hey, I got a question about this hose. Could you come over here and look at this and let us know what you think? So that's, I don't know, you have anything to add?
No, I think so.
Yeah, I think that.
One of the questions I get asked quite a bit is security, and do you feel unsafe, or what's it like to be on a boat? Do you worry about, when you're away from the boat, when you're on the boat at night? How secure do you feel?
I don't really think we feel unsafe.
Yeah, they put new gates in here at the marina, fobs to get down to the boat. It's never really crossed my mind. We always
I'd say it's a function of the marina more than it is whether you live aboard or not. It's, know, how secure is the marina?
Right.
And as far as, we use the internal water tank to fill up once a week. So if something was to break, you'd get X amount of water in the bottom of the boat. It's not like leaving a hose in. So it really doesn't, really nothing that we worry about.
Yeah, I lived aboard in Jack London Square for about a year, and that was a little bit shady. Down on the boat was okay, but getting down to the boat, I'd be a little cautious. And I always put my car in the parking lot across from the movie theater down there. But now living in Emery Cove, I mean, I don't even think about it. I mean, there are some break-ins in cars on occasion. If you leave your computer in the back seat, it will be gone the next morning. But generally, I think that with the liveaboards on the docks, everybody looks out for each other.
Yeah, I'd say, and probably anywhere in California, your car is less safe than your boat is.
That's true.
That is true.
So what are some of the activities you've done within the community?
Well, for us, when we got to Alameda, we're used to volunteering wherever we go. So we were just out for a walk one day, probably the first week we got here, and we discovered that the Alameda Food Bank was right around the corner. So Pete and I have been volunteering at the food bank
Twice a week.
Twice a week since November of 2018, really. And of course, right now, it's more important than ever. So I'm on the communications committee for the food bank, and we're too old to go and give out food anymore because of COVID-19. They don't want volunteers over 65 to be there, but under normal circumstances, we'd be there two times a week distributing food.
Well, we work a couple hours a day on the donations committee.
No.
Just to give you guys an idea, we were serving between 35 and 60 families a day. And right now in Alameda, there's over 500 families receiving food from the food banks.
Every day.
If you can help in any way, do so.
Wow, that's great that you donate and spend your time doing that.
I've got a funny story. So, participating with a yacht club is good. Do cruise outs and trips and learning the ropes, so to speak, going to different ports. And the nice thing about being a liveaboard is you never have to pack for the trip. So one time at a party in Vallejo, and one of the members said, "Hey, my husband's bringing a tux for the party tonight. Boy, I should have talked to you ahead of time. Do you even have a tux, Mark?" And I said, "Well, yes, I do, and I happen to have it with me." So it was great being a liveaboard because everything is with me all the time.
Any other unique stories? Greg?
For me, the best part has been the community I have here. It was a bit of a surprise. I had a boat in San Diego for a few years, and I didn't live aboard, but I'd go on the weekends, and we said hi to the neighbors once in a while, but we didn't become close friends. And here, almost immediately, the people, my friends here, I'm actually right next door to Greg and Ashley right now. I borrowed Mark's dinghy for a couple weeks, a couple years ago for a little project. I've had Thanksgiving with people from here for the last 6 years. We have marina yoga tonight at 6:30. It was kind of a surprise to me, like how quickly and the scope of the friendships I have here. I didn't realize that until I was actually here living on my boat.
Right, and what's it like around the holidays? You mentioned Thanksgiving, and what's Christmas like in the marinas?
I've never been here for Christmas, just Thanksgiving.
We have a dock party on at 11 at Christmas. We had a what do you call it? Progressive dinner where everybody moved around for cocktails, main course, and desserts, and drinks. And great. It was terrific.
It was very fattening.
Yeah.
We like Christmas but Ashley's favorite holiday is actually Halloween. so Halloween's a good time at the dock because we'll decorate the boat. A lot of people will decorate the boats and then come and walk up and down the docks with their kids and trick or treat. I think we get way more trick or treaters here than we ever did in the apartment. It's really fun. And it's another thing I want to say is like people actually ask me a lot, like, what does it mean to live on a boat? Like, obviously you can't have kids. And I'm like, what are you talking about? So many families live on boats, and it's amazing to see the kids that grow up on boats. They seem to be more responsible and just really well-adjusted really quickly because they get a lot of this responsibility early on. And it's perfectly safe. Obviously you parent them, but you teach them what to do. And that's one of the nice things about living on board and living in this community. We actually have a lot of families that we've grown really close with. So that's nice, really nice for us.
Yeah, and So the kids are trick or treating, and how do they know that it's okay to go to your boat?
Oh, well, we're there handing out candy. I mean, that's the first thing.
You can smell the candy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
You put your
usually
anchor light on. You put your anchor light on to announce it.
yeah.
Yeah.
And there's usually an email list that we all kind of put together, and so they kind of know ahead of time which docks to go down. But yeah, lots of times you just, if you have lights on, then they kind of know.
Same rules for a house.
Yeah, just like a house.
For our progressive dinner at Christmas, it was the kids that did the signage for the party, and they were really excited about it. So yeah, I think marina life in general is just augmented by the family aspect of it. We traveled around the world, and the boat school kids that we met were just the coolest kids. And it's nice to have a community that's multi-generational. If we ever left this boat, we'd never go to a senior citizen complex.
I don't know where she's going with this.
I like having kids around. You know?
So I think Amy hit on earlier, Amy or John, it's nice when you need help fixing things or parts. It's the neighbors all come in together to help either give you tools, loan tools to you, give you some tips. They're there to help you pull in your boat to the slip. So it's a nice, versus being on land, it seems like people just pull into the houses, close the garage doors. You don't really have much interaction in comparison to walking down the dock and engaging with all your neighbors.
I think too, like that's the nice thing about marina life is we all know that we have this shared interest in boats. So it's a lot easier to sort of like have that icebreaker and be able to just start conversations because you already know that you have something in common.
Right.
I
And the nice
mentioned
thing is-
earlier today about a book called Blue Mind, and you guys are living that. It's about why you feel better emotionally, physically, physiologically when you're on, near, or in the water. And I think everybody on this panel, everybody that's buying boats, they should read that book, and so they understand why it feels better. And why it is better, and why we all love to live aboard on boats. I've been living aboard since 90, off and on. I've been on shore for a little while, but now I've been on board for about 7 years on this boat, and there's no need to go back ashore. I mean, Gailey, when are you going to move back aboard?
I
Back
don't
ashore.
plan on it. If we do, we'll definitely keep you the boat.
Mark? Hey, Mark?
Yeah.
When are you moving back on shore?
On shore? Ugh. Hopefully not.
Yeah, Greg?
John and Amy?
John and Amy?
No plans.
Ashley?
Yeah, no plan.
No, we love the boat. Yeah.
Peter, I think you guys are thinking about it, right?
We're kind of thinking about it. We've been up for 11 years, and we're thinking about going to a trawler, actually.
Oh.
Because we had a wonderful trip up to Alaska on a friend's trawler last summer and thought it was really, really nice. So that would be good. But I was just thinking about some of the comments, and one of the advantages, I think, is just being able to spontaneously do what you feel like. 2 afternoons ago, we were just feeling a little down by the thing. So we turned on the engine and went over and anchored off Sausalito, launched the dinghy and did a cocktail cruise of all the marinas and the wealthy houses on the side of Tiburon, and spent the next day there, and then roared back at 8.5 knots to get back here. So, you know, we can make that kind of decision just to leave in the next 10 minutes. It's wonderful.
Yeah, especially during this sheltering. Since our place is also our boat, it allows us to get out on the water. And I was thinking about all the people that have all these expensive toys and, you know, can't do anything with them, or, you know, we have our home and we can move it where we want to.
Yeah, let me just mention also to the people that are out there listening about liveaboards. We get a lot of inquiries here at Atomic Tuna about liveaboards, and you know, a lot of the inquiries are from people that really don't have enough money to live aboard. And you know, it used to be in the old days that you pick up a crappy little boat, but nowadays you have to have a decent boat. And it's difficult to find a liveaboard slip. We can help with that, but these marinas aren't letting liveaboards in on just any inexpensive, crappy little boat. They're really looking for nice boats. So there is some opportunity. Give us a call. We can help out with that. But if you're looking for, you know, a 20-foot sailboat to live on, it's not going to happen in the Bay Area.
I think we'll hear more about that on Sunday from our harbor masters.
Yeah, we're going to have a harbor master panel on Sunday. We're going to talk to them about that. So, all right, we're at the end of our session. All you guys, thanks so much for joining us. It was great. We have recorded this and it will be up on our website. So you can show all your friends what a great time you had on the virtual boat show on the liveaboard panel.
We'll see you on the paddle boards.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Bye.
Bye. Muted? Yeah, I'll introduce it. Yep, ready?
To introduce Mark Weaver, he's going to be giving a presentation on how to tie up your boat. There's many ways to do it. There's several theories on the appropriate way to tie up your boat, as well as docking.
So yeah, so we're going to just do a basic, nothing complicated, how to get your boat in the slip and tie it up. And that's it.
What kind of boat you on?
Oh, it's a 1981 Monk 36, single engine trawler. It has a bow thruster, so we can cheat a little bit on docking, but so far it's been a really good boat for us.
What are we going to do first, Mark?
Okay, so first I just want to basic how to tie off on a cleat while we're still here at the dock. And then we'll go to the starboard side. We'll look at forward spring, aft spring, you know, and then we'll get on the boat and do a basic approach, show you how you basically approach the slip and get in and tie everything back up. So you'll get to see us untie, back out, and then later come back in and tie the boat back up.
Great. So can I show you how I see you have this down, but can I show you how I do it?
Absolutely.
All right, cool. So I think it's, you know, this look good, nice and tight, but I think it's pretty simple. Just to wrap it around. I don't have to worry about it. Anybody can tie up the boat for me. And then it's not going to go anywhere. Done. Simple.
Perfect. Perfect job. Okay, so for tying a cleat, this works great unless you're trying to be in a hurry to get untied from the dock, or you live somewhere where it might freeze, in which case that would be a kind of a problem to do. So what we recommend is you only really need a very simple and easier to unwind. So this part is absolutely correct, right? Because you don't want to be like this. You want to be where you're actually catching the boat with the horn. Do one wrap. So far, so good, right? Mm-hmm. Go around the horn again, and then make your loop. And that's what it should look like when it's done. 1/2.
And that's going to hold the boat.
That's going to hold the boat. It will never come loose. the weight of the boat is pulling against the horn, and the tighter that you pull on this, the more it pulls this down to trap those other two ropes. So so your bow line is secure with just that. You can put extra loops on there if you want, but they're not really helping you.
Okay, so it's just a waste of time then.
It's just, yeah, pretty much a waste of time.
Okay, this one I can't find that. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, that'll do it. Now what I would do is, since we're coming back in and we're going to do one or the other stern line, I just loop that over the, so it's kind of ready for us when we're coming back. Okay? And I can,
Jennifer to grab the lines, or?
maybe I'll have you do it.
Okay.
You want a boat pull?
Pardon me?
You want a boat pull, or you want to? Okay, so yeah, so. Okay, so.
And we're still attached to the boat.
Yeah. Seems like we don't have much wind, so.
The wind is in our favor today.
That should be good.
Got the line?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay.
Same thing?
Same thing, yeah. Just because we're going to be right back in, so we'll leave the fenders down and just have these ready to go. Okay. All right. And then we'll take this one. Forward. You might want to give the boat a little push, because despite our almost zero wind moment. Okay. Okay.
We're just going inside the dock. Have a good day up there.
Okay, there we go. There is a little breeze.
Perfect, yeah.
There is a little breeze up here.
Good job, though. Perfect. So typically it's you and Jennifer, right? Just
Yep.
you two that take the boat in and out?
Yep. Which is why the bow thruster is very handy.
And is it, so it's a bow thruster, you said?
Yes. So that just pushes the bow one way or the other as we need it to.
And which direction is the wind coming from?
Behind us, a little bit to port side. So now comes the tricky part of not backing up too far, but backing up enough. So I'm in neutral, and I'm just letting the boat coast back. So we're just waiting until we get to where I feel like forward is doable, and then spin the wheel and give us a little forward. Now, if I don't have a bow thruster, I need one more time backwards.
Okay.
So we go into reverse one more time, give it a little throttle in reverse, and then that'll spin the bow around where we can.
So what's the most common mistake that you've seen people make, Mark?
The most common mistake: go too fast.
Go too fast.
Yeah, everybody wants to be in a hurry. There's no reason to be in a hurry, you know. If, like, for instance, if I didn't get quite, like, I felt that wasn't enough, there's a lot of time for me to go again.
Okay.
So we just nice and slow, you know, try to be in control, see where the boat goes. So now we're back in forward gear. So let's see, so we don't have a lot of time, right? So let's see if I can, I'm gonna spin it around right where we're at.
Okay.
So I'm gonna let the bow get close to the...
And how long was it before you were comfortable with docking?
You mean how long will it be until I'm comfortable with docking?
So what you mean is you're always learning, right?
Yep. Okay, so I have a prop walk to starboard. So that means that I really should be doing this the other direction. So let's get back in forward gear. Okay. Yeah, they say you're only as good as your last docking. So it's like golf, yeah. You try to have your last docking be the best docking you can.
What I find is it's really important to know what the wind is and what the weather is going to be before you leave the dock and before you're coming in.
Yes.
So that you're prepared, right?
Yes. It's always good to look at what direction the wind is blowing, and also to kind of pay attention to what it's doing with the boat, because there can be, you know, there can be wild cards like a little bit of current going, which can affect your ability to have a good docking. But I think really the most important thing, like with your question about how long did it take me to get comfortable, you know, it's every docking is a whole new experience. The important thing is to not get in a hurry and not get excited. You know, don't panic. You got plenty of time.
So is there ever a time where you use Jennifer or your crew to help give you directions?
Yeah, quite often with, you know, the back of the boat. You know, where's the location of the back of the boat?
Right, that's hard to see.
And yeah, and the way that they'll do it is they'll call off feet.
Okay.
You know, like how close am I to the dock? Feet, 2 feet. You know. So, you know, coming down the fairway with a trawler or a sailboat, you want to be a little, not so close to the starboard side where you're going to hit the boats, right? Mm-hmm. Or the far side from your slip, but, you know, far enough that when you make the turn, the boat will be making the turn, you know, comfortably. The arc will be comfortably into your slip.
So which side would you like me to tend, port or starboard?
I think the port side is probably going to be the best for, you know, getting ready for the dock line. Okay. And we're going to want the stern port side dock line on first.
Stern port side dock line. Okay. Always want to repeat, so.
Yep. No, that's good.
Same page.
Okay, awesome. I'll bring the bow over if you could get the bow line not too tight, as we discussed. Yep. That is because the bow is going to be up a little more forward. Okay, so that's about where we want it. So lash that down and go to the other side. Okay. you got at least 20 wraps on there, right?
No, I learned. I'm a good listener.
Okay, so do I have to come down and get the line? I will. Jen? Yeah, I do, but Gelly on the bow. Yeah. All right. Beauty. That's the way we like it.
So, with that, was there anything that you would have done differently, Mark?
Well, you know, my first approach, where I would have intended to just come in on that first approach, I was a little wide, so I had to back up and then come in from the other side. So yeah, so if ideally, and I don't want that, but it's the whole thing we were talking about the most important thing when you're docking is go slow, be confident, and be able to adjust to wind, current, you know, things that happen, you know, without panicking and ramping up the throttle. And so yeah, so we adjusted a little bit, worked out okay. And communicate, right. So
if you don't mind, I'd like to have you help me with my boat later on this afternoon while the winds are calm.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thanks, Mark.
Okay.
There's the movie star.
Hey, Mark,
Am
how
I
you
here?
doing?
Oh, wait. Okay.
Beautiful hat.
I got my hat
Nice
on.
hat.
So
Thanks.
the camera adds about 50 pounds, right, Wayne?
There you go.
Hey, Mark, thanks for giving us that lesson on docking and how to tie up your boat correctly. Can you give us a little background about yourself?
Yeah, I've played around with boats since I was young. We've always had some kind of boat, even if it was just a rowboat on a lake. I pretty much have a good time on anything from a canoe to, you know, the biggest boat I can drive, which so far is about 50 feet. But we've had a 36-foot Catalina, which we loved, by the way. Still think that's probably the best bay boat for San Francisco Bay.
Yeah, great boat.
Yeah, we really loved our Catalina, and we traded it for a Slocum 43 because we're looking for a more adjustable sail plan and a heavier cruiser to go offshore. So we could go down to the Channel Islands and up and down the coast. And then when my dad was my primary crew, got a little shaky as a foredeck, we modified the boat first. We put an autopilot, we put roller furling, but pretty soon he couldn't stand to watch. So then we bought a 380 Sundancer, and you know, that is no more 18 hours to Monterey. Now it's 5.5, 6 hours to Monterey. Don't really need a crew. So we tried a few other boats. As you saw, our latest boat is breathing life into that 81 monk trawler. Got my captain's license about 4 years ago. I like doing deliveries and pretty much any excuse to get on the water, even a video about tying up boats.
All right.
Hey, and I understand you went out after that video, right?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Did you go out after that video?
Oh yeah, we went out on the bay. My wife and I went out, and checked out the anchorages and watched the sailboat get run out of Ayala Cove at Angel Island. All the moorings are closed there, and all of the you can't go on the docks. It appears that the new gathering place is China Cove, which is just around the corner on the east side of Angel Island, and there was a ton of boats anchored there, and also a ton of boats in Clipper Cove. The fun part about that was Saturday. The fun part about being out there Saturday that doesn't usually happen is we saw a whale. I've seen plenty of whales up and down the coast, but a lot of time on the bay, and I've only ever seen a whale in the bay one other time.
Wow.
You know, from my boat when I was out there, just, you know, right off the starboard bow, just amazing. And we also saw several dolphins in on the east side of Angel Island, which is kind of strange. Usually we see those little dolphins, you know, working the current under the gate, but seldom I don't usually see them that far in the bay. So I just like the wildlife is kind of making a little comeback, you know, given its opportunity now with less people out there and, you know, less activity.
Right.
While everyone's shutting their
They
house.
weren't complying with the stay-at-home provision.
I wasn't complying. Well, I don't know.
Not you, the whale.
There's some gray area there, right? My house has a kitchen. I mean, my boat has a kitchen and 2 heads and 2 staterooms.
No, you were complying. It was the whale, that darn whale.
Oh, the whale wasn't compliant. Yeah, he was a little close. I don't know how to complain about that, though. I thought it was great.
So Mark, what's the best advice that you could give to a new boat owner when they're learning to handle the boat for the first time? Docking, as you said in the video, is the most challenging, like being out there in the bay. It's once you're out there, you're out there. So what's some advice that you can give these new boaters?
I think that it's easy to get confident with driving the boat in open water, and where new boaters usually have the most trepidation is, you know, coming in and out of the docks. And so, you know, depending on the size of the boat and what your skill level is, I think getting a captain on board to show you how to operate it can really save you a lot of time and effort. As an example, I had sailboats most of my life. And when we bought the 380 Sundancer, it's a planing hull, no keel, little tiny rudders. And so, you know, when I made my approach as I had normally learned how to do in the sailboat, the Sundancer just skidded sideways. You know, I was able to turn the boat no problem, but the boat didn't go the direction the bow was facing. And so I was very frustrated with that, because to me, if I hit the dock, that's a failed docking. So I don't want to use the dock to bump my way in. I want to get the boat in the dock without hitting anything. And so I went and got Captain Paul Records, who was a good powerboat guy, to show me how to drive the damn twin engine boat so that I could get it in the slip. And once he showed me how to do it, it was so easy. You know, clearly I waited way too long to ask somebody, because I felt like I'm pretty confident, you know, boater. I got a lot of experience. I should know how to do this. I should be able to ferret this out. And I probably would have over, you know, a greater length of time, but Paul was able to show me in a matter of time that, you know, it just took us one time out, couple approaches, showed me backing, showed me going in forward, tried a couple of different, you know, things that I wanted to see how he did it. And that just jumped me right up to where I wanted to be. So, you know, whatever your boating experience, if you have trepidation about how to get the boat into the dock, get a captain out there, pay the, you know, whatever the cost to get him out there, to show you how to, you know, how to drive the boat you've bought correctly into the slip. And, you know, it'll probably only take you a couple of times to feel like you're really proficient, and that will save you a lot of hull waxing, a lot of embarrassment. So yeah, so so that my number one piece of advice to new boat owners is don't be embarrassed to get a captain. And there's no how do you call it, onus. There's no negative thing about getting a captain to show you how to do it right. And then my second thing is don't panic. Don't go slow, be confident. I like to always look for a window, as if my initial approach to the docking doesn't work, do I have an escape? But then I want to be confident in bringing the boat in and not too tentative, because if you're too tentative, the wind or the current or whatever can take over, and then that will get you into more trouble than you were in. So don't be afraid to get a captain. Make confident, deliberate moves, and don't panic. Just go slow and be deliberate.
I think that's great advice, Mark. I know when I bought my Grand Banks 42 about 5 years ago, and once I figured out the docking, asked for help. Actually, Wayne had to come to my rescue once because I was a little too confident ahead of time. But definitely, you're correct. Ask for help. Don't be bashful. Don't be ashamed, and slow down when you're stressed.
Yeah. So the sayings are right. Approaching the dock is like approaching the woman in a bar. Very seldom is a slow approach a poor approach.
I just learned something new today.
Yeah, the other saying is don't approach the dock any faster than you're willing to hit it. My mentor gave me this piece of advice. He said, if you do screw up and you're gonna hit the dock, don't put it in reverse and rev the engine up to maximum, because you'll still hit the dock and everybody around you will be watching.
That's great advice. Well, thank you, Mark. I really appreciate your time and being part of the panel. I hope all the viewers found that valuable. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out to us. And again, like Mark said, if you're learning, don't hesitate to hire a captain, and we can help you find a captain as well.
All right, thanks, Mark. Hey, everybody, we're at the end of the day of the first day of the virtual boat show for Atomic Tuna and Fairlawn Yachts. And if you're still with us, we really appreciate it. If you're not, we appreciate that too. And we got 3 more days of this. So tomorrow, we're going to start out with the showing on the Beneteau 35, really sweet boat. We're going to have a women's panel with 5 or 6 women that are proficient sailors and boaters, and that'll be a really interesting panel tomorrow. And then we're going to do the Tiana 48 walkthrough and the Fibercraft, which is it's kind of a pilot house motor yacht. And then we're going to do a nice talk on why Catalinas are better. So don't miss that one. I mean, if you're really thinking about a new boat or even buying one of the used Catalinas, you should watch this. And then you won't have a question whether you want to buy a Catalina. And then we'll go right from that into Catalina 425 tour, 2018 425 that we have. And then we're going to have a panel with some mechanics on maintaining your boat. We'll have some good stories from those guys. And we're going to have the quiz again. That was kind of fun today. Maybe we'll extend it a little bit tomorrow. And then Bruce Nelson from West Marine fame over in Sausalito, and also one of our sales guys, he's going to give a talk on new electronics and batteries. So tune in for that one. And then Gary Clausen from Twin Rivers is going to talk about insurance for boats and what you need to know and what they require. So that'll be a fun talk. We have weather routing from Eva Tanner. She's been doing that for, I don't know, last 10 years or something, up and down the West Coast. So you should learn something there. And our last one tomorrow is going to be a virtual party with Latitude 38. And they're going to be giving away some prizes. And also they're going to have a few little talks also, maybe with Max Ab and a few other people. So yeah, full day tomorrow. We look forward to seeing you, and it's a wrap. Hope you all have a good evening.
Thank you, everybody.